Okay, I just listened to the universe. I'd love to take credit for being brilliant. I guess I'm brilliant in that I do not try to control the universe and its contribution to me the way so many believe they must. Would you be willing to be seen as insanely brilliant by simply acknowledging the universe is always contributing and letting it in and following it, rather than believing that you must maintain the suffering that is such a dynamic part of this 2D in reality? By the way, this 2D reality is something that was imposed upon the earth. It is not something that comes from the earth. The earth functions as 3D and multi-D as you do. It desires you to be more and choose more because it desires more for itself and all of us. Now is the space, my beautiful friends. The space is now. This reality tells you that it is either about you or others, and those are the only choices, and those choices are separate and distinct. In actuality, you becoming the greatness, the ease, the access to space, the access to ease, the access to joy. You becoming the difference that allows ease with living itself, with money, with friendships, with everything, is one of the dynamically greatest contributions possible. It indeed contributes to the space which is now and now available. And a lot of you desire a lot of things for you to such a degree that you couldn't imagine contributing to the world. What if all of those things you desire for you, and you actually having them from no point of view, from a spacious receiving and possibility, is a contribution to the world? It's okay to desire more for you and more for the world. It's okay to go for what you desire for you. And then when rare doors open that will allow you to contribute more to the world, do that in that moment, but also be that every day and acknowledge that you are that every day, and you having what you actually desire and the joy and peace of everything is integral and crucial to us moving the world forward, because the world is made up of us. And to the extent to which you're willing to acknowledge that now is the space is now, choose as and from that as your awareness, undefined, indomitable, totally undefined, no force necessary, just such a different awareness of space and being that you cannot be stopped or controlled. Magic becomes birthed into and as our world. Thank you for that. Now is the time, my beautiful friends. Now is the space. The space is now. And now is the space beyond time to be. Boom, shakalaka. For those of you who needed something more significant to make sure it was happening, boom, shakalaka, shakalaka, shaka, boom, boom, ba boom, boom, boom. Now's the time for boom boom, baby. Some of the perverts among you got a little excited, a little flush in the face. Boom boom time. Boom. Wonder if boom boom translates. Maybe your motto should be run, run, run as fast as you can. You can't catch me because now is the space and I'm the boom boom man. Boom. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. Wow, your sense of humor changes the world. Wow. Oh my, wow. Haven't ever perceived it that way before. Wow. Oh, baby. Wow. Oh. That is definitely another boom. Wow. I love it because as I'm doing these, I'll say something or get to some energetic door or whatever, and you guys show me something. I'm like, wow. So apparently, y'all have access to way more than you thought you could access. And now is the space. Space is now. Thank you. Oh. Wow. Now is the space, my beautiful friends. The space is now. Whew. Some of you have missed the point. I feel nothing. Is that okay? I already talked about that. I am angry and pissed off. Is that normal? No, it is decidedly not normal. That's the point. By the way, thank you all for the gratitude, because tapping into your world and perceiving is just awesome. And going on this journey, my beautiful friends, you're going to have to become aware of things you didn't want to be aware of about you. But it doesn't have to be uncomfortable anymore, although it may be. Some of you have such an amount of potency that it's going to feel like anger. Some of you have such an amount of joy that you covered up with sadness and anger. Some of you have such a level of magic that you pretended it doesn't exist and you get angry when it should be there, but you were the one who chose to bury it, perhaps for survival or whatever reason and justification you want to come up with. The point is that you chose. And my sense is you will perhaps again have the space of choice and go ahead and explode. Wow. Boom. Oh, damn. Thank you. The more insane I'm willing to be, the more I recognize the things that I contribute that are a gift. Wow. Whales, thank you. Awesome. Now is the space, my beautiful friends. The space is now. Wow. Whose story? We all are mad. Insane is the new beautiful. Insane is also the new black. Just saying. Insane lives matter. Exactly. Thank you. Oh, thank you for singing and tickles. Oh. Oh, still going, kids. Just when I think I'm like, oh, and then it goes, oh. You could just put your hands behind your ears and run the implant band. Might be helpful. I agree. More of this insanity for everyone who desires it and doesn't even know they desire it. Because what we are stepping into is something you can't tell anybody about it because it is truly beyond words. I love it. I feel like I'm watching a miracle in progress. Oh, thank you. Yeah, and it would sound insane. Now is the space, my beautiful friends. The space is now. Regarding money, gold, currency, wealth, creation, and generation and actualization as and from the existence they truly be. Now is the space. Now is the space. The space is now. What is the space of reality that you know? What is the space of reality, beyond definition and definability? I'm asking to entrench space. Now is the space is now. Now is the space is now. Now is the space is now. I live my life from a somewhat simple perspective, especially in those things that turn out wonderfully and ease-filled and magically. And that is, I allow the universe to tell me what to do and when. I follow the whispers of energy that others refuse to perceive, to know, to receive, and to be. So you are the space between the molecules of your body, my beautiful friends. You are not a physical being first and an energetic being second. You are an energetic being first that has pulled the molecules together of your body to construct this beautiful physical form with which you navigate this lifetime. Within the space of you is the magic of you, the consciousness that is connected to all other space throughout the entire universe and all that is. The space between the molecules of your body interacts with and is in communion with the space between the molecules of your clothing, which interacts with and is in communion with the space between the molecules of the air around your body and your clothes, which is in direct connection and engagement and presence with the space between the molecules of every item in your house and the earth down below and every creature upon it and within it and through it, and every creature on its surface and beyond it. You are the space between the molecules, my beautiful friends. That is your being. But that space is connected with all space. This is inconceivable to our tiny two-dimensional functioning minds, but it is what is to your being. You're a multi-dimensional creature pretending you are part of a two-dimensional flatland world. You are not a flat creature, my beautiful friends. Two-dimensional reality is flat. You are 3 plus multi-dimensions. You are so much more, and now is the space to be. Now is the space to perceive. Now is the space to receive. Now is the space for infinite possibilities to be yours and ours. Collectively, individually. Now is the space indicates that there's no longer alignment and agreement of anyone else required to actualize what you desire. Meaning, in plain, simple words, no one else has to get it anymore. Go, soar, fly, explore. Now is the space for the exploration of being and consciousness to be. Now is the space for you to finally have access to your very being, whatever that is, for all of us. Now is the space to let your freak flag fly. and recognize the gift of your not getting and not understanding and not being able to get or understand this reality actually is, was, and has always been and always will be. Now is the space to actualize non-reality realities beyond this reality. In a world of infinite possibilities, what would you like to choose? Dear Earth, we are here. Hello. We, of course, include you in this ESB and know that you already are and always are part of this contribution and the invitation to and the opening for space. Now is the space for us and the earth. The space is now for the earth and us. Now is the space. The space is now. Now is the space is now. Now is the space is now. You ponder for a moment what a world without thinking, beyond thinking, could be. A world beyond the need for words. A world in which direct energetic engagement with energy, space, now is the space, my beautiful friends. Allow the plants, the trees, the grass, the water, the animals in your vicinity to perceive you, perceiving and receiving them. Allow and invite them to come alive as they can, that they have not been able to because we had not yet chosen. Now is the space, my beautiful friends. The space is now. Some of you think you're cranky or sick or so tired you can't move. Please ask, what is this actually? What reality am I generating and creating that hasn't actualized yet? What future am I generating and creating that hasn't actualized yet? And what can I choose that will allow me to perceive, know, be, and receive it now? And what can I choose beyond this reality that I'm not currently choosing that would change this completely? All it takes is one choice, my beautiful friends, and the actualization of that choice to change your entire reality. This is also where right and wrong can melt. I'm going insane, which is what is beyond right and wrong. Anybody want to go? Now is the space, my beautiful friends. A space for many things that have never existed before ever. Let us open the space for a sustainable living earth for at least the next 10,000 years. Sustainable meaning continuously generative to the point of being able to be ongoing indefinitely. Would you ask for that for you and your body also, please? So many things are available. We just have not been asking because we assumed that reality was the same. But in a world in which now is the space, everything can be requested and actualized differently. Every aspect of what was considered real no longer has to exist, and you get to explore that. Your whole life, you have been looking for a box with little boxes of answers in it that are the box in which you must fit to be able to fit into the correct box of every point of view of every box of what was possible and not possible and creatable and not creatable and choosable and not choosable. Guess what? There is no box that exists. Layers and levels of what was called reality just melting away. Dissolving, never again coming to play. Releasing you from the bounds and binds of a world of suffering, wrongness, and rightness that is not yours. Now is the space, my beautiful friends, for you to actualize a world, a body, a life and living that is and has and functions from and leads to more space. Now is the space. He said just loud enough to wake up some of the sleeping natives. I wonder what we could accomplish if we had 100,000 people on here who knew this was possible. I would like to thank you for being here, all of you, no matter how you got here, no matter what you think about why you're here. See, we really should have hundreds of thousands of people on here. We have that many people we're in contact with. But in that, what I would like to do is acknowledge that there are many things that exist energetically that only a small portion of us are drawn to, because we know that will create something we have been asking for, though we don't know how. This is one of those things. Because you are the few that desire and are demanding and have demanded that this be part of your world. And this was the universe and me delivering. And I say and me because I just listen to what the universe tells me to do and I do it. And sometimes people think, wow, you're so brilliant. How did you know to do this at exactly that time? And I'm like, okay, I just listen to the universe. I'd love to take credit for being brilliant. I guess I'm brilliant in that I do not try to control the universe and its contribution to me the way so many believe they must. Would you be willing to be seen as insanely brilliant by simply acknowledging the universe is always contributing and letting it in and following it, rather than believing that you must maintain the suffering that is such a dynamic part of this 2D in reality? By the way, this 2D reality is something that was imposed upon the earth. It is not something that comes from the earth. The earth functions as 3D and multi-D as you do. It desires you to be more and choose more because it desires more for itself and all of us. Now is the space, my beautiful friends. The space is now. This reality tells you that it is either about you or others, and those are the only choices, and those choices are separate and distinct. In actuality, you becoming the greatness, the ease, the access to space, the access to ease, the access to joy, you becoming the difference that allows ease with living itself, with money, with friendships, with everything, is one of the dynamically greatest contributions possible. It indeed contributes to the space which is now and now available. And a lot of you desire a lot of things for you to such a degree that you couldn't imagine contributing to the world. What if all of those things you desire for you, and you actually having them from no point of view, from a spacious receiving and possibility, is a contribution to the world? It's okay to desire more for you and more for the world. It's okay to go for what you desire for you. And then when rare doors open that will allow you to contribute more to the world, do that in that moment, but also be that every day and acknowledge that you are that every day, and you having what you actually desire and the joy and peace of everything is integral and crucial to us moving the world forward, because the world is made up of us. And to the extent to which you're willing to acknowledge that now is the space is now, choose as and from that as your awareness, undefined, indomitable, totally undefined, no force necessary, just such a different awareness of space and being that you cannot be stopped or controlled. Magic becomes birthed into and as our world. Thank you for that. Now is the time, my beautiful friends. Now is the space. The space is now. And now is the space beyond time to be. Boom, shakalaka. For those of you who needed something more significant to make sure it was happening, boom, shakalaka, shakalaka, shaka, boom, boom, ba boom, boom, boom. Now's the time for boom boom, baby. Some of the perverts among you got a little excited, a little flush in the face. Boom boom time. Boom. Wonder if boom boom translates. Maybe your motto should be run, run, run as fast as you can. You can't catch me because now is the space and I'm the boom boom man. Boom. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. Wow, your sense of humor changes the world. Wow. Oh my, wow. Haven't ever perceived it that way before. Wow. Oh, baby. Wow. Oh. That is definitely another boom. I love it because as I'm doing these, I'll say something or get to some energetic door or whatever, and you guys show me something. I'm like, wow. So apparently, y'all have access to way more than you thought you could access. And now is the space. Space is now. Thank you. Oh. Wow. Now is the space, my beautiful friends. The space is now. Whew. Some of you have missed the point. I feel nothing. Is that okay? I already talked about that. I am angry and pissed off. Is that normal? No, it is decidedly not normal. That's the point. By the way, thank you all for the gratitude, because tapping into your world and perceiving is just awesome. And going on this journey, my beautiful friends, you're going to have to become aware of things you didn't want to be aware of about you, but it doesn't have to be uncomfortable anymore, although it may be. Some of you have such an amount of potency that it's going to feel like anger. Some of you have such an amount of joy that you covered up with sadness and anger. Some of you have such a level of magic that you pretended it doesn't exist and you get angry when it should be there, but you were the one who chose to bury it, perhaps for survival or whatever reason and justification you want to come up with. The point is that you chose. And my sense is you will perhaps again have the space of choice and go ahead and explode. Wow. Boom. Oh, damn. Thank you. The more insane I'm willing to be, the more I recognize the things that I contribute that are a gift. Wow. Whales, thank you. Awesome. Now is the space, my beautiful friends. The space is now. Wow. Whose story? We all are mad. Insane is the new beautiful. Insane is also the new black. Just saying. Insane lives matter. Exactly. Thank you. Oh, thank you for singing and tickles. Oh. Oh, still going, kids. Just when I think I'm like, oh, and then it goes, oh. You could just put your hands behind your ears and run the implant band. Might be helpful. I agree. More of this insanity for everyone who desires it and doesn't even know they desire it. Because what we are stepping into is something you can't tell anybody about it, because it is truly beyond words. I love it. I feel like I'm watching a miracle in progress. Oh, thank you. Yeah, and it would sound insane. Now is the space, my beautiful friends. The space is now. Regarding money, gold, currency, wealth, creation, and generation and actualization as and from the existence they truly be. Now is the space. Now is the space. The space is now. What is the space of reality that you know? What is the space of reality, beyond definition and definability? I'm asking to entrench space. Now is the space is now. Now is the space is now. Now is the space is now.
Testing.
You hear me?
Parlay.
I live my life from a somewhat simple perspective.
I'm on, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh-ah.
Especially in those things
wanna
that turn
talk
out
about
wonderfully and ease-filled and magically.
Then let's not talk about it.
And that is, I allow the universe to tell me what to do
basically.
and when.
Testing.
Yeah.
I follow the whispers of energy that others refuse to perceive, to know, to receive, and to be. So you are the space between the molecules of your body, my beautiful friends.
Yeah. So then let's talk
You
about,
are not a physical being first and an energetic being second.
I was gonna say the prison and
You are an
stuff,
energetic being
body
first
classes, and how
that
you got
has pulled the molecules together of your body to construct this
the
beautiful
rapes.
physical form with which you navigate this lifetime.
Wendy's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
The good times. Let's call it the good times. Not the
Yeah, okay.
Call it the good times.
Within the space of you is the magic of you. The consciousness that is connected to all other space throughout the entire universe and all that is. The space between the molecules of your body interacts with and is in communion with the space between the molecules of your clothing, which interacts with and is in communion with the space between the molecules of the air around your body and your clothes, which is in direct connection and engagement and presence with the space between the molecules of every item in your house and the earth down below and every creature upon it and within it and through it, and every creature on its surface and beyond it. You're the space between the molecules, my beautiful friends. That is your being. But that space is connected with all space. This is inconceivable to our tiny two-dimensional functioning minds, but it is what is to your being. You're a multidimensional creature pretending you are part of a two-dimensional flatland world. You are not a flat creature, my beautiful friends. Two-dimensional reality is flat. You are 3 plus multi-dimensions. You are so much more, and now is the space to be. Now is the space to perceive. Now is the space to receive. Now is the space for infinite possibilities to be yours and ours. Collectively, individually. Now is the space indicates that there's no longer alignment and agreement of anyone else required to actualize what you desire. Meaning, in plain, simple words, no one else has to get it anymore. Go, soar, fly, explore. Now is the space for the exploration of being and consciousness to be. Now is the space for you to finally have access to your very being, whatever that is, for all of us. Now is the space to let your freak flag fly. And recognize the gift of your not getting and not understanding and not being able to get or understand this reality actually is, was, and has always been and always will be. Now is the space to actualize non-reality realities beyond this reality. In a world of infinite possibilities, what would you like to choose? Dear Earth, we are here. Hello. We of course include you in this ESB and know that you already are and always are part of this contribution and the invitation to and the opening for space. Now is the space for us and the earth. The space is now for the earth and us. Now is the space. The space is now. Now is the space is now. Now is the space is now. You ponder for a moment what a world without thinking, beyond thinking, could be. A world beyond the need for words. A world in which direct energetic engagement with energy, space, now is the space, my beautiful friends. Allow the plants, the trees, the grass, the water, the animals in your vicinity to perceive you, perceiving and receiving them. Allow and invite them to come alive as they can, that they have not been able to because we had not yet chosen. Now is the space, my beautiful friends. The space is now. Some of you think you're cranky or sick or so tired you can't move. Please ask, what is this actually? What reality am I generating and creating that hasn't actualized yet? What future am I generating and creating that hasn't actualized yet? And what can I choose that will allow me to perceive, know, be, and receive it now? And what can I choose beyond this reality that I'm not currently choosing that would change this completely? All it takes is one choice, my beautiful friends, and the actualization of that choice to change your entire reality. This is also where right and wrong can melt. I'm going insane. Just what is beyond right and wrong? Anybody want to go? Now is the space, my beautiful friends. A space for many things that have never existed before, ever. Let us open the space for a sustainable living earth for at least the next 10,000 years. Sustainable meaning continuously generative to the point of being able to be ongoing indefinitely. Would you ask for that for you and your body also, please? So many things are available. We just have not been asking because we assumed that reality was the same. But in a world in which now is the space, everything can be requested and actualized differently. Every aspect of what was considered real no longer has to exist, and you get to explore that. Your whole life, you have been looking for a box with little boxes of answers in it that are the box in which you must fit to be able to fit into the correct box of every point of view of every box of what was possible and not possible and creatable and not creatable and choosable and not choosable. Guess what? There is no box that exists. Layers and levels of what was called reality just melting away. Dissolving, never again coming to play. Releasing you from the bounds and binds of a world of suffering, wrongness and rightness that is not yours. Now is the space, my beautiful friends, for you to actualize a world, a body, a life and living that is and has and functions from and leads to more space. Now is the space. He said just loud enough to wake up some of the sleeping natives. I wonder what we could accomplish if we had 100,000 people on here who knew this was possible. I would like to thank you for being here, all of you, no matter how you got here, no matter what you think about why you're here. See, we really should have hundreds of thousands of people on here. We have that many people we're in contact with. But in that, what I would like to do is acknowledge that there are many things.
Global Bars Day from Aluka.
Happy Global Bars Day! Bars is amazing. It's my life. I love it. Oh my goodness!
Welcome everyone to Global Bars Day, live from Sunshine Coast, Australia.
This is so exciting. Like the build up to this has been incredible, and welcome, welcome, welcome. So we have 13 hours of live streaming around the world today. So don't stress if you can't stay up for 13 hours. It's all going to be on YouTube, so you don't have to sit up for a marathon, but I think I'm going to actually. So we start here, we've got 4 hours in Australia, and then we whip on over to Europe for 4 hours there, and then we end up in the US, all celebrating bars and celebrating global bars. This is, oh God, this is so amazing. For myself, you know, I've been working with Access Consciousness and using the tools for 22 years, and to be here now and see where we are at. And when I first started, you know, and I met Jarryd Douglas and Dain Heer, and when we first started, we were in 4 countries. And now I think we're in 176 countries, and we've got thousands of bars facilitators around the world. Actually, we have some facts and figures.
Give us the stats, Simone.
Okay, so in the last year alone, we had 100,000 people have taken the Access Bars class. Are you one of them? And there are over 600,000 people in the world who have taken the class, and millions of people who have had their bars run. We've got about 8,000 facilitators in 111 countries. How freaking cool is that?
That is pretty amazing. And I'm sure there are tons of people out there, maybe even those of you tuning in today, that we don't even know about, because the symbol and logo for Access Consciousness, if there was one, it is the dandelion. And it is that because the seeds of the dandelion spread places you never had expected or imagined. And that's what the bars are. You receive a session that you might have heard from some wacky friend, and your life starts to change. And today is a celebration of that. Who knew that after Jarryd Douglas first discovered the bars 25 some odd years ago, maybe more?
No, I think it's more, no, it's more than that, because I've been involved in Access for 22. I think it's more like closer to 30, 33 years or something.
Yeah. He started it, and the very first class he had was 4 or 5 people in his garage. And to read those stats now of 8,000 bars facilitators alone across the globe is so exciting and so inspiring. But today is about you guys out there listening. You guys out there, hopefully with friends, if you have them, who also run bars, maybe in a pod or a pop or a gathering somewhere, actually exploring the bars together and enjoying a session and receiving them.
I like the way you said out there with your friends, if you have them. So
Yeah.
some of you may or may not have friends around you. That's okay. What if you were your best friend?
Exactly.
So one of the topics that we've got a whole lot of interviews and a whole lot of really fun videos put together for you. So hopefully you're getting your bars run now. If not, you can always just sit there and put your hands on your implant band anyway. So, no, I'm not muted. I'm not. It's not.
Technical difficulties,
Technical
folks.
difficulty. You talk away.
I'll talk away. So as Simone said, we've got a whole lineup of different interviews with inspiring people who are part of the Access community from all across the globe. We're coming to you for this first section of today's show from Australia, and there is lots of different things going on here. before you get to switch over to Europe, and then later on for the last segment of the show to our hosts in America. And throughout the day, you're going to see videos, you're going to see interviews, and all kinds of different information about what is going on with Access, because some of you, this may be your first experience of it. And how does it get any better than that?
And I think that I'm back on now. When we have a technical difficulty.
Okay.
Right at the beginning, we're back on. Okay, so the segment that Christopher, you and I are starting with here is growing up feeling different. And so let me ask you, it's like, did you grow up feeling different?
Absolutely. And I think we all did.
Yeah.
I think all of us grew up feeling like we're supposed to fit in here, or we're supposed to be like everybody else. But I was actually having a conversation about this in a class I did last week about that fairy tale story we all know called The Ugly Duckling, where the duckling grew up feeling weird, feeling like it didn't look like its friends, its brothers and sisters, and then it one day realized it wasn't a duck, it was a swan.
I love that story. So what if you're the beautiful swan? The phoenix rising from the ashes. And, I think we all have different stories too about growing up and how that we didn't, quote unquote, feel like we fitted in. When I was a kid, apparently I didn't really speak very much. I didn't speak very much until about the age of 5, to the point that my mother actually took me to the doctors one day and thought I was deaf and dumb, which is very funny because if you know me now, I'm not short of a word, but she thought something was wrong. But I honestly think I was on this planet going, seriously? I'm here again? What am I meant to do, this lifetime? What am I meant to do this lifetime? For me, it was so much about inviting people to a different possibility and changing the world. And I know when I would look around and see what people were choosing and what people still choose now, like the trauma and drama, or this, the fight, the conflict, the judgments, the, anything like that, I'm like, what are we doing? What are we doing? And I always look outside and look at these, nature. Look at nature, look at the be with the earth, the planet, the land, everything. I'm like, what if there's a different possibility here? And it had that sense that I always felt like I was outside. And I remember I traveled around the world at a really young age. I did so many different jobs. There was a guy that I went and did an interview with once, and he said, you do realize how bad your resume looks, right? And I said, what do you mean? He said, you've had so many jobs and all you do is, work at them and leave them. And I was like, yeah, but I was done. I was like, I'm not going to stick to something that's boring for me. I'm not going to stick to something that I'm no longer interested in. I'm going to move on.
And that's a great example of difference that I think a lot of us can relate to. Like what we're told by the examples of this reality is you're supposed to stick to one thing and you're supposed to be committed and consistent. But most of us are not like that.
No.
We are different.
And that's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. Enjoy your life.
The fact that, like you were talking about being involved with Access Consciousness for 22 years, having been the worldwide coordinator and now one of the main facilitators who delivers the CFP classes, that's the Choice for Possibilities around the world, that's the only thing that I can think of that for me and for you has been inspiring enough and interesting enough to keep me there for that length of time.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things that I started and I joined. I remember when I met Gary Douglas, it was at a Mind, Body and Spirit festival in Sydney, Australia. And I remember saying to him at the end of it, I went, you've saved me so much money. And he looked at me and he went, that's not usually what people say. And he said, tell me more. And I said, well, I used to walk around Mind, Body and Spirit festivals and I would do everything because I was looking for something more. I knew that there was something more. I just didn't know where to look. I mean, I turned to drugs to try and find something more. I'd get my aura reading, I'd get my iridology, I'd get my astrology, I would get numerology, I would get anything that was new on the block, I would get that done, and I'd pay a small fortune for it. And I'm not saying that there's anything bad or terrible or awful about that, but what I was looking for was an answer in that. And for the first thing when I remember the first seminar I ever went to with Gary, and he said, don't trust me, trust you. And I was like, what? And I listened and I was like, wow, don't trust me, trust you. And it was the first person who really empowered me to know what I know, and that if I feel different in a situation, that's totally okay. It's like if I'm choosing something different, that's totally okay. I get to choose me. I get to be true to me and for me and my body. and follow that and not do what everybody else is doing. And it's like, wow, what a gift.
Yeah, well, I mean, what you're bringing up is that seeker idea. And for most of us, we've done that, right?
Yeah.
As you said, going to
Yeah.
those
Looking.
looking for something, those mind, body, spirit festivals. And even like to bring up that ugly duckling thing again, it's like how many of us have been that duckling, actually a swan, doing the seeking to find where your difference isn't a point that makes you separate, but is actually celebrated and includes you.
Yeah.
And I did the same thing. I tried witchcraft and Buddhism and you name it, channeled reading, this and that and the other, until when I eventually went, whatever, I'm over it. That's when someone came along and introduced me to Access Consciousness. And they said, there's this facilitator coming to the city where I lived, which was Seoul, Korea.
Mm-hmm.
And she's going to do a foundation and level 1 class. And at that time, bars actually was part of foundation and level 1. And they said, can we do it at your house? And I said, fine, but I don't want to do it. I'm not interested. Enough of this. I've read some of the manuals and the books, and there's too many spelling mistakes, and I'm not interested in this. And they started the class in the next room in my house, and I went,
What's that?
What's that? And it was that difference that I went, oh, this isn't like everything else that I've tried, everything else that I've experienced. There is actually something to this that is really different. I went, okay, it's like what you brought up with that one of those first classes with Gary. It was about you and including you.
It also, the first seminar I ever went to with Gary was on relationships, and I was not interested in relationships. My whole life I was like, I'm not doing relationship, you know, and notice there's no question in that. It was just this whole conclusion and this dismissal of it. But for me, I couldn't see a good one. So I was like, why would I choose one? I can't see a good one. But I also realized years later, I was only looking at other people as a reference point for what I could choose. So I was not interested in relationship at all. And he was doing this seminar, but I wanted to hear him speak. And it was so amazing. And it was about an hour and a half, 2 hours. I loved that he said that one thing, don't trust me, trust you. He swore. He was irreverent. And I walked out going, God, this is so refreshing. It's like something, you know, something true, something real, something that had this like space to it and this freedom to it. And I also walked out, and for the first time ever, I realized that I had been judging myself for not desiring a relationship. Because also years ago, it was very much like you had to be in a relationship. You know, it's like you get invited to a party. It's like everyone's got a partner. So if you're not in a relationship, you're wrong. And it was the first time I walked out of there and I went, oh, I'm not wrong for what I'm choosing. And I think that's a really key element. Like whatever you're choosing in life, in any area, you're not wrong.
Absolutely. Well, that's one of the areas that I've started facilitating a lot of classes on as an Access Consciousness facilitator is sex and relationships.
The truth of sex.
Yes, the truth of sex is a new specialty, ladies and gentlemen, with Access Consciousness. And what I aim to do with that is so much what you're talking about. Give people permission to have what is true for them in whatever area of your life. Whether it's with finances and business or your body or with sex or with relationships. What if the only thing you got out of today, the 11th annual Access Consciousness Global Bars Day, was that you have the permission to just be you, and no matter what, there is nothing fucking wrong with you.
So Chris, what are some of the tools or questions that you could like give people in, because I would say you're a lot more comfortable in your own skin now. And it's like, so how did you...
like me.
Yeah. Okay. But how did you get to that? Because I know that there's moments of your life and my life that it was like, you know, that's not where you're at. So how did you get to that?
Well, probably the most dynamic tool of access that I use constantly is getting to look at what your judgments actually are and letting them go. Because a judgment is basically anywhere you've decided something is so. That it's real and true and solid, and that's the way things are. And if you've decided something about yourself is wrong and gives you the ammunition not to like yourself, it's kind of hard to get over it.
Yeah, you know, I heard Gary Douglas, the founder of Access Consciousness, many years ago, he, in his life, he was looking at this and he realized that judgment was nothing but this big black dark hole. And he made the demand of himself that he would never judge himself again and he wouldn't judge others. And that man is amazing. I see every now and then, like if he slips into judgment, boom, gone. And it's like he doesn't let it sit there. He will choose the more space and the freedom. So what if today is an auspicious day, ladies and gentlemen? It's Global Bars Day, Access Global Bars Day, whatever time it is in your world. What if this moment right now, you make the demand of yourself and the request of the universe? You cannot demand of anyone else, okay? Or you can't demand of the universe, but demand of yourself and request of the universe that right here, right now, you do not judge yourself ever again. You don't judge yourself. You don't judge your body. You don't judge your money. You don't judge your business. You don't judge your relationships. None of that. And so get your bars run and start being in question. Ask some questions like, what else is possible with this? What else is possible with my body? What else is possible with my money, wealth creation, business, relationships, family, everything? Because one thing I always look at, Chris, is this is our life. Like, this is it, guys. This is not a test run. It's not a dry run. This is our life. So what are you choosing?
Yeah.
It's like, and is what you're choosing right now working for you, or would you like to change it? Whatever area that is. And start to play with that. Like, indulge in the energy of, okay, do you want to live somewhere else? Do you want to be in that relationship? You know, do you want to be in that business?
Do you want to be in that university degree? Do you want to be in that job you're in? All of those things.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. And it's okay to be different, and it's okay to keep choosing something different.
Yeah.
Don't judge it.
And what if the only person's approval you ever required in your life was your own?
That's a great tool. You know what? I have a great question for this is when you choose, ask, who do I think of before I choose? Now, the thing is, it should be you. But who do you think of before you choose? And how many of you have this answer that comes up that's like, oh, I think of my kids, or I think of my husband, or I think of my work, or I think of this. What if you change that? And what if from now it was you were thinking of you? You were the person that you were choosing for. You and your body. Different reality.
Absolutely.
So Chris, there's
Yes,
a question down here that you know at the end of this that I wanted to ask. They've written these questions for us, some of them, not that we followed it. But it's interesting. It's like what's something that you the question is, what's something that you each admire about the other? And I read this question before, and I'm going to say your tenacity. You are so tenacious in everything that you choose.
Wow, that's interesting. Tell me more, because I had no idea.
Are you serious?
Yeah, really?
Yeah. And it's like you will keep going. Like you will choose something and you will keep going. And it's like, even though, I mean, I've been a friend of yours for quite some time now, a long time.
Yeah.
I don't know how long, but quite some time.
17 years?
Yeah. And the one thing I notice is, you know, life isn't always rainbows and unicorns. Sometimes there's some shit that shows up that you're like, how am I going to deal with this?
Yeah.
And you may stumble and fall, but no matter what it is, you always get back up and you go through the sludge, and then you choose something different, and you come out being more of you and all of you. And I'm so grateful for that.
Thank you. That's it's humbling to hear.
It's what you choose.
I was thinking about this question as well, but what I admire about you, and it actually has been a quality that you have that has irritated me in the past, or has pissed me off and made me go, wow, you're really getting on my nerves here. But you always will go bigger.
Not
like,
fatter.
No. And that's okay too. But you will always reach for a greater possibility or look from a bigger place. Like say, because you and I have businesses together, if I'm looking at something as this,
Yeah.
you'll go, yeah, but what about
this?
And sometimes when you're so fixed that this is all there is,
Yeah.
and someone goes, yeah, but there's more, sometimes that can irritate you. But it's actually something that I cherish about you as a friend. You always inspire me to look from a bigger place.
Cool. Thank you. And I'll just keep going bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And I think that's funny because I know there's a few people who get a bit like about that. But you know what? It's about being undefinable. It's like not defining and like, let's go, let's go, let's go. So let's go big This is Global Access Bars Day. I hope you guys have way too much fun. It's been an absolute pleasure starting this off with you, Mr. Christopher Hughes. And we have so much more coming up, and we are incredibly grateful that you are here. Please share this around.
Including a fabulous interview with my great friend, Wendy Mulder.
Yay!
Bars in Business is a program for more mental wellness in businesses. The Access Bars is a hands-on technique where a facilitator touches certain points on your head, and by doing so creates this incredible space of relaxation for your brain for 45 minutes to reload their batteries, to de-stress and to go back to work fully recovered, like a 6-hour deep sleep.
I work with Access Consciousness now and have for quite a few years, so I'm lucky that it's actually already part of my business and part of everyday life. Before here, I worked for almost 15 years in animal welfare and different roles working, where it was quite a stressful environment, and we didn't have anything like that. Like, no one ever really talked about taking care of you. And I think bars could create a force of people that loved what they did a lot more and were more productive and more happy to get up and go to work. It's a space opener. And I think really in the end, it would just create a happier world.
I love to get my bars run because it helps me focus.
Bars in Business is a program for more mental wellness in businesses. The Access Bars is a hands-on technique where a facilitator touches certain points on your head, and by doing so creates this incredible space of relaxation for your brain for 45 minutes to reload their batteries, to de-stress and to go back to work fully recovered, like a 6-hour deep sleep.
I work with Access Consciousness now and have for quite a few years, so I'm lucky that it's actually already part of my business and part of everyday life. Before here, I worked for almost 15 years in animal welfare and different roles working, where it was quite a stressful environment, and we didn't have anything like that. Like, no one ever really talked about taking care of you. And I think bars could create a force of people that loved what they did a lot more and were more productive and more happy to get up and go to work. It's a space opener. And I think really in the end, it would just create a happier world.
I love to get my bars run because it helps me focus. I have an increased sense of vitality when other people are really stressed. I was always performing well because of it. For me, it just creates a sense of peace in my world.
So the Bars in Business is so much about creating more ease in the workforce, but not just in the workforce, in your life. I mean, I wrote a book called Joy of Business. So for me, it's like your whole entire life is your business and your business is your life. Like I always say, if you wake up in the morning and you have blood running through your veins, you're in business, because how are you choosing your life? So for me, instituting bars into your life on a regular basis is such a contribution.
Now I've been using bars for about 15, 16 years, and ultimately it just creates so much more relaxation and focus and peace in my world, and I see it as such a valuable tool and technique. You know, when you're like trying to solve a problem or dealing with high stress situations, sometimes you just need to step away for a moment and gain some perspective and relax a little bit, and then when you approach the situation with a bit more vitality and a bit more perspective, bars is invaluable in those cases.
Happy people make for a happier world, and I would just invite everyone to look at how we can have more happy people in the world, and bars in business is definitely one of those.
It helps me reset. You don't have like the highs and lows emotionally that you would typically get without getting my bars run. So I notice it right away, and it really helps me with a lot of things in my life outside of that.
You don't have to be miserable. You know, just because you're in business doesn't mean that you have to be unhappy. You can literally choose joy in business.
It's like I have the helicopter view of what's going on within the business rather than getting lost in the woods. And bars absolutely contributes to that.
Access bars is a very unique method. Try it out, give it a try. 45 minutes and you will know.
My name is Georgia Watson and I live in the United States. And one thing I've noticed is that in culture and in the way that we're raised, it's like we're supposed to learn from other people how to be, and like in social situations, take cues for how to be and what's right and what's wrong. And one thing that I've noticed about bars is that when I have my bars run, I very rarely have this sort of subconscious desire or this like automatic desire to reference what other people need of me or what I'm supposed to be doing or what the right perspective to take on something would be. But I just have this sense of clarity through my mind and through looking at the world. It's actually like through my own eyes instead of the eyes that I think I'm supposed to have to be able to fit in or to be able to be some version of myself that I think would be better. And so I found a sense that actually it's okay to be who I am, and that that's not hard work, but that showing up and being who I am is actually the most natural thing in the world without even having to try, without having to put on a smile or put on anything at all. I get to just be me.
Happy Global Bars Day! Happy Global Bars Day!
Pregnancy and birth before and after access bars. I had my first child without the tools, without having access bars run on me, and I suffered from postpartum depression. She had colic. It was very hard to connect with my baby, be present, enjoy the whole experience, and I guess I really wish to have a different experience if I've ever had another child. And it was day and night after having my bars run while I was 6 months pregnant and onwards towards the delivery and after birth. I had a home birth. I was extremely connected to my second baby. I could be extremely present and joyful with him, and I never had postpartum ever again without any medication or any other changes, and it was really day and night is what comes up. So yeah, if you want to have more peace, more ease as a mother, maybe consider access bars. It will change everything for you and your ability to be for your kids and with your kids.
So I've mentioned my wife, so obviously that puts me in a category different from people who have husbands, but I've had that too, so I can kind of identify. But that judgment that comes in when you say that, Access takes it away if you allow it to, obviously. And one of the biggest gifts for me has been the ability to receive bars, to actually receive and let my body have that gift and let the considerations go and let the little mind hamster disappear and sleep and enjoy weekends off and not feel guilty about everything that comes with mom guilt and special needs kids and busy work days and not feeling a good enough spouse and all the stuff that I've heard and seen and lived is so less now.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you very much for staying tuned during those inspirational videos showing people running bars all across the planet. And what I loved about that was some of the different ways people use these bars and the different and dynamic things that bars can contribute to your life. I am so excited to be able to, to interview a dear old friend of mine. I don't know if you know this, Wendy, but you're one of the very first people in Access that I actually ever met.
Really?
Many, many years ago. So I'm really excited to interview Wendy Mulder here. Wendy had a lifetime as a nurse.
Yes.
She is an international speaker and she is the author of 2 books, Learning from Grief and Dying Happy, The Gift of Choice. She is also a certified facilitator of Access here in Australia and one of our 3-day body class facilitators. And she founded Living with Ease and Kindness with Grief to assist people to embrace living beyond trauma, grief, and self-judgment. So thank you so much for joining us, Wendy.
Ah, thank you. It's just so wonderful to be here. Like it's such a gift, and I just have so much gratitude for. I don't want to start crying.
You can cry. You're not wrong.
But just for Access Consciousness, the bars, and just how much it's gifted, me, and just the contribution of all the people that you come across in your lives, and thank you as well for being such an amazing friend. It's just, you're such a joy. We've had so many laughs.
Exactly.
It's been so good. And that's the wonderful thing with bars. It's, it unlocks the polarity of the right and wrong and the good and the bad. And it allows you to just have this space of being and this joy. I mean, and a lot of times I used to, many, many times I used to make myself wrong for being too happy. They were just like, you'd be the only one who'd be just having so much fun and you'd be laughing. And then you'd be like, oh, maybe I better just quieten down. Maybe it's wrong to be
Now,
this happy.
Hang on a minute, Miss Wendy, because you're talking about being this happy and how odd that is. And you've written 2 books about grief and death.
I know.
To a lot of people, that would seem a little bit strange. Grief and death are these solemn and significant things in life that we have to be really upset about and pull out our hair and weep and wallow in. But you obviously have a different point of view. So can you tell us what that is?
Well, it's always been, to me, it's always been so simple in the sense that, yes, we live and then we die, but why wouldn't we continue living in a way to honour the person who has passed? Like, I've never been able to get, like, that whole thing of how people sort of close down. They sort of want to contract into themselves, sort of have that cave. They think that's the way, you know, to protect them. Whereas if you've actually been, or whatever it is, whether it's relationship or, you know, you've broken up from a relationship or someone dying, it's like, what if you could just have so much gratitude for that person being in your life for that period of time? And I know for myself, I've had many instances, and as I say, as well with my husband, but I always was so grateful for the fact of having that person in my life for so long. And I was like, well, why not enjoy myself and continue to be happy?
Yeah.
What contribution would that be to him or to all those people that are still, I mean, wherever they are in the world? Because our being still continues to live on. It's only a body that dies.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The meat suit. Now, they've entitled our interview here "When Things Don't Go to Plan," and what I love here in reading your bio, and what I know about you as well, is you did have this life as a nurse, and now you're doing so many other things.
Yeah.
So what led you to discover these tools of the bars and access consciousness? And I know that you have quite a keen interest in bodies with the body classes you do.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it was interesting. For years and years, I used to do a lot of meditation, and I'd have this sense of peace, you know, and I always used to think, but how cool would it be to have this peace with my whole body and being? And it was so magical, because then I asked that question, and then all of a sudden access consciousness showed up, and the bars. And then with the bars and then with the body work, there was just this beautiful energy that just, of like, you start to, I've lost my track of thought, but you that whole polarity goes away. It starts to disappear with the bars. And then that we have this body work as well, that we have these, you know, beautiful processes that start to unravel all those areas in your life that are not contributing. And then there's just this beautiful ease with being who you be.
Yeah.
And why wouldn't you want that?
Exactly. Okay, so you asked that question and bars showed up.
Yes.
Then what?
Well, then it just continued. I mean, the first time I had the first time I did have bars, it wasn't fun for me. Actually, I was actually quite sick, you know, because it was like I had these, you know, headaches that showed up, but there was something there that just kept me going. There was just, I knew that this was something that I wanted to find out more about. And so I continued and continued, and it just never stopped, because the beautiful thing with bars and body process, it just keeps changing, and I love it. You know, like you just keep, nothing stays the same, and so it just, that's what I love, is that you just keep moving, and it just keeps changing, and you just keep receiving more, and you keep being more, and then you start to have more and more of you start to have more and more ease, and it's like, well, why wouldn't you?
Exactly.
Why wouldn't you want more of that?
Exactly. That's the way I have been with access consciousness since I discovered it. Was like, okay, where's more? Where's more? Where's next? How do I get more of this?
Yeah.
So another question I have for you, Nina, as I say, the title of our interview segment here is "When Things Don't Go to Plan," and I know you wrote this book, Learning from Grief, in particular, and I understand that book led you to spend some time in prison. So
yes,
I wanted
true.
to just spend a little time talking about that.
Yeah, and just to make it clear, I didn't end up going to prison. I didn't be, but I didn't, you know, one that was there for months. But yes, I did. It was such a beautiful thing of like following the energy again. I had this conversation, well, actually it wasn't a conversation, it was a radio interview with a friend, Liam, who, of course, is now not around anymore.
Yeah.
And
When she
he
says not around, she means he has died.
he has died, and and it was he asked me some really interesting questions, and it was a really weird conversation. You know, we ended up having people from America come online and talking about things that they'd done, and we were like, no, we can't put this to air. But what came out of it, I was like, oh, why don't I go to the prisons? You know, it was just from that that's the beautiful energy of, like, you know, with these tools. It was like, oh, I wonder what gift is there from this conversation that I can follow the energy and see what else is possible. And then I was like, oh, I wonder how I could I wonder how I could take my book into the prison. And then it was like, oh, who could I connect with? And that's where it was like with my nursing background. So I rang this lady who was in charge of the prison, the nursing side. And I said, oh, I'd love to come in and talk about grief. I have this book. And she said, yes, that sounds great. Come on in. And so I remember walking into the prison and thinking, oh my God, through all the locked doors and everything else. But I remembered Gary Douglas and Dain Heer. I remember them just saying, just be you, and the universe is there and it's got your back. And I went, okay. So in we went, and then we sat down, and it was just so funny because the book never got to the hospital or anything, because just before I left, and this is the magic of, like, no plan, but just before I left the house at home, I thought, oh, I might take a bars flyer. And so when we got into this meeting with all these people, and I said, oh, by the way, there's just this wonderful thing that you can do that's called the bars. And the educational officer that was there, she went, oh, this is what I've been waiting for. And then from there, and then I remember walking out of the prison and thinking, fuck, how am I going to do this?
And you did it.
And I did it. And so we ended up going into the prison we did it for a year anyway, going in there and teaching them the bars. And it was ever so funny though, because, and of course we took in lots of books, and I remember saying to Gary, you know, how all the books got stolen. I mean, it was so funny. They were, and the manuals, because we'd take in, you know, we'd do up the manuals, and over they'd come, and you know, with their dirty pillows and unwashed hair, and we had no massage beds, so it'd be just 2 tables put together with a dirty old pillow, but we did it.
And there you went. And that was not your plan at all.
That was not my plan.
Well, I have a similar story. We don't have too much longer in our interview segment here, but I have a similar story about you. Wendy Mulder here used to come and work with us at the Antique Guild, which is a shop that we have in Brisbane.
Yes.
And she said to me one day, do you remember this? You said, you know, I think my brother Peter's a member of the Queensland Club. I know he's not there, but let's go down.
Right, that's right.
So Wendy here and I walked down to the Queensland Club, and she says to the receptionist, oh, is my brother Peter here? Knowing full well that he wasn't.
That's true.
And she went, oh, he's not? Oh, that's fine. We'll just go in. And she takes us in and talks her way into the president's office to sit down and talk to him about the Antique Guild and what we might offer to the members of their club. It's such a similar energy that you're talking about of not taking no for an answer.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Leading with a question to create a different possibility and having an adventure.
Yeah, that was so much fun. I do remember that. Yeah, and yeah, it was. And I remember talking to the fellow, because he was like, no women are allowed to become members. And I remember saying to him, yes, I will be a member here I will be a participant here one day, and I am now.
Things don't show up the way you think they will.
Yeah, it's true, because it was all men club, that's right. Yeah.
So what's your go-to access consciousness tool when it comes to handling situations in life that maybe aren't what you expected? Maybe you haven't received the outcome that you had desired.
Well, one of my favourite ones is that one, and I have to give lots of gratitude to Dr. Dain Heer for this one, is just when things are not going so good, it's just like, okay, take another step. I think it's such a good one. It's like, take another step. Take another step. Go and have a cup of tea. You know, that's a bit of nursing coming in there, but but it just take another step. Be in the question of like, and that's the, but I love the energy of that, of like just being willing when things look like, you know, nothing's like, it looks like nothing's going to work, but just that one of like, take another step, it's okay. Like just be with that, and then ask a question of what else is truly possible here that I haven't considered would be possible, or something like that.
Okay, I want to relate that a little bit to something you told us earlier, because you said your first experience of the bars was actually not great.
Yeah, not
you
nice.
had headaches and some intense physical reactions?
Yes, I did, and I was actually sick.
But apparently you knew something was there and you went to take another step.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. And it was just that I just knew that this was just something that I just knew was for me. And it's interesting, and like I've been doing these tools, being these tools and loving these classes for quite a while now too, and it's that same energy, you know. It's just it just keep going. Like it's always refreshing. You know, it's always like, yeah, and you just there's an excitement in that.
Well, it sounds like that's the way you approach grief that is so different as well. Take another step, keep going, keep living, as you said.
Yes, absolutely. Like it because the amount of people that, you know, over time, because I do grief sessions, is, you know, people that are still, you know, well, I best not do that because I don't think my husband would approve of that. Like I must
even if your husband's dead.
Yes, I must be home by 6 o'clock at night, or I must write my letter to him every night, or you know, these sort of, basically where there's that whole energy of basically where they stop.
They stop taking that other step.
They stop taking that other step. Yeah.
You are such a gift and such an inspiration, Wendy, and I personally am incredibly grateful that we are here together in Australia
me too.
At the same time, and what else is possible?
Oh, absolutely, Chris, and I'm just so grateful too. I'm so grateful for you, and just the fun and the joy and just that uniqueness of having friends, you know, like it is really precious. It is a precious thing.
Well, it's different than what we're told friends is, I think, when we look at the examples in Hollywood movies, etc. It's a different kind of friendship. People who actually have your back, who you can have a sense of communion with that is beyond connection and
absolutely.
Relationship.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and you may not see each other for weeks or months, but you still know it's there.
And there's gratitude.
Yeah. I love it. I
So
totally
cool.
love it.
Well, folks, that's all the time we have, so thank you all, and there's more goodness coming up on the 11th International Bars Day.
Yay!
Let's see. All right. So the first time I ever had my bars run, I heard about the class. I was like, I'll try that. And I got my bars run, and it was basically like I had 700 cups of coffee afterwards. And I was like, what is this? This is amazing. And of course you do a second trade during the second half of the day, and it felt like I could barely get home. I was so relaxed. And I just went to bed for hours afterwards. And I didn't really know what changed then, but I do know that afterwards, I would say within a couple weeks, I started noticing that I was able to be a lot more of myself around people, whereas before I would be like, you know, with my guard up, like, how does this person need me to act? What does this person need? Like, how can I make everybody else comfortable at the expense of myself, basically? And after that session, and of course many sessions later, now it's more like, hey, I can include myself, I can choose for me, I can like myself and who I am without regard for what other people think of me, which actually allows me to be more of a gift to everybody else in the first place, not just trying to figure out like what they need or what they want, but rather being myself and allowing people to receive it and inspiring others through that.
Hello everyone, happy Global Bars Day from Al Ain, UAE.
I have a few companies. So to me, bars adds a lot to my companies because it adds to my life. I'm in the owner or managerial role of these businesses. And my view of a good manager or owner is not that you are responsible for everything getting done, but you're the one who needs to be aware of everyone and everything that's going on, that helicopter view. So bars just helps have this relaxed clarity where you sort of, instead of get hyper-focused and into the micromanaging of each individual staff member and what they're doing and what's going on in their life, you have this more expanded out view of everything. So you can manage people so much more effectively because you're looking at the whole picture. And in so doing, I find it's easier to empower my staff to build a role that works for them within the company.
I worked for almost 15 years in animal welfare, and the animal part of it was great, but it was stressful. People were unhappy, people would get burnt out, people would leave.
So for me, when you're getting your bars run, it's like pressing the delete button of all the crap and all the thoughts and the feelings and emotions that you're holding on to focus on trying to get something right, to get the result that you think you should get, rather than, you know what else is truly possible beyond this? That's what I'm looking for, that's what I'm asking for. That's the world I would like to live in.
But the gift of bars is even a 30-minute session creates such a beautiful way of relaxing for your body that it's enough to go back to the office, be fresh, be alert, be present, and actually enjoy working again without being drained out or tired. It brings your whole body back to life. We're all doing very well, they all love it, and they're asking for more of it.
When you get your bars run, it's like it's dissipating the electrical component of thought. So the same thoughts that are bogging you down, you don't necessarily have. The anxiety levels are less, and therefore you have a lot more stamina long term to hit your targets and your objectives.
And bars, to me, it just helps you see everything that's going on, the good, the bad, and the ugly, without a point of view. Like, we're so trained to fix problems, particularly in business, and look for what's wrong, rather than see everything that is occurring. And that, to me, is what bars does. It allows you to relax and start to see the whole picture.
If I had my way, I think everyone should get their bars run every day, even if it was just for 15 minutes. You receiving the bars and the person gifting the bars is going to get a huge amount of space and change from a short session or a long session. So every day would be great.
what I get about running your bars is that you start receiving more, like everything, and then it's like when you don't get your bars run, you start like well, not needing it, but like having like that, I don't know how you say,
Like a craving?
like this craving for bars, like, and then once you get your bars run, like the whole world just is totally different. The space is different and you are different. So yeah, it's like awesome. So happy Bars Global Day. No, wait. Happy Global Bars Day.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Feliz Día Global de las Barras. Les saluda Jessie Quevedo desde Hernandarias, Paraguay.
Evet, İstanbul 10 Haziran Bars sınıfına hoş geldiniz. Arkadaşlar, merhabalar.
Hey everybody, and we are back at Access Global Bars Day, or Global Access Bars Day actually. So, and we are going for 13 hours straight. So welcome to the marathon, beginning out here in Australia. And now I have a segment with Ryan T. So welcome, Ryan T.
Hello, Simone. Happy Global Bars Day, everyone.
We can't hear him right yet, but I'm sure I'm going to hear him in a second. Let me tell you some information about him. So Ryan T is actually, he's an Access Consciousness facilitator, and he discovered, let me see, he came across Access in 2011, and he very quickly became a bars facilitator. And then, I love this, because this is called financial reframe. So Ryan was telling me he was always interested in money, but yet I guess didn't really know like how is money going to show up. And in 2016, when he chose to become an Access Consciousness facilitator, he literally spoke to the universe and was like, okay, universe, if you want me to become an Access Consciousness facilitator, show me the money. Yep, just like Jerry Maguire, show me the money. So here he is now, Ryan T, welcome.
Hello, Simone.
Yay!
Hello, everybody. Hey.
Celebration time. Yeah, that's it. Financial reframe.
Show me the money.
Exactly. Show me the money. Don't you just like saying that? Doesn't it feel good? Yeah. So Ryan, tell me a little bit about how, because I love the way that you said you were always interested in money and yet, but it wasn't there. I mean, how many of us actually go, I'm interested in money, but it's not there, and then go to the judgment or depression or something like that about I have no money? What was that like for you, and how did you sort of turn that around, flip the script, as they say?
I'm not sure if saying that I was always interested in money was correct. So I was interested in money, but at the same time, at that time I had so much judgment about money. Like I hate money literally, but didn't realize that. And I still remember there was one tele class that Gary did. It was called Strong Talk. That was so many years ago.
Yeah.
So the Strong Talk tele class is about like telling you what you really need to know, like so that you don't avoid it anymore. And I asked Gary a question, and then Gary said this like with intensity: "You hate money, you hate money, you hate money." And then everything brings up this random. I was like, and I cut that part out. I extract that audio, and then I keep playing that for I don't know how many weeks until I cleared until I could really acknowledge how much I hate money, and also start changing that.
Oh, I love that. That's like a ringtone of just Gary yelling at you saying, you hate money, you hate money, you hate money. I love it. But do you know what? I had so much money stuff show up as well. And when I came across Access Consciousness, I loved the tools. Straight away, I was like, oh my goodness, these tools were amazing. And actually, like Wendy, I wasn't that interested in bars to begin with. I was just so interested in the questions and the processing. I was like, tell me more, tell me more, tell me more. Eventually, of course, I was like, oh my God, can somebody please run my bars? And now I couldn't live without it. But the funny thing is, I was using all of the Access tools and they were working and it was changing my life. And money tools, I was refusing. I was avoiding using the money tools. And I remember this one class that Gary Douglas and Dain Heer did in Gold Coast. And there's a book written about this class now. It's called Money's Not the Problem, You Are. Now, I organized this class and I'm sitting in the audience and I can hear Gary and Dain talk about, these money tools. And I'm thinking, oh, here we go again, money tools, blah, blah, blah. And I was sitting there going, what are you doing, Simone? I know, because I knew that I was creating a financial mess. I didn't exactly know how bad it was, but I knew I was creating a financial mess. And at that moment, I made this demand of myself and I went, you know what? I'm going to start looking at these tools. I'm going to start using these tools and seeing if something can change for me. So, and I did, and it did start to change big time. So when you became an Access Consciousness facilitator in 2016 and made that request of, show me the money, how did you request that? Like what else? What else changed for you? What did you use? What tools?
It was like request the universe to support me, to help me, and then at the same time like to demand myself to be and do whatever that was required.
Yeah.
So it was like, oh, universe, like help me, I'm willing to do whatever it takes. And universe did respond to my request, and I still remember when money showed up very quickly at that time. So I was like, whoa, like, in shock, like couldn't believe it. And I created, I think it was just the exact amount that I need to attend the CF training and also to travel.
You know what? That's funny you say that.
I ask for more.
I know. I have a story about that too. When Gary, I was wanting to go to facilitators in America, and I didn't have the money. Like I was struggling to even pay rent. And Gary said, ask for it, request it. And I did. And I remember standing there, I was in Sydney, and Gary and Dain were there, and I had this chunk of money in my hand. And Gary said, if you ask for the money for something, make sure you spend it on that, because the universe has gifted you what you asked for. And because I remember thinking, oh God, I should go pay bills. I should do this. I should do that, you know, instead of, you know what, I asked for the money to show up, to go to facilitators in America. I'm going to use the money for that. So if you're asking for money, it's like, relax with it as well. Relax with asking for money. And when it shows up, and I love the fact that you said how quickly it showed up too, Ryan, because everything can show up so magically and so quickly. And if you're willing to receive it and ask, hey, what else is possible? Like, what else is possible? How does it get any better than this? There's so much more that can show up. So you became an access facilitator. Now you have also, so we have a place in Costa Rica called El Lugar. And right at the beginning of today, you saw some videos of people saying, hey, you know, happy, Global Bars Day. And they were actually in Costa Rica at El Lugar. It's this amazing, beautiful property, which I know we're going to have stuff in these 13 hours about El Lugar. But here's the thing. It's a property that we bought. We're building this beautiful resort. Resort doesn't even do it justice, like that word. And we have all these amazing casas, houses, etc. on there. We actually just had our first event just a couple of weeks ago, which you were there, Ryan. I was there. And you told me this story about paying a percentage of your income towards actions for futures. Can you talk about that and how that's sort of your choice to do that plus what showed up from that?
So, Gary always say that, like, if you like support consciousness or if you support the future of planet Earth, then consciousness supports you back and the entire planet supports you. So I know in the beginning it can be hard to believe something like this because it's so hard to explain how it works logically. So for me, it was like, I really want to see that project, the El Lugar thing, become more successful. And I love nature, I love this planet. So when I have money, so I donate or contribute a percentage to Forest for Futures, and also in the beginning to help for Gary to buy the land. So that was like 10 years ago. And money just show up.
So you were doing 5% of your income towards Forest for Futures, towards Actions for Futures. So it's towards like contributing to this, and then money showed up. You know,
and it didn't make any sense to me because at that time I had money problem. I had money problem for years. I was even in debt. But the thing is that I didn't let that to be a problem for me to stop me from contributing to this world. So I think that's the strange thing about me. So.
Well, I think it's a strange thing about so many of us. And Gary said to me, I think it was like 20 years ago, he said to me, he was talking about generosity of spirit. And he said, if you have a generosity of spirit, the universe will gift to you at least 10 times more. And he wasn't necessarily talking about just money. It was like just even having a generosity of spirit. And I remember he said that, and it sort of sat with me for so long. And I know today that he actually lied to me, because it's not 10 times more, it's way more. And when you have when you have that generosity of spirit, there is just so much that can show up. And I want to say thank you for bringing up this topic as well, like in talking about how, I'm going to say you thought you had a money problem, because most people think they have a money problem, but find out that they actually don't. It's, what about receiving? What about looking at this from a different perspective? And I've noticed even in the last few days, there's so many people I've had a conversation with about money. And I was talking to Christopher Hughes earlier today and saying, I started to get really weird and really funky around money at the moment. And I was like, I haven't done that in so long. And, most of the world is being told that we're going into a recession. And Gary was saying to me the other day, you go recession, depression, but that doesn't have to be that. It's like we get to make a different choice. We get to make a different choice and create a different future. So, what different choice can you make today about your financial, awareness, about your financial choices, and create something entirely different? It's up to you. Each and every single one of you get to choose what your life looks like and what your financial reality can be. I will say you've got to take some action. You've got to take some action and look for what is inspiring. And I need to tell a story about you, Ryan, because you inspired me greatly. And I love this story. It cracks me up. So
every time I say this, I'm like, are you sure?
Yes, I'm very sure. So anyway, there's a whole lot of people who have invested in Alugar. You know, there's bonds you can buy, and I'm sure we're going to have some links to go check out Alugar. There's bonds, there's casas, everything, right? There's a whole series of things you can do. So of course, I think I was the second person to ever invest in Alugar because, like you, I so believe in this, and really right from the beginning was like, I would like to contribute whatever I can to this, like actualizing. So I invested and, paid off for my, casa to be built and et cetera and all of this. And we're at the property, and a bunch of us have some horses there. There's some amazing horses at this property. And we're riding around, and we're with David Kubes, who we work with, and we're, on our horses, and we're riding around, and David's going, and this is this person's investment, and this is this person's investment, and he goes, oh, this is Ryan T's, and then we ride a little bit further, and he goes, this is Ryan T's, and I went, no. I said, that's not Ryan T's. I said, the one back there was Ryan T's. And he looked at me, we're on the horses, and he went, no. He said, Ryan has 3 investments. And I'll never forget that moment. Because I was riding my horse and I was like, in my head, I'm like, you can do that? And I was like, 3 investments. And I was like, wow. And that afternoon, I was talking to David going, Ryan's got 3 investments. And he was like, yeah. And I was like, we need to invest more. You're like, we need to outcreate, this. And so that afternoon, David and I together actually bought 2 more investments. And like got the paperwork and did all of this so that we could invest more in Alugar. And it sounds like such a silly thing, but for some reason in my world, I was like, you can invest in 1 casa. And then Ryan invested in 3. I was like, okay. So we have this running joke now of like, who's got the most investments? How can we outcreate each other? Which for me is fun. So, but you were a bit...
It's so funny. Like, every time when you see me, like in the last few months, you always ask like, now who have more?
Yeah, but you know what? For me, that's the fun that we can be together as well, and that joy that you can be with money and with finances. And I love this segment is called Reframing Your Financial Reality, and the fact that you can do that because you've inspired me, and hopefully I've inspired you, and then who else can we inspire? To choose more, like to know that anything is possible.
Yeah, it's like when you choose something, even though you're not thinking about trying to inspire someone else, but other people see you, they will be like, oh, wow, this is possible. So everyone choose more, choose more, choose more.
So what's your favorite money tool?
I use the tool that you taught in your class. I think this is one of your favorites, and I use that a lot. Everyday pocket pot everywhere that you have uninvited money.
I do like that one.
I heard you talk about that like since 10 years ago, and I literally use that.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about a little bit how to use that tool?
Well, every day or whenever you feel heavy or wonky about money, just like, okay, everywhere that I have uninvited money today, I destroy and uncreate, and then followed by the clearing statement and different possibilities.
And for me, that tool is amazing because so often we ask for money to show up. Like you'll be like, I would like this, I would like this, I would like this, I would like this, or whatever. And you're asking for money and you're taking some action. And then in a split second, you look at something and you go, oh, that's too expensive, I can't afford it. So you literally just uninvited money. So I love it because you don't have to go through like peeling the layers of the onion at the end of every day. And I actually used to have it on a Post-it note sitting up on my mirror. So I'm brushing my teeth at the end of the day, and I'm just pock and potting everywhere that I've uninvited money today. So I actually grabbed, we're in the Access Consciousness studio here in the Sunshine Coast. Woo, and I went and grabbed some of the books. So if you are like Ryan and myself and you thought you had a money problem, because I definitely thought I had a money problem, okay? So here's, well...
That was a problem.
But do you know what? One of the things that I realized with money, I was so comfortable with thinking I had a money problem. And if you look at, like, the next time you're, you know, hanging out with friends or family, etc., I mean, gosh, Christmas is just around the corner. And how many people start complaining about money and start, you know, saying that they've got a money problem, you know, interest rates, recession, da-da-da. And it's like this familiar energy that people choose based on what everybody else is choosing. You know, and right at the beginning of the day today, we started talking about really claiming, owning, acknowledging that difference that you are and being true to you. So what if being true to you is you don't have a money problem, like right now? I don't care how much money you have in your bank account or don't have in your bank account. It's like, what if you didn't have a money problem and you asked, you know, each day, it's like, what action can I take that would enable me and contribute to me in changing any area of my life that I think is not working, including money. So the first book that I would recommend is Money Isn't the Problem, You Are. We've sold out here, but we're going to get more. But Money Isn't the Problem, You Are. And I love that title.
Can I say something about that?
Yeah,
book?
go for it.
I bought that book since I don't know when, like in the very beginning of me learning Access, and I actually avoid reading that book for, I don't know, years. And then one day, finally, I read that book, and when I read that book, I was like, oh my God, like Gary, everything in that book, it was like describing me. I'm like, okay, the reason why I avoid that book is because of, I didn't want to acknowledge that I was the problem. I was like blaming money as a problem, and then at the same time needing money to be the solution. You know, the conflict, like you are the problem, you are the solution, you know. And when I read that book, I was like, I wish I have read that earlier. And so if you are avoiding that book, like, read it.
Yeah, but you know, it's interesting how a lot of the times when you avoid the Access tools, it's usually the tools that are going to change the most for you. Like I said, you know, today I spent so long avoiding the money tools, and I was creating myself to be a financial mess, and they ended up changing so much for me. So, and I didn't like the tools. I did not like the money tools to begin with. I did not agree with them. But the one thing I knew was I needed to change what I was choosing, because what I was choosing wasn't working. So I needed to, you know, do something different, be something different with money. So we've also got the Right Riches for You book, which is fabulous. This is with Gary Douglas and Dain Heer. One of the interesting tools in this book that I love they talk about is the difference between like saying, I've got to create money. I want to create money. I create money, which has this energy of like do. And the difference of when you choose to generate money. And that generative energy is a lot of what Ryan and I have been touching on here with the choice that you make and how you choose to be with money and be with your finances and be without creating each other and buying another casa at Alogar, you know. And then you've got the original. This is the original book that we ever had on money. It's called the How to Become Money Workbook by Gary Douglas. And then we've also got the advanced one. So there's lots of different money books that you can buy on the Access Consciousness website as well. Plus, we've got Getting Out of Debt Joyfully. This is a book that I wrote based on all the tools that I use to change my financial reality. And I know it's changed so many other people's as well. You don't need to be in debt to read the book, but it's, you know, it's fabulous what you can change and what you can choose in your financial reality. So Ryan, anything else you want to say to the listeners in these last few seconds?
I think I also like the slogan that, or maybe it's a tagline of your book. You say something like, what if nobody needs to have money problem?
Yeah. Yeah, what if nobody needs to have a money problem? What if you don't need to have a money problem? Ryan, thank you so much for being here with me. And everybody, mwah, enjoy the rest of Access Global Bars Day.
Happy Global Day! I forgot again. Happy Global. Okay, wait, no, but what do we have to say? Happy Global Day, bye. Oh my God.
But let's say
Bars.
slower.
Okay, Global Bars Day. Happy Global Bars Day from meu lugar.
Yes.
Hi everyone, my name is Danielle Tooley and I'm an Access Consciousness Certified Facilitator from Melbourne, Australia, currently in Bali, and I wanted to share my bars story with you. Now, I learnt the Access bars a little over 10.5 years ago, and soon after became a bars facilitator. So at this point, I can't even remember how many bars classes I've facilitated or how many clients I've actually facilitated, but it's been a lot. I came across the Access bars 10.5 years ago when I was looking for a modality to share with my clients after I had had about 5 years off nurturing my babies, being pregnant and all the things. And I was a pretty miserable mum. I was a stay-at-home mum at the time. I didn't have a lot going on and I was really desiring to have a bigger life. And enter the bars, and I went to my first bars class. I didn't actually have a session first. I went straight to doing a bars class, and when I laid on that table, I could physically feel the changes in my body occurring immediately. And when I got off the table, I felt like someone had plugged a life force back into my body, and I felt this huge energetic surge, and I felt more me again. And from that day, little did I know that the rest of my journey would change dramatically. My marriage broke down in the best way ever. It wasn't a great marriage. I became a better mum. I became more creative in the sense that I started building websites, and I was not computer literate. I also started to talk in front of cameras and speak in front of people, which I had never been able to do before because it filled me with such fear I wouldn't even entertain the idea. So to say a lot's changed, a lot's changed. I've also facilitated in many countries such as Hong Kong, New Zealand, Taiwan, and through a lot of states in my country, which I'm so excited about. It's such a beautiful gift to be able to share these tools with the world. So I just wanted to say hi if you have been desiring to learn the bars or have the bars run on you. I highly recommend it. Some people have some incredible shifts, including this lady who came to me recently who the psychologist had told her that there was nothing else that they could do for her. And after one session, when she hopped off the table, she felt completely different, and everything that she was concerned about this particular event and issue had melted away. And that's why I keep doing what I do, and I keep sharing the bars, and I keep running the bars, because they are such a gift in people's lives. And when I hear these stories, it makes me hungry for more of that. I'm like, yes, like what possibilities are out there in the world for us to share this incredible tool that can literally change people's lives. So happy Global Bars Day from me to you, and I hope you're having an amazing day. And what will the bars create for your future that you have never even anticipated could occur? Mwah.
Hi, I'm Renee Yu. I'm Osia from Malaysia. Glad to be here to share with you that I recently hosted a 3-day, 2-night gifting and receiving retreat in Malaysia. I've been doing this since 2018. I've been traveled to different cities to conduct classes, but I come up an idea like, what can I add the fun, or what can I add into this sessions, this event? Like it's come out like 3-day, 2-night events. I call it retreats. People come here just for fun, for swap. I've been created this event in Taiwan and Malaysia before that, and we have so much fun together from different city. And now recently, we have people from Taiwan and Singapore join us in Malaysia. So we actually enjoy the moment when we swap, and it come out like some of the participants, they're actually not able to find partners when they are in their own town. So when we meet up, they are so excited and happy that, okay, it's fun for me to have like 72 hours swap. It's non-stop. They keep swap with different people and different processes. So this is fun for us that when we create the events and everybody are so excited and playing together, having fun, and we also enjoy the food together. With this 72-hour swap that we had, we actually will took picture when we arrived at the venue, and after that we will doing the swap, and then before we leave the venue we take another picture, and we can see the comparison between before and after. When we have the swap, all of us are obviously look different, brighten up, everyone living with a happy face and changed. Thank you so much and happy Grover's birthday. Bye.
Happy Global Birthday!
From Estonia!
The greatest that it created for me was a relationship with me, and that just expanded beyond, and I was able to create so much more, be so much more, and have so much more. And in that I could be an inspiration, and that's what it did.
And it brought allowance to our family, allowance of us not having a judgment of where they are in their journey, allowance for me, and yeah, it's a huge contribution, especially when you're a family of 8.
Happy Global Birthday from Dubai, United Arab Emirates.
Hi there, my name is Junaline Banyas Musi. I am from Canada and I also live in Lebanon, and I'm also a citizen of Lebanon. I am a CF, Certified Facilitator, and I discovered Access Bars in 2013. And at that time, nobody was doing it in the Middle East. So I had to travel to learn it. And my facilitator at that time invited me to become the first bars facilitator in Lebanon in 2014. And so I did. I just chose it because I knew something changed in me after I took the classes. I always took everything seriously. And when I took my bars class and became a bars facilitator, more of me showed up. And how do I use Access Bars in daily life? Well, I do travel the world a lot, so it's not that easy to find somebody to practice with at times. And when I do, I actually just create it and I ask people who would like to do a bar swaps wherever that is in the world. What I do is actually, what's the beautiful thing about Access Bars is you can do it on your own. That you get to know in an Access Bars class. How do you do Access Bars on yourself? With bars and the people that have taken bars classes, not just from me, but I've seen from everyone else, is that, especially in Lebanon, is that more people are showing up, like more showing up, more unhiding of oneself, and more of you, less judgment of you, and that's it. This is the beautiful thing about Access Bars. Whatever you do, whatever you create, do not let wherever you are, wherever you live, limit you, because the world is vast and everything is a contribution. You know, I have lived in many countries in my life. You know, I've been everywhere, and I've been facilitating access consciousness classes all over the world as a Right Voice Free facilitator, as well as a 3-day body class facilitator. And I really see so much unraveling of people and becoming more of them. So what would it take for all of us actually to spread consciousness, to gift and receive the bars on this very special day of Global Bars Day?
Tudo na vida vem a mim com facilidade, alegria e glória.
We're filming?
And how are we starting?
Well, I was going to
start?
do like
Should you
exterior.
Oh, I like that. That's great.
Like setting the scene. It was a sunny day in Southern California. We have many sunny days in Southern California. And this was back in the day when I had a landline.
Okay, if that tells you anything.
So this is the year 2000. I had a landline. I didn't have my first mobile phone yet, I think, because I bought myself my first cell phone when I was like 25 or something. So I had a landline, and the landline was plugged in. I lived in an apartment that was built in the 50s, so the phone had a special little table in its own little part of the house, and I hear the phone ring in the other room. Hello.
Hi, my name is Dain Heer, and I was, I'm new in town, and I'm a doctor of chiropractics, and I saw your advertisement in the Independent, and I'm just trying to connect with people. And I'm like, holy shit, someone's calling me for my ad in the Independent. So I put this tiny little ad in the free local paper in Santa Barbara back then. Is the Independent still
I think so, yeah.
in existence?
Yeah.
All of life comes to me with ease and joy and glory. Call Shannon. And I'm like, I
Okay,
hope
we're
someone
talking-
calls, but I like don't want someone to call because I'm like, this is,
Tiniest ad in the world, okay?
yeah, it was just, it was the $10 ad I could afford at the time.
I wouldn't even be able to read that ad right now without glasses on, so that's how tiny the ad was. Yeah.
So, this guy's calling me, and I'm like, oh shit, someone's calling about Access. He's like, so I'd really love to, and you were so cool. You were like, I'd really love to check out what you do. And I was like, okay. So I do this stuff called Access, and we would start with the bars. And you're like, cool. And somehow we got together.
Yeah, well, I said, you said, yeah, we would start with this stuff called the bars, and I said, what would be the effect? You said, well, at the worst, you'll feel like you had a good massage. At the best, your whole life will change. And in the back of my head, I was like, well, my whole life better change or I'm killing myself, so what do I have to lose, But there was also this thing where you were like this happy marshmallow on the other end of the line. Like there was no force, there was just like, hi, yeah, whatever you want. Okay, let's do it. It was so cool.
So Dain was calling me for something that had already saved my life and totally changed my life, which is called the Access Bars. Access Bars, it's called the bars because there's these points on the head that you touch that are literally bars that run through the head that my father developed. He started when I was 12, and then I ignored him for the entirety of my teenage years because I thought he was super weird.
Good teenager, yeah.
But then I wanted to kill myself, and I was super suicidal, and I was in a lot of pain. And he sort of like tricked me into getting my bars run, And it started working, and I started having more and more sanity and less like wanting to die. And eventually I dropped out of the school I was going to, and I just wanted more of that energy that Access was giving me. Flash forward, I was 20 years old, living in Southern California, being like, what the fuck am I doing with my life? I guess I'll do Access, I'll try this. All of life comes to me with ease and joy. I'm like, Dad, what should I do? He's like, put an ad in the Independent. What should it say? All of life comes to me with ease and joy and glory.
And I saw that ad and I called.
I'm like a big sports fisher. I'm like a sports fisher. I catch the big fish.
Catch the big ones.
I got the big fish.
This is the happy marshmallow I'm talking about. Okay, so imagine this, right? And I'm at a place in my life where I literally set a date to end my life 6 months in the future, and I was starting my second practice in Santa Barbara, and the reason I became a chiropractor is because I wanted to create miracles in people's lives. And I saw people that were doing it, I just couldn't seem to do the same thing. Like people would come to me and I'd be like, I don't know what to do. And I was 30 years old at the time, and for the first time in my life, I gave up hope. I was like, I'm done. And I had been doing metaphysical stuff and spiritual stuff and psychological stuff and reading every friggin' book I could. And I finally just gave up hope. Because no matter what had happened before, I always knew it could get greater. And I figured the next workshop I would go to would give it to me. And I had this sense that, by the end of the workshop, the end of the weekend of these numerous workshops I attended, can't tell you the number of times where I was like, yay, I found the answer. And then literally like Wednesday of the following week, it felt like the universe came back in on my head. And I was like, oh man, I felt like I was back in the same place before I started the workshop. And literally 2 weeks before I called you, because you didn't know this at the time, but I saw your ad the week before, and I saw all of life comes to me with ease and joy and glory, and I was like, fuck you. You don't know what my life is like. And I got so angry, and that wasn't even easy for me to acknowledge at the time that I threw the paper away. I'm leafing through the paper the following week, and the only thing my eyes focus on is this little ad. That was the only thing I could read in the friggin' paper. Everything else was just boring me to tears. And I'm like, okay. Because I had learned long before that if you hate it or love it, there's something in it for you. And that's when I was like, okay, all of life comes to ease and joy and glory. Okay. And I had a moment. I had this brief sometimes there will be some moment that really changes your world where you're willing to allow something different in. And the moment in my head was, what if? like, what if, rather than this struggle that I've been going through that makes me not want to be here, like, what if it could actually be ease? I couldn't even get to joy and glory at that point, but I'm like, what if it could be ease? And then, so I call you, and I was like, oh, here we go. Because I'd tried so many things, you know? And in my mind, I was like, well, here we go again. And then you answered, and there was just such a, what I would call now, allowance and a space where it didn't matter what I had going on. And it wasn't that I said, hey, I have this and this and this going on, but energetically, it didn't matter what I was bringing to the table. You were there for it. And I was like, whoa, this is a different energy. Because everybody else I had talked to was like, oh, I'm going to fix you this way and fix you this way and fix you this way. And you were like...
Well, they probably weren't 20-year-olds and college dropout. So I was like, I have no idea what we're doing. I just know that I used to want to kill myself. I'm pumped on this now. Want to try it?
That. And I can't tell you what a gift that energy was. So we set up a time. You came to my office. And I remember that morning before you got there. And I remember being in my office alone, walking up, and I hated my office. I hated everything I was connected to.
To be fair, that was kind of a cool office.
It was a pretty cool office.
If any of you guys know Santa Barbara, he had this like small space in the Granada building, which is, I think, still the tallest building in Santa Barbara.
Yeah, it's got 7 floors.
I had never been up that high in Santa Barbara before. I was like, wow, this is like the big city up here.
Yeah, that's awesome. And that's so a Santa Barbara point of view too. You know, it's like, it's so high, it's 7 stories. And, you know, and I looked around my office and I hated the tables. I hated the fact that it was so small. I hated the desk. It was just like, and I didn't know how to get out of that. And so here you come and, you know, hi, how you doing? Hi, you know, and you're like, hey, what do you want to get out of this? I'm like, whatever you got, man. I just want to try it,
Yeah.
you know? I'm like, pretty much everything, you know? And I probably said everything. You're like, okay, sure. Let's see where we go. And that beauty of you just being with me, like, it was also this truly beautiful thing of you were just being with me. You were just like, hi. Now, from your perspective, you know, it's like, I'm 20, I don't know what I'm doing, whatever. I don't have any other choice, but it's part of your being.
Yeah.
That was the beginning of
When
this.
I had been so exposed to that and already had years of having my bars run and years of changing through the use of that tool, that's what I brought with me.
Friggin' awesome. And so I lay down on my table and I can't tell this without crying. You cradle my head in your hands and put 3 fingers here and like this.
That's the start of the bars.
That's the start.
Pretend there's a head here.
Pretend there's a head, yeah. We did a bowling ball. And there was this energy that I don't know how to describe, didn't have words for. It just felt like somebody was gifting me peace. Like there was this energetic flow of peace going through my body. And I didn't know it, but that was a huge part of what I was looking for because I didn't have any in my relationship, in my practice, my relationships with my family. I mean, I had caring for them, but there was no peace. And this starts, and it like, imagine something coming through and kind of melting all the stuff, I felt like I was filled with broken glass, and it felt like the glass started melting.
It's like a really good way of putting it, actually.
Yeah. And that was what I was living. I was done with the broken glass. And so you went to my feet, and then it took on a different flavor, but there's like a different flavor of peace. Well, the same one was still going. And then you did my hands, and it changed yet again. And I was just lying there in awe at that point. And this is just a few minutes in, and I was like, whoa. And then, you know, of course, I checked myself, you know, because you don't want to like just give in. You don't want to be too excited because probably like everything else, it'll go away, right? And so you start, and I remember kind of dazing out, kind of like a dreamy state for a little while. And then there was something, you moved your hands somewhere, and I started getting this joy. And that's the other thing I wanted. And that I thought, man, I didn't think I'd ever have it again. And to have it even for a moment for me was like, it was this, I don't have words. It was so beautiful, but it was also this like acknowledgement that it's actually possible. Like it can occur in my life right now too. And because I was trying to give joy to other people and being very unsuccessful, and so that started, and inside I started giggling like a little kid. And I just started as a little like hee hee. And after a while I was like hee hee hee hee hee hee. And it was like my cells were giggling. And part of, because it was interesting because there was part of it where I could tell I was trying to analyze or like keep enough mental distance so that I could make sure that I was, not, totally giving in, and whatever like the control that I had done, I was trying to do that. But what happened is it just kept melting and melting and melting. And there was a certain point at which I was just like, okay, I can surrender and receive. And you ran my bars for about an hour and 15 minutes. And I will never forget sitting up and looking out the window, because it was a beautiful blue day with clouds in the sky. And I was like, has it always been this beautiful here? And the beauty wasn't that, the beauty was all of it. And I was like, holy shit, if it feels this way to be alive, I'm in. And it took an hour and 15 minutes. And I'm not here to say that everybody has that experience or that level of transformation.
Yeah.
But for me to know that it was even possible. And so at that point, I was a chiropractor and you were an access practitioner.
I was an art school dropout. And I was an access.
Way to sell it, lady. Way to sell it.
I was like the second access practitioner because my dad was doing it, and I was like, I'll just try this.
Right. And I can't even imagine something your dad does. Of course, you would stay away from it, until such time as you're like, no, actually, I like that direction. But it changed my world, and I try to describe to people the space that it created. It's indescribable, but the sense of actual peace, like within my body, within my cells, not just a mental peace where I seemed to be less wrong or out of judgment for a moment. It was like peace.
Yeah. So should we talk about how the bars create that?
Yeah. And I want to talk about one other thing, which was one of the things I would do regularly was I would wake up just depressed as hell and with a sense of total hopelessness and despair, right? And I literally, my girlfriend at the time, she would leave for work and I would lay in bed and just wallowing in self-pity and a lot of times start crying, and when you were, after you finished my bars, you said, by the way, we have all these tools. And what they do is, in between bar sessions and whatever in your life, use these because it'll make things lighter. So I'll give you one to start with. Use this until I see you again. And you wrote down, who does this belong to?
I remember that.
Little yellow sticky note.
I remember writing it down on your desk. That was the tools, that was the resources we had available at the time.
Bars and who does this belong to? And so you wrote that down and I put it in my pocket. And when I got home that night, just kind of on cloud 9, I was on cloud 10 at that point. I, unloaded my pockets and whatever. And so for the next 2 days, man, I was just like, wow, I was just in a space where everything seemed possible. And I created more in those 2 days than I had in the 2 years before that. And things were just, I could feel them going in the direction I always wanted them to. On the third day, I woke up and there was that fucking depression and the anxiety and that thing. And I was like, fuck, I was really bummed this time because I was like, dude, I've had this space that is unlike anything I've experienced. And I knew it was possible. And now it's gone again. Fuck. And I'm wallowing in self-pity, crying like sob crying, like scream crying at this point. Because I'm like, if this didn't work, okay, fuck it. And I look over at the clock to see how much longer I can wallow in self-pity before I need to go be a doctor and help people. and I read, because somehow the little yellow sticky note was propped up by the clock. I read, who does this belong to? I just read it. I didn't even say it. I didn't think. I just was like, oh, who does this belong to? It fucking went away. Like, and I tell people this, it's like, that can't be. I'm like, believe me, I wouldn't believe it myself had I not been the one to experience it. And literally, I was like, where did it go? And then I had this flood of awareness of how many awarenesses I had that I thought were mine. And I got to tell you, that day I started doing, who does this belong to? Like, for everything. Everything, because I love this space of just like, hi, everything's cool, everything's okay. Just the space of being. And so everything that would shift it, anything, like I'd go, I walked wrong. Oh, who does that belong to? I'd be driving and I'd be like, oh, who does that belong to? Who does that belong to? And that one tool started changing my entire world. And that, plus the bars, and you and I would get together after that. We got together about once a week. I would do chiropractic on you because I couldn't afford to pay for the bars. And
I didn't care.
And you didn't care. And you would do bars on me. And we had this wonderful thing. And I cannot tell you how much I look forward to that experience every single week. It was like the highlight of my week. It was like if you really like having a clean car, you know, and your car gets really dirty and shit, and you're like so excited to drive your new clean car. I was like excited to drive my new life because it changed every single time.
Can I tell you something I got out of one of those sessions? So he came, I think the first one was in your office, and then you would come to my apartment. I'm not sure what, but anyways, this time we were at my apartment, and it was an apartment in downtown Santa Barbara, which is a spacious place, but it was downtown. And I think I was running your bars. I was probably, I don't know, one of us was working on the other one, and there was this leaf blower like right outside, and I was getting so frustrated by this leaf blower. And there was something in your world where like the noise did not matter. It was not phasing your experience at all. And I actually learned that from you.
Wow.
Yeah, I learned how to not be phased by stuff.
That's awesome.
Like I literally still reference that to today.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is so cool.
Yeah.
And that's interesting because I have a vague recall of that. And what was going on for me was, what is going on is so beautiful. How could I even?
You weren't even, you totally just didn't let the annoyance even like be a thing. And I was like, oh, you can do that? Okay.
Right? And I remember, I think it was our second session where you said, I said, so this who does this belong to thing is changing everything. What else you got? And you went, well, we also have this way of changing specific things, and we've been exploring that for a while. I'm like, what? You're like, well, it's POCFIT, which is the old form of this clearing statement that we have. And I'm like, okay, how would you run it? Like, what do you do? Like, let's do it, you know? And you started running this thing about what have you made so right, good, perfect, and correct about mom, mommy, mama, whatever. Like these different versions of mom and dad, and you just did those two clearings, and it was like my whole world, my whole head just went, and I was like, whatever this is, can we please do more of this? And it became this awareness because I asked you how you use it, and you said, well, you can use it on specific things. We'll have to go into that later, but you can use it to change specific things, like specific things that are going on in the moment that who does this belong to doesn't handle. You can use this to actually change it because it goes back and goes back to the point of creation of the limitation.
Yeah, so that's the verbal processing that we have in Access that changes the energetics of how we create, how our lives are showing up.
And changes our point of view because, you know, one of the things we talk about is your point of view is what creates your reality.
Yeah.
Your point of view of something being difficult or point of view of how it has to be is what creates it showing up that way.
So these verbal clearings make it so that you actually can be aware of your point of view and then not just alter it, but it's like change it, not just change it into something else, but not have a point of view. It's a pretty dynamic way of transforming reality.
Truly, extremely dynamic, I would say.
And I just love that you received it.
Oh.
Because I remember sitting there just being like, ready to be rejected, right? Ready to be like, okay.
Thank you. That's that energy, because the energy with the clearing statement, the energy that you presented that with, that's the energy that I was aware of, like you said, waiting to be rejected.
Yeah.
Oh my God, we do that so much in our lives. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. And here I am
Wow.
with these tools that really, frankly, were saving your life. But
literally.
And I would love to have every person's life that I touch, since you have been such a dynamic success story.
You and me both.
And there can be a lot of people who, when they're greeted with the possibility of true change, they're like, they don't make that choice. So you were really making that choice in such a beautiful way that made everything greater.
And that, yeah, we see that a lot where somebody will say they desire a change. The only thing they really want to do is make it work out the way they decided it should.
Yeah.
And that's not the way the universe works. The universe is like, here, I've got miracles for you, but you can't control a miracle. You know, it's like trying to control a kitten. It doesn't work very well. So we were also talking about how the bars work. You were going to say.
Yeah. Well, should we talk about how the bars actually facilitate that sense of peace? I mean, I would say that peace is like the bare minimum. That's like the least you get from the bars. And I love the way you describe it, where as soon as I put my hands on your head, you had this sense of peace. Because I mean, I literally just had my bars run yesterday, and the minute he put his hands on my head, I felt like all the things I was worried about were gone. Like literally gone.
Literally.
I was like, that is so much better.
Yeah. And the thing is, it's like, we've done studies, you know, we have scientific data, you know, like one showed that it reduces anxiety, stress, and depression, an average of 87% with one session. But for us, you know, and people are like, you need to do more studies. And we're like, well, no, people.
But why don't we just talk about it like we want to talk about it?
Oh, I like that idea.
So basically, this is a very advanced method that I believe all the hospitals of the future will use, where you are able to discharge the electrical charge that's created by your thoughts, feelings, and emotions. So there's a thing called energy.
If you haven't heard of it, it's amazing.
And anybody who knows anything about the brain knows that the brain is an electrical capacitor, and the way your neurons and stuff is a very broad, encompasses many things. Function is you neurally map you create a neural pathways based on points of view. Am I saying that eloquently enough? I mean, that's the basic. You create your neural pathways. There's lots of studies on this where children basically hardwire their brains by the age of
like 7, 8, in different ways.
Yeah.
They do it at different times.
So this process is the addressing of that hardwiring, essentially.
Yeah.
So you're sort of hacking your neurology, which ultimately occurs through your consciousness, and this process assists in the choice for change.
And it's, you know, I love the way you described it, because it is that undoing of the hardwiring, the one set of choices or the one set of points of view, you know?
And a lot of times I can't even really work. And the thing is, it's impossible to articulate or even really fully understand now how this process is working.
Yeah.
I do believe that in the future, this will be a far more common practice, because it has a lot more to do with energetics than curing a disease or a problem. So the possibility that we're getting to with this is that we will have some awareness of the way in which reality interacts with our consciousness or lack of consciousness. Self-awareness.
That. And you know, and we've done brainwave studies. We have the data for the brainwaves that get activated, and certain theories or postulations based on millions of other people who have been studied with brainwaves. But I agree, in the future, it's going to require the future of how our consciousness interacts with our reality, and like you said, or the lack thereof. But the thing I will say is, it creates a sense of space.
Yeah.
If you can get, you know, we know how we are when we're contracted, when we're in judgment, when we feel
And
like,
a lot of times, I mean, how many of you guys watching this or listening to this aren't even aware sometimes of how contracted or how much pain you're in until it's gone?
Yeah.
Right? So it creates a sense of space.
Dynamically.
Which I think is super easy to disregard. Like, okay, space, then what?
Right.
However, it's what if all that pain and density that you experience so dynamically, so frequently, just became space?
At the worst, you feel like you had a good massage. At the best, your whole life can change. And exactly what you said, because one of the things quantum mechanics is starting to discover is it's the space in which something that exists that determines how it shows up. So when you have more space, you show up with more of that. When you contract that space to try to fix a point of view, you show up with more of that.
So this is obviously like something that I like live, breathe, and understand dynamically. And what I love so much about the bars is that this isn't a process you have to work hard at. Like literally to receive a session, you just lay down. Like, and a lot of times people fall asleep when they're having their bars run, and that during that deep relaxation, otherwise known as sleep, that occurs, the transformations can occur. So this is not about that you need to think really hard about what the problem is.
Yeah, that. And this thing about receiving is one of the other gifts of it. It's one of the few places in most people's lives where they allow themselves to lie there and receive. So
thank you for receiving from me.
Thank you for gifting to me. What do you say to somebody who quite literally, with their hands in their presence, saves your life?
Well, if you've paid me back tenfold, many times over.
Thank you.
You have added to my life. You've made everything more fun, more possible. So it's sort of like I did the first initial heave, and then you did the rest of the work. I just went, I just got the engine started.
Yeah, well, I am so grateful you did. Thank you. And what I am excited about is all the other engines that are available to be started in the world and that are revving now in a different direction.
Imagine if you had something you could do that would get rid of all of your fixed points of view about who you are and who you're not and who you can and who you can't be. And something that like made it so you could breeze through reality. Imagine if you had that. The result of this is a sense of space, which is indescribable. It truly is unfathomable and too good to be true, but guess what? It's still true.
Welcome to Bars in Melbourne!
Hi everyone, happy Global Bars Day!
And take it away, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. And I am Simone Milasas, and I am here with Miss Sarah Watt.
Hello everyone. Welcome to and happy International Bars Day.
11th Global Access Bars Day. Oh my goodness. And we are having a 13-hour marathon, and I hear that a lot of people are enjoying it, and thank you for your feedback, etc. And please tell your friends, tell everybody, and get your bars run. Wendy's getting her bars run here in the studio at the moment by Mr. Christopher Hughes, and we're just having way too much fun. So today, the segment that we have is about finding the strength within. And Sarah, I've known you 10, 12, 14?
Maybe it was around the time where Global Bars Day started.
Maybe it was around the time when Global Bars Day.
This is our anniversary.
All right, we'll have it as our anniversary. And you, someone I have great admiration for, and I met you. I've got a little bit of a funny story. It's like we have these week away events, and we had this 7-day event at a place called Suene Azul in Costa Rica. And I was dating your brother at the time, and I remember you came along, and I didn't know you that well, but we just sort of like connected and got on really well. And it was always like, oh, Sarah, you know, and I was hanging out with you and talking to you, etc. And I remember Brendon said to me at one point, he goes, are you going out with me so you can hang out with my sister? And we laughed, and I said, are you hanging out with me so you can hang out with Dain? Because I was good friends with Dain. We went, yeah, probably. Okay, let's just keep going, and laughed. But it's like I had such a admiration and connection with you right from the beginning. And one of the things that I truly admire about you is the things that you've chosen throughout your life. And not a great deal of people know about, you know, your childhood and how you grew up. And I don't think we need to go down the road of giving everyone the nitty-gritty detail, but it is something that I think we do need to address, is that there is a lot of people who grew up with not in a family home that was all, you know, hey, you've got all this support and you've got this mentorship, you know, around you, etc., that it's not the easiest childhood. So do you want to give us a brief synopsis of what that was like growing up with your family?
It was tough, but I remember actually I was thinking a little bit about this, and whenever this topic comes up, you do tend to indulge a little bit and remember the things from your childhood. And I do remember always being happy. Like, I do remember there was always this sense of wonderment and adventure in my world. Like, I always was a child that, and you know, even my mum talks about me, and she's like, she'd just put me in my crib for a nap and I'd wake up and talk to myself. Like, she never had to worry about me. I was always just, and you know, I know we're going to get into this a bit later, but I definitely found a connection in animals from a very young age. And I think probably, I guess I started harboring this inner strength very early on. There was a lot of abuse in my family growing up. I mean, before I started grade 1 of school, we fled in the night. You know, my father was very physically abusive of my mum, and I remember my mum bundling us all out of the house in the middle of the night to get away from my dad, and it kind of progressed from there. It didn't sort of end there. It would have been nice if we ran away and things got better, but they really didn't. They kind of got a lot worse in some ways as well.
But the thing that I would like to look at with that, and like I said, we don't need this segment to be going down this road of going through all the abuse, etc., that occurred. But there are so many people who have been abused. Like, when I came along to Access, and the amount of women I found out who'd been abused, men who'd found out being abused, like family life, like family, you know, is meant to be this beautiful place that you grew up in. And if you're out there and you're listening to this and you have a great family, good on you. Because there's not a great deal of people who grow up surrounded by people who truly have their back, you know. And if I look at everything that you chose, like, I know a lot of stories about the different things that you chose as a child, and like you said, you always just sort of ended up choosing, you know, happy in the face of that. And I've spoken to you about how you sort of have chosen different things, whether it's business, relationships, money, all of that, going, okay, I've got to do something here. I've got to choose something here because nobody else is going to choose it for me. Can you talk a little bit about that, and maybe some of the tools that you've used, the questions you've asked to, you know, create that?
Yeah, I mean, I think all of us from a young age want someone to look up to. We want someone to be able to lead us in a way. And all of exactly what you've talked about. There's so many people in this world who've had a childhood that wasn't, or have had times in their life that weren't great. But I think the thing about my childhood that I'm so grateful for is it actually shaped who I am today.
Yeah.
Like really, I don't know, and you can ponder that and look at all the different scenarios, but I've got to be extremely and to my core grateful for everything from my childhood, because that's where I started harboring this inner strength. And, long before I found the tools of Access Consciousness, I always felt like I was just on this journey. And it was always a matter of and I tried to find people to have as this like shining light or this beacon for me, but it never really showed up for me. I watched a lot of what the people in my life that were close to me were choosing. And it just never made a whole lot of sense.
Right.
Yeah.
I know. It doesn't make a lot of sense with what people are choosing around you. This is so funny. We have a special guest here today.
Oh, now she's
made
herself present and known.
She's made herself present and known now. So she's just like, well, Auntie Simone, do you have snacks? You had the snacks before, maybe snacks later. Oh, God, Frankie, you totally just took away from what I was going to say. I know. She's so cute. She's awesome. That's right. I was going to say the positivity and the joy that you have in your world. We did a class not so long ago in India, and the setup was just amazing. Like all the hosts and everyone had to get up at these extraordinary hours, basically having no sleep, and setting up, unpacking, and doing all this sort of stuff. And a friend of ours, David, showed up and he had hardly slept. And he said that he was like, I'm cranky, I've hardly slept, And that was the mindset that he put himself in.
Yep.
And then he ran into you guys and realized, my God, the few hours sleep that I've had is way more than what these guys have had. And he said, and Sarah was just happy. She was like, hi, everybody, go over here. Here's the registration. Here's this, here's that. And was just like basically entertaining and being really positive and happy. And he went, holy shit. I'm just going to get over my shit then. I'm not going to choose unhappy.
Yeah.
But I love that because you hadn't slept, but you were choosing happy no matter what sort of thing. And not this forced stuff either, because you do that all the time. Like we'll have conversations about something and someone has a problem and you go, yeah, but I don't have a problem right now. I don't have a problem. I'm good. And I love it because I always go, yeah, I'm good too.
Yeah.
So thank you, because you have been a major contribution to me with that. And we were talking before we came on here about this, I guess like this mutual admiration that we have for each other in being inspired by the other one's choice and, keep moving forward with that.
And I've heard Dain and Gary say so many times, you can't actually acknowledge or see something in someone else unless it's something that you possess yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is like everything you've said. And what you were talking about as well with, being happy, and it was a choice every single time. And this is where, Access has shown me so much, because I think it's this thing of like, what true choice? Never work with children or animals.
Never work with children or animals.
What have you got on your shoe?
I don't know what I've got on my shoe, but your dog is cleaning it up.
Yeah, there you go. See, she has many talents and abilities. But this space of like never being shown what choice is, like how to choose what is choice. And I think that's one of the major things.
Let's talk about animals.
Yeah.
Because, this is one of the things that we want.
This is how they choose, right?
Yeah.
Like you watch what she's doing right now. Like there's nowhere in her world where she's like, I need to sit here and look a certain way or be a certain way to make these people happy. I'm just going to be me.
Or I'm wrong for licking Simone's shoe.
Come here. See?
Trusting you and trusting yourself with animals though too. Like, there's a story that I have when I was a little girl, and we used to go to our cousin's ranch, like or farm, it's called in Australia, like every couple of weeks. And I don't know, I was probably like 6 or 7 or something like that. And there was my family were like, I don't know, I was getting in trouble for something, and I was like, everybody's against me, blah blah blah. I don't like anyone. No one's my friend. No one gets me. Actually, that's probably more what it was. Nobody gets me.
Yep.
Which how many of you listening go, oh God, nobody gets me. So then when you do associate yourself with an animal, it's a totally different reality. And for me, it's like more of me. And so apparently, what I remember doing this. Like, I don't remember going out there, but I remember being there. And apparently I said, I'm going to go hang out with my friends. And they were like, okay, what's Simone doing? Going in to hang out with the dogs, etc. And I walked into the paddock and there was this, huge stallion there. And we had race horses, so they were pretty full on. And there was a stallion there, and I sat down in between the stallion's legs and just grabbed hold of the two, the front legs of the stallion, and was sitting there. And they came out and they were like, "Oh shit!" Like Simone's like sitting there with the stallion. Yeah, don't, because at that point too, I mean, we hang out with Costa Senseis, and it's like stallions are so much easier than that. And I have learnt so much since then too. But anyway, my initial thing was just go out there and hang out with this stallion.
Yeah.
And they were apparently all going, Simone, come in here, try. And I was like, no. And I kept getting more petulant and putting my arms even further around these stallions' legs because I knew that the stallion had my back.
Yeah.
I knew that the stallion was going to look after me. There was no fear in my world with this, and I knew that I could trust this animal to have my back. There was just an energy that I was aware of with that.
Yep.
And I know that you have that with animals and with, our owl. Did you like the way I did that?
Oh,
that's the pronoun.
A dog
our dog. With Frankie, your dog that I co-own, I think. I don't know. I buy snacks for it. And Sarah's like, you don't pay the vet bills. And you've got your horses as well. So can you talk more about how you find that inner strength and that trust that you have with animals?
Well, they show me everything that I desire to be. Like there's get around.
Desire to be.
Yeah. And you talk about this stallion and how this stallion had your back because that's what animals do with each other, and especially horses. I mean, one of the things that I'm so fortunate to have chosen and created in this life is that I'm also a conscious horse, conscious rider facilitator, which is a specialty of access that it's just like I never could have imagined as a child there was a possibility in this world to combine horses and consciousness and take it to the world and teach people about these animals and how these animals can facilitate you through absolutely everything. And horses are one species or one thing on this planet that have worked with us for tens of thousands of years. They've had our backs through wars, through civilization, through the crumbling and building of civilizations. Like these animals have literally been our wingmen for centuries.
I know. I heard Gary the other day. He was talking about how we wouldn't have the different things across our planet if it wasn't for horses. They're the ones who brought us across land, etc.
And the amount of wars and everything, the battles we fought, and that's what a horse does. They are the embodiment of being and trust and vulnerability and all of that stuff and you get around a horse, you can't hide from them. There's not a space where you put as many freaking barriers up as you want and a horse will see through every single one of them into a part of you that you don't even know.
Yeah, I noticed that when I'm riding, if I even slightly think about something else, my horse is like, what happened? What happened? And I'm like, oh, sorry. I was my mind was wandering, thinking about something else. But there is an exercise in Conscious Horse, Conscious Rider, the class. And years ago I did this. And it was, you basically are lying, I was going to say naked. The horse is naked. There's no saddle, right? And it's you're lying on the back of the horse, and trusting the horse, right? Trusting your horse and your body is the thing that I noticed.
Yeah.
And I couldn't do it. I just kept falling off, or I'd grab hold, or I'd grab hold of the person. That was because we had some people on the side in case you did fall. And I was grabbing hold of them and grabbing hold of the horse, and I just didn't succeed.
Yeah.
And over the years, what I've noticed is I've changed the relationship so much with my body.
Yep.
And I've learned to trust my body. And even just recently when we were horse riding, I realized, wow, I'm so much better and greater and more communion with my horse based on trusting my body, trusting the horse and how this whole communion just sort of flows and works together.
Yep.
And with that trust, we talked about this segment being that inner strength and having that inner strength and that trust that you have of yourself and how that can be out there in the world. So yeah, you're right. Animals really do show you when you're not being that.
And they're also very patient. If you show up and you fuck up with an animal, they don't look at you
Hold
and
it
be like,
against you.
they're not like, well, you're an idiot, or like, why the hell did you choose that? They'll show you something if you're willing to see it, but there's no judgment in their world. They don't hold on to things, or, I mean, you treat an animal poorly time and time again, that animal's going to obviously remember that you're not someone to be trusted because you're showing them something that's not going to support them. You're going to go against what they require to survive on this planet. But if you're willing to just show up, warts and all, you can literally be anything around a horse and they will be completely honouring and vulnerable with you in return.
You're so making me miss Elugar and our beautiful horses that we were just there recently. God, it was so much fun.
Yeah.
So, Sarah, what else with finding that inner strength within you? What are some of the tools and the questions that you've used and still use? Because it's not like like you've got somewhere and it's like, hey, I'm at this place now and this is it. It's like, no, you're continuously evolving and continuously choosing something greater.
Yeah, and that's really like when I look at this journey that I'm on in my life, I really look at it like this meandering path. Like it's really this thing of like, I kind of go over here and then I'm over there. But it's this journey, like this never-ending journey. And, you know, there's a saying out there that says it's not about the destination, it's about the journey. And for me, that's really what life is. And every time I'm willing to take some steps forward, it's like, you know, everything we've talked about, the universe supports you, the universe opens up more doors. I get to learn more about myself. And I still feel like where I'm at now is just the little tippy tip of this huge iceberg of possibilities. Like there's really no end and no limit to what we can discover about ourselves and how we can use that to change the world. Like, yeah.
And I think so much of that for me is about still being in question.
Like all the time.
I was even having a meeting with my accountant yesterday, and she said to me, I was talking about a whole bunch of things, and she said, Simone, you need to look at what you want to create. And I went, you mean like when I grow up?
Yeah, right.
She laughed and she goes, well, maybe. And I was like, but that's the thing. It's like, you know, what if you never went, oh, okay, what I've chosen now is where I'm at and that's it. It's like, no, what else? And I have been looking at that going, what do I want to create? Like recently coming home to Australia, I'm traveling home like so many hours and it was like, is this actually where I want to be? But being in question, not going to the judgment, not going to the conclusion. It's like being in question. What is it that I would like? Where do I want to be? What next? What next? What next? And never, ever giving up and never quitting, like just reaching into something greater because we're all so capable of choosing so much greater.
Yeah, and your life will always become more rich when you're willing to be in that question. And circling it back to horses, like get around a horse and be in a question and you will, like even these last days I've been home since Elugar, like, you know, having time with the horses there and being around people like, you know, Cody that manages the ranch and the guys there that look after the horses that really have this universe of that they're a bit more horse than people. And then getting around my horses and straight away just how much my whole world has expanded from that side of things again as well, and being able to notice things in their body straight away. And it's like this dialogue opens up with the horse, and everything like what Gary Douglas says, everything that's worth learning, everything I've learned in life, I've learned from my horse. They will show you the universe if you're willing to ask a question.
But you chose it. Yes. You have chosen where you are today.
Totally.
Based on question
and choice. It's been a lot of hard work
choice.
Sometimes too.
I know, it's not always easy. But Sarah, I want to say thank you so much for being you, basically, for being you, and thank you for being here. And I want to thank our special guest, Frankie, for being here as well.
Now she's passed out on the floor.
Now she's passed out on the floor.
Covered in, surrounded by her toys. Bye, guys. Thank you, Simone.
Hi, my name is Alexa. I'm from Los Angeles, California. I've been running bars for 12 years and I'm a bars facilitator. I think that accessing the bars have helped me really reconnect with my body. I wasn't an athletic kid growing up. I was more of an artsy kid and I always wanted to be a skateboarder and a surfer. And I, started skateboarding I always cruise around on my skateboard, but I never did anything crazy, never went into like bowls or anything or tried tricks. And now that I'm older, I've been using the tools to facilitate myself to learn how to skateboard, and it's been really, really amazing. And just the awareness that I have of my body and the communion that I have with my body is something that I know I didn't have in my teenage years, and I didn't really have it even in my early 20s, but I'm able to really connect with my body and the different muscles and know, how to catch myself when I fall and take care of myself. And my communion with my body has just increased so much, and I'm able to do so many cool things with my body that I didn't think I could do it before. I never thought I'd be able to skateboard, but I love skateboarding, and I'm really happy it came into my life, and it brings my body so much joy, and I'm just really excited to continue to grow with skateboarding and with the access tools and see what gets created.
Hi, I've got a bit of an access bars story that happened again this week. I'm not sure if you've ever had a child that's tried to commit suicide, but when you have, it changes the way you parent a little bit. And then every time you feel a similar vibration to the one that was happening when they tried the first time, your whole body kind of goes into overdrive and presumptive reality, and it changes the way you parent all over again. I've had 2 situations since she did that where the bars, I don't even know what it does. So the first time she was crazy angry, and she was so angry that I said, come on, just sit in my lap and I'll run your bars, and you can tell me everything and be angry at everything, but just let me put my hand on these points on your head. So we did, and she slept for the first night after, and then woke up the next day a completely different person. She was happy, and we've been really good mates ever since. So we had another just this last week where that same vibration and emotion was about, and for 5 days she just slept. I got her up for school, she went to school, I'd come home from work, she'd sleep, I'd drag her out of bed, feed her, and then she'd sleep. And there's so many presumptive realities you go into when they're like this. There's, are they taking drugs? Are they doing this? Are they doing that? And I'd ask her and she's like, nothing, I'm just tired. So she was about 5 days in with just sleeping all of the time. And on the Friday night, no, it was the Thursday. Was it Thursday last week? Thursday last week, I got her out of bed and I put her on my massage table and I ran her bars. And she slept, genuinely just slept through the bars. And when I first did it to her when she was angry, it was I got to the end of it and went, well, I don't think that worked. The first time she was angry and yelling all the way through it. The second time she was sleeping all the way through it. Both times I went, well, I don't think that worked. But what happened is she woke up the next morning. She was out of bed before me. And she came into the room and said, g'day, Mum, how you going? It was almost, I didn't say anything. I didn't do anything. I just held these points on her head. I was more probably in my head while I was running her bars going, what am I going to do? How can I change it? How can I help her? Like, if I don't even know what's wrong with her. So I was probably in my head the whole time. I run her bars, which also made me think, you know, like, how is this going to work? Anyway, so she got up the next day. She went to school. She was happy. I was like beside myself with excitement because, again, bars out of the blue changed. Like, just running her bars changed everything. And then I get a text message, you know, like she's having a rough day at school again, and my heart goes, oh, again, like, oh no, you know, here we go again. But she came home happy again from school. Like, still happy, even after more shit happened. So I was then like, okay, so like confirmation again. And then I get up the next day, it was Saturday morning, and she wakes me up again and she says, Mum, I've cleaned my room. It's like, oh my God. So I don't know what bars does, but oh my God. Like, when you don't know what to do with your kids and you know you love them to death, like, she is my best friend. I have so much fun with her. And when she gets in places like that, it's absolutely terrifying. And it's so good to have a tool that even when you don't know what to do, like, doing it changes everything. So thanks for listening. Come and learn the bars.
Do you ever feel like you're disappearing in the crowd? Like you can't find yourself and your inner voice? Does it sometimes feel like the stress, anxiety, sadness, and intensity of the world is overpowering and you don't seem to be able to access your joy and a sense of peace? What if 99% of all of your emotions, feelings, and thoughts didn't actually belong to you? What if you're just aware? And what if there was a simple and yet effective way to come back to you and your space, no matter what is going on around you?
I found out about Access Consciousness about 9 years ago, and I was in a very dark place. I had been struggling with fibromyalgia and chronic fatigue for 36 years. I had been to every avenue that I could think of. The specialists were saying that they couldn't do anything for the pain, that they could only attempt to manage the symptoms. The pain was excruciating. I was existing on morphine and oxycodone, antidepressants, fibromyalgia drugs. And when I started doing the bars, things started to change and started to change quickly. First I took the bars course, then I did a foundation and started using lots of tools. Who Does This Belong To was amazing for me. And 3 months later, I went to a 3-day body class. And by that point, I was off all the medication and I was pain-free. So it was a huge thing for me to go from having days where if I showered, I couldn't do anything else for the rest of the day, to being up and now I'm working and facilitating classes. I'm having fun. I'm enjoying life. I'm happy to be here. And I'm still here, which is a huge thing.
it's interesting being down here, doing the tradie stuff again.
Yeah.
That wasn't something I would have chosen a couple of years ago because it didn't match. It didn't match my image.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like I busted out the grinder and had shit all over me yesterday. It was wonderful.
Yeah. See, the reason I wanted you to do it was because I want you to see what you're capable of.
Yeah.
See, you didn't even realize how good you were as a tradie.
Yeah.
You got drunk every night to avoid looking at what you did.
Oh, dude, drunk or anything. Yeah, but drunk. Yeah, fucking anything to avoid that.
Yeah. And now you're seeing, you know, and when you do a beautiful job, you're going to be proud of it.
Yeah.
It's like taking pride in your life is a gift. And most people don't look for that.
Well, and you can't even have that. You cannot have pride in your life with the addiction stuff. Like, especially with alcoholism and pride in your life, those two things don't go together.
Nope. So you've done miraculous things.
Hey, it's a work in progress, my friend.
I know, always is.
Always is. And we're back. Welcome back, everyone, to the 11th Annual Access Global Bars Day. My name is Sarah Watt. I'll be taking you through the next segment where I get to have a chat to and interview someone who I've known my whole life. I've been fortunate to call him my big brother. He's joining us from St. Petersburg, Russia, from across the other side of the world, all the way here to down under Australia. Welcome to the stage, Brendon Watt. Hello.
Hello, my friend.
Hello, thank you for having me. I just watched that intro video and I told you I was going to do my best to come on here and not just cry, but there you go, it started.
It started already.
It started already watching that because I was just, yeah.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello. And I was driving here thinking about this actually. I'm like, maybe we'll need to have some like tissues on hand for some of these segments. So tell us about your life right now. What's happening? What are you doing in Russia? What is a day in Brendon Watt's life looking like right now?
Well, right now, like you said, I'm in St. Petersburg, Russia, facilitating this 3-day body class that we're live in the room of. And I would say right now, more and more so getting grateful for my life, getting grateful for basically just getting grateful. You know, I spent so many years creating this image of myself and kind of moving away from everything that mattered to me. And I think for me, that's been such a wake up to really tap back into what's actually true for me and begin to live from that space, begin to actually create my life from that space is such a different thing.
Do you remember the moment or the period of time when you realized you'd moved so far away from that it was a place where you were living this not you life or whatever that was?
No, and that's why, well, no and yes, but see, the thing with alcohol and addiction was it was a great way of avoiding looking at any of that. You know, and the other thing with it, you know, we called this "You Are Not Wrong." Well, one of the things for me was I was using the wrongness as a way of feeding the addiction. And even in early on with recovery, like I was, you know, stuck in this thing of how wrong it was and how wrong I was and how wrong basically everything was. And it wasn't until I realized, oh, wait a minute, if I'm going to get out of this, I can't use the same thing that I used to put myself in it. And one of the one of the things I realized with alcoholism, with addiction, is you basically create a personality to enable the addiction. You create a personality that feeds it. And so for me, I really had to look at, okay, so this is active alcoholic me. This is me actually being me. Which one am I going to choose, and which one am I going to be from now on? And so that was the thing that began to get me out of it. Because when things would come up, you know, which they do, and they still do, you know, my life today is a constant involvement, but also constantly working on myself, you know, and looking at what part am I playing and what's showing up around me. So what I had to do is I had to basically say, alcoholic me, active alcoholic me, you need to move aside right now, because this ship's going to need to be steered by someone else, and that needs to be me, you know. And that, watching that video that you guys have put together, I hadn't seen that, and I was hit with this sense of pride. You know, that thing that Gary said in that video about you have to have pride in your life. You have to have pride with what you're choosing. I never had that.
Yeah.
Until now.
Yeah, and this segment's called You Are Not Wrong, which I love, because how many people are watching this right now, and somewhere in their world it's like there's a sense of wrongness every day. And it's almost like, and I don't know if you want to delve into a little bit about what addiction actually is, because I mean, for you it's been this thing centered around alcohol, but it's also like there's so many things that we addict ourselves to in this world and in this life, and where people might not have it being something so obvious as alcoholism or drugs or whatever that is, but this addiction that we have to moving our true self aside and creating ourselves from a place of proving we're right because we think we're wrong and all that sort of stuff. So what can you say to people out there, like to start shifting some of that energy around what day-to-day addiction looks like?
Well, you know, it's such a big thing, you know, addiction, because we can look at that. We can look at the addiction to wrongness, for example.
Yeah.
You know, and for a lot of people that have that, it's like, you know, oh, my life is getting too easy. What's wrong? Or, you know, basically waking up with that sense of wrongness. But that's what I love about Access, is we have the tools with that stuff. You know, waking up in the morning and going, who am I today, and what grand and glorious adventures can I have? I kind of avoided that question.
Yep.
Because for me, what I've done is, in creating this personality of myself, this image of myself, I'd made the wrongness more valuable than anything else I could choose. It was kind of like one of the things that I did in coming out of alcoholism. And I will say that alcoholism isn't, for me, I have an allergy to alcohol. So it's not something you come out of. It's not like, oh, I'm cured, yay, you know, let me go back to doing whatever. It's a lesson for me every day, because alcohol just doesn't work for me. But, you know, the addiction to wrongness, that might be something that's a little bit more real to people. But in coming out of it, one of the things I did was I used AA, Alcoholics Anonymous, and a lot of it. Did the 12-step program. The first step is, I am powerless over this. My life has become unmanageable because of it. And that's what I see a lot of us do with, you know, with wrongness, with anything that we're addicted to, is it has the power over us. Rather than, I'm the power, I'm actually going to steer this ship now, where would I like to take it? And so in answer to your question with the thing with how do we get out of wrongness is, first, well, using these tools, one of the tools we've got is, what's right about me I'm not getting? What's right about this that I'm not getting? But also the recognition that, beginning to acknowledge, what if, like even pondering that in your world, what if there's nothing wrong with me? What if there's nothing I've ever chosen that's wrong with me? What if there's nothing that I'm going to choose that's wrong with me? And recognize that each and every time we judge ourselves, it only creates more of what we've decided is less than about us.
Yeah, and that place where we can escape from that as well. Like you talked a lot about having almost these two personalities where we create this place where we don't want to almost be the greatness that we are. So we put this persona up to the world to create something that we think people need to see us as. And rather than just being willing to show up and be wrong sometimes or be whatever, hitting a wall, hitting rock bottom or whatever that looks like, and being willing to have people see us for who we truly are.
Yeah, that, and have you be willing to see you for who you truly are.
Yeah.
Like, and show up, because, see, for me now, I'm getting much more aware of how much I tried to get my life right.
Yep.
To get as this, basically a coping mechanism to get away from the wrongness. And I don't use that as a reason and justification, just as a sense of where a lot of people function from. But it's, the magic shows up in my life now when I'm willing to just show up, be present, be a question, and just be there.
Yeah.
You know, even for something like this, like, just like, I'm just blown away from the sense of everybody around the world right now just connected and tapping into this. It's just, wow.
Yeah. And, you know, we grew up together. We had childhood. We just did a segment with Simone where we talked a little bit about what my childhood was like, which was also your childhood. And it wasn't this place where we had such a great start to life. So, and I know a lot of people in the world have this place as well, where there's been times in their life where it's been, you know, pretty shit. And a lot of the time it's the start of our lives that turn out that way. So how have you not, or how do you see that you don't use that story as a way to be a victim, and more this place of like how you can make a choice to empower others, how you can make a choice from that to empower yourself?
Good question. You know, because I see a lot of us do that. It's like, you know, I had every excuse there to create a life of addiction and create a life of alcoholism and destruction, all of it. You know, I could blame it all on my past, but see, once again, if I do that, it takes me out of the driver's seat.
Yep.
It takes me out of having the power to actually choose something different. So with that, it really is recognizing. So here's a great question that I've used along the way with this is, what awareness am I unwilling to have from this? From whatever experience that seems to be sticking you with anything, what awareness am I unwilling to have with this?
Yep.
That if I was willing to have it, would allow me to receive the gift of it. And so for me, that's been a huge part, even with my recovery with alcohol, is that I have so much to draw upon with that, because I'm not the only one on the planet who's going through it. You know, I'm not the only one on the planet who's had, you know, different things like that, what we had growing up. So it's, when you're willing to look for the gift in anything, then you have the power to create a different world for you and everyone. But I do want to tell everyone something that may have gotten missed in your interview, but we'll see. My sister Sarah, she was my first birthday present. She was born on my first birthday, so I got a sister for my first birthday. And you know, even there was so much of that stuff in our childhood that I didn't want to go through. I didn't want to look at again. I just wanted to keep it outside of my universe. I didn't want to see the gift of it. I didn't want to be close to it again. And, you know, I remember a conversation I was having with Gary, maybe 1 or 2 days into my sobriety. And I said, I'm aware of a level of pain and uncomfort that I've been running away from my whole life. And I know that in order to get through this, I'm going to have to go through that. And I think that knowing that you have the strength for that, knowing that you have the power to actually walk through that and begin to get the gift of it, begin to get the gift of you, begin to let you show up.
Yeah.
And rather than avoid the discomfort, avoid the pain, use it.
Yeah.
You know, and that, if I could if I could give anything to people, is if you begin to see everything as a gift, then everything becomes something that can contribute as a possibility. And because you look at it and you go, well, how could like abuse contribute as a possibility? Well, how much strength could you gain from it if you're willing to actually be present with it, or you're willing to actually see it as a gift?
Yeah.
As hard as that may be in the moment.
Yeah. And, you know, talking about our childhood as well, also to acknowledge there were the strength that both of us had from a very young age, you know. And we hear stories people tell us, but I still very clearly remember that you were the one that would like take me and like lead me astray into these like cheeky situations of like digging out the pot plant. And, you know, I remember my mum telling a story once where she fell asleep on the couch because she was exhausted. She worked so hard raising us kids, and she woke up and me and you were sitting in the middle of the kitchen floor, and we'd pulled all the flour out of the cupboard, like the cooking flour that you bake with. We'd pulled the soil out of the pot plant, and we'd made this huge mud pie in the middle of the kitchen floor with all of this stuff. And, you know, for me, like every time I kind of go to that space of indulging in my childhood, there's still parts of it that were truly enjoyable. And there were times, probably more so when we were very young, that there was the shining of who we truly were as beings when we came into this world before all the other stuff started happening. And for me, that's such a big pool, such a big resource of strength for me to draw on, because I know that's truly what and who I be. So, yeah.
Can I just say, well said. And because for anyone watching this, tap into the energy of that. Like, get a sense of these two little kids, like, getting each other up to mischief and creating joy.
Yeah.
You know, and that, what you said with tapping into that and getting a sense of what's actually true for you is, when in hearing you say that, that is so much more what is true for me with regards to my relationship with you.
Yeah.
You know, and we led each other like that, and we let each other lead like that. And, you know, and I remember times where, man, I would do anything for you, but then there's so much caring in that.
Yep.
There's so much caring in that, but also we do this thing once we grow up in this world, right, where things get twisted into being different things. Things get twisted. Things that are actually a huge amount of power and potency get twisted into something far less than. And I think we do a lot of that with caring, but where caring becomes this need for savior.
Yeah.
But that with you and I, and it's like just.
Yeah, because, you know, being my big brother, there's so many things in this reality that say what this relationship should look like how that should look throughout your life, like what it should mean. But for me, it's always been that energy. And, you know, you talked about where I was born on your first birthday. Well, I wasn't just born on his first birthday. I was due to be born 5 days earlier. Our mother went into labor with me and left hospital because I wouldn't come out. And I was literally born at 10 minutes past 1 on the morning of your birthday. Like, I literally held on until the last minute to be like this quote unquote gift to you on your birthday. And like, it's just one of those things that for me, everything we went through in our lives, and even right up until now, when you have something that starts off like that, that's truly what it is. Like, and you know, it was our relationship, but it was also us as beings when we first came in here. So it's been a huge contribution to my life to know that no matter where you are in the world and what you're choosing, that's you. Like, this is the person. Yeah.
Well, the big difference now is I'm returning to that space where I have my own back, which allows me to have yours also. See, because we lose that too.
Yep.
Like, I lost the ability to have my own back.
Yep.
But also, I want to say one thing with that, because you acknowledge the gift of that for me and for you. And that's the other thing that I wanted to say about when you are willing to ask that question of what awareness am I willing to have here, that if I was willing to have it would allow me to see the gift of this and receive that gift, is when you're willing to acknowledge the gifts expand.
Yep.
And I've seen so much throughout my life where I've put my attention on the things, once again, that aren't relevant to me, you know, that don't necessarily matter to me, and we create more of that. We create more of what we put our energy into. So gratitude,
yep,
you know, perceiving the gift of
yep.
things like that, that matters to me. That is relevant to me.
Yeah, and that there's a possibility in everything. And every time someone or I perceive a problem, I'm like, what's the possibility here? Like, truly, what is the gift and the possibility? So I was a little nervous about filling 20 minutes, and apparently we've got 15 seconds left. So there you go. So I just want to ask one last quick question of you, Brendon, and that is, what next?
Keep going. I got 10 seconds to live the rest of my life, and that's what I'm gonna do. You know, and I'm gonna just keep being more of who I am, and hopefully use that as be a gift to show others that they can actually choose it too, and be that empowerment in the world. So in my last 5 seconds, I just want to say something real quick. As your big brother, I am so proud of you.
Oh, stop it.
And just to see you shine in the world the way that you are is truly a gift.
Thank you so much. And I just want to say, what if all of our stories, what if our life could be this much of an inspiration to people around us to choose something different? And I know both Brendon and I have found it in the tools of Access Consciousness. We both started with the bars. He was the one that made me get my bars run. So what if this was the beginning of your journey into something different as well? So thank you so much. Thank you for being my big brother, and thank you for being here. And I can't wait to see you and to see everything you're choosing in this world, and whatever you choose next. I just love and adore you so much.
Let's do this thing. Let's create an epic world.
Yeah. Let's go. You're all invited. Come on. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mwah.
Hello, I'm Danica from Serbia, translating Croatian and Serbian.
Hi, I'm Ivanka, I'm from Slovakia and I translate to Czech.
Hi, my name is Yeshem, I'm from Turkey and I'm translating into Turkish language.
Valeria Bayumera from Italy.
My name is Heide Rose-Scherer.
Had a woman who came in and to have her bars run, and she started out talking about her plans to kill herself and just running bars, being space. By the end of the session, her plans went from how she's going to kill herself to her next trip, her next travel, and it was like just holy man, the acknowledgement of what the bars can do and what it can change for people was incredible.
I just had a massive transition out of life. So I had moved out of a relationship that wasn't very kind, and I was in a very different space, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm free. I'm completely free of this person and living a very different life. And like all of a sudden, this intensity came over me, and I was really unwell. I had a lot of like mental health stuff going on at that time, and at the same time, I was like, I really wanted a different life. I wanted something bigger. I just wanted to do things for me. I knew I had different choices available, but at the same time, I was then, diagnosed with PTSD, complex PTSD, and at the same time, that was present. So I couldn't really. It's like whilst I'd physically left this relationship, it's like I was still stuck in it. And it's almost like every day I was becoming more and more triggered. And it could be like a car door closing or someone walking down the street. And it was like this sense of just being on guard. It's like I was being hunted. And I was just really paranoid all the time. It was just getting worse and worse and worse and worse. And then, started having really severe nightmares, and the bedwetting showed up, and it was interesting because it was like there was two parts of me. It was like this whole like hysteria, paranoid, PTSD thing, but there was this new life that I had, but there was no like, everything was just completely out of alignment. Things were really they were really difficult to manage it, and then also manage like all the other things I had going on in life, like, had, a job and things like that where, responsibility, and I had to like show up every day, but I was really, really unwell. And I remember just asking like myself, I was like, oh, what's it going to take just for like new things to show up and to have a much bigger life and a happier life and have way more fun? And then all of a sudden, my new boyfriend, I was talking to his mother on the phone, and she said to me, she's like, so I went and had this treatment the other day, and for 3 days, she said that she couldn't get this big cheesy grin off her face. Like she couldn't stop smiling. And I was like, well, I'll definitely have some of that. I was like, what is this? And that's how it came into my world. And I went and had a session, and also my boyfriend had a session as well. And I remember that night, for like first time in a very, very long time, I sat on the couch and I stared at a wall, and there was nothing going on upstairs. And that is not my usual state. Like, I'm flat out ADHD, and like the sound in my head is like all the time. There's just so much chatter. There's so much going on. It was like there was silence. There was nothing. I wasn't even thinking. I was just staring. It was incredible. I was just like, life was just really different, but I hadn't actually realized it was different. I was just doing different things. I was like getting healthier. I was exercising more. And then I literally came to a point and I was like, oh my gosh, like I'm really not even sleeping. Like I was only getting a few hours sleep a night, because at night I was just up and I was just creating. I was like, I couldn't sleep. I would try and go to sleep, and I was like, this isn't working for me. So I'd just get up. And I was like, I was writing like film scripts, and like everything was really funny to me. Like there was an abundance of material to laugh at and to enjoy. And yes, I was writing these like comedy routines. I had all these characters. I was writing backstories, and I was like sewing and doing poetry and just like everything. And I was just heaps happier. I was so much happier, and I literally got to this point and I was like, oh my gosh, like I'm not like wetting the bed. It was like I hadn't wet the bed in like, 2 months or something by that point, 6 weeks or something. And I was like, oh. And I was just really happy. I was just so joyful, and I was enjoying me. And I hadn't done that since I was a child. Yeah, I was just like enjoying my own company. And I wasn't, for most of my life, I've always stepped outside of me to look for, stimulation or entertainment or someone else to comfort me. And it's like, I was just doing it myself. Yeah. So I had more of me. And like the more I use these tools, it's like, oh, like I'm actually rad. Like like I would really love for people to know about access bars, because yeah, it really, really does work. And to change the complex PTSD in me in like about a 6-week period, like when I had tried a whole heap of other different like therapies and sought out all sorts of different professionals, like since discovering the tools of access consciousness, I started a business. And before that, I always really desired to have some kind of business, but it's like I was never really empowered enough or confident enough to do it. But it's like when I found these tools, I was like, it was just like, I know all this stuff already. It was just like so natural. And yeah, so I have an access business, an energetic business where it's really cool. I get to work with bodies a lot. I really love that, and just nurture these beautiful bodies that like find me. And yeah, I am a bars facilitator as well. And that's so fun. I love doing classes. They're epic sometimes. I'm just like, oh, it's like, what a class. And I was like, and that excites me too, because I was like, I created that. Like, yeah. And the participants created it too. I was like, whoa, it's so magical.
Happy Global Bars Day!
And welcome back, everyone, to the Down Under broadcast of the 11th Annual Access Global Bars class. Sorry, Global Bars Day. The bars class is tomorrow. My name is Sarah Watt. We're about to wrap up the broadcast here from Australia, and I'm so honoured to have been a part of this. I've cried, I've laughed, we've had such an amazing time here, and some of these stories that we've seen and the interviews that we've had have just been truly miraculous. And our next guest, the last special guest of the evening, is Miss Shannon O'Hara. Welcome, Shannon. Thank you for being here with us. She is the creator of Talk to the Entities. She's written multiple books. She's been an access consciousness facilitator for 23 years. So one of the OG facilitators, one of the people that started and were here from the very beginning. Thank you so much for joining us, Shannon. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. Can you see me, hear me? Oh, there we go. Now I see it. Hi, Sarah.
Hi. So where would you like to begin tonight? What would you like to talk about? Our segment is called The Unseen Key to Mental Health, which is a big topic. I mean, yeah, mental health in this world is something that. So I would love to hear what you have to say about this, what you know and what you're aware of.
Well, I want to say, first of all, that this is my absolute favorite Global Bars Day so far yet. So all of you guys who have been creating this, like, wow, I have literally not wanted to miss a single second of this since it started. I've been on since you guys started. I love this. And hello to everybody out there in the universe watching this, whether it's right now in this moment or whether you're seeing this in the future. Like, how does it get better than this? Like, how powerful is ease, joy, and glory? So the topic that we sort of chose, the unseen key to mental health. I mean, when Emily contacted me about being part of Global Bars Day, I was like, I don't really know what to talk about. She's like, why don't you talk about entities? I was like, can I do that? So I thought that would be cool. Like, I'm going to do that.
It's happening.
So one of the things that definitely started happening for me, like, if you were here maybe an hour and a half ago, you would have seen like a pretty long video with me and Dain talking about his first bar session. And I rarely tell the story of my first bars experience, but I'm going to tell you now. So Gary is my stepdad, and my mom and I moved to Santa Barbara when I was 5 to live with him. And he started like Access when I was 12. And I was like used in the classes that he was facilitating as like an extra head, just because he needed to have like another body there. So I was in those first bars classes, and I can vividly remember the first time I had my bars run. I fell asleep through the whole thing, and I'm doing air quotes, fell asleep, because maybe you guys can relate to that sort of space and place you go when you're having your bars run, where you're sort of asleep, but you can hear everything, and it's not really like sleep, but it's like really powerful and deeply relaxing. So I went there. I came back, when my bars were done, and I sat up, and I went to put my feet on the floor to get off the table, and I like fell over because my whole reality had shifted so much that all my proprioception had to readjust to the new world. Fast forward, I was not even a teenager at that point. I became a teenager soon, and Gary kept going with Access, and I didn't want to do it because it was like the weird stuff my dad was doing. But as I got older, I was having more and more and more, I guess, what we would call today like mental health issues. I was extremely depressed. I was extremely angry. I had deep social anxiety, like debilitating social anxiety, and I wanted to kill myself. And Gary kind of like tricked me into getting my bars run, thank goodness. And I guess somewhere in my world, like I did want to feel better. So I had my bars run by different people here, there, and everywhere. And over time, like I started getting happier and happier. And I decided that I really wanted to be more committed to Access because of the way it made me feel. I was like, I want more of this in my life, So I became like a, Access facilitator to have access to Access more. Fast forward, I'm about 20 years old, and I'm in my apartment in Southern California, and I come out one day, and my living room was tiny, but I could literally not see the other side of the room because there were so many entities in my house. And I knew it was entities, but I had no interest. I went into total reaction. I was like, this is scary. I hate this. I called my dad. I was like, oh my God, help me. My house is so full of entities, make it stop. And he was like, that's great, honey. He was really being positive about it. And I was like, no way, I don't want to be a freak. Like, I don't want to be a freak that like talks to ghosts. And so I like slammed the entity awareness door shut. And over the next 3 months, my life just got progressively harder and harder. I was not feeling well. I couldn't get clear about anything. Nothing was really working. And I was out at my parents' house having dinner one night, complaining to my dad about my life. And he said, well, what did you refuse to do? Oh, I refuse to talk to the entities. Mm-hmm. And in that moment, I realized that talking to entities was actually one of my natural gifts and capacities that if I said yes to could potentially make my life greater and easier and better, even though I had every reason to judge that like talking to entities would make me weird and wrong and crazy, etc. So I said yes to entities. Fast forward, 2 decades later, we have an incredibly robust life-saving curriculum of Talk to the Entities. That's basically the education that you should have been given about ghosts that you never were given. But one of the points of this story is that bars made me more of me. It took away all of the barriers to everything that I was. It started giving me greater access to me. And part of who I be is entity conscious. And so that entities really showed up because I had removed all of my resistances to entity awareness that I had built up strategically, most of my life, to not be that different. And that's one of the great gifts that the access bars be, is that they give us greater access to who we be. And sometimes we become more aware. Well, always we become more aware. And that's one of the things that I really appreciate and I have learned to value about access, is that the tools, bars included, increase awareness. And is awareness something that we have been educated about? Were you empowered, educated, taught what all the stuff that you were aware of when you were a little kid was? How many of you guys, knew there were ghosts in the closet, or, saw the spirit of a deceased relative, or had entity awareness and went to a parent or went to a grandparent or somebody and were like, hey, check this out. And then they told you that it wasn't real or wasn't true or couldn't be so, or you're wrong, you're stupid, you're crazy. So we essentially get miseducated about awareness, which really then just leads to us making ourselves wrong ad infinitum, which is exactly what Sarah and Brendon were discussing in the previous segment. Like, what if you're not wrong? Like, what if you're not even wrong if you talk to ghosts, So it's like, what is it that you have access to that you maybe haven't acknowledged or were never allowed to admit that you saw or heard ghosts? Now, this conversation is definitely not for everybody. This is not like, now that you have had your bars right now, you're going to like talk to entities. That is not what this is. But those of you guys out there who do have entity awareness, this might be more for you. It is my firm belief that everybody is aware and everybody has the capacity to perceive all sorts of cool stuff, including entities. However, there are some people who it is sort of like more imperative that they work with the entities, for if they don't, it can turn into a huge array of mental health problems. And that's what I was really experiencing in my repression and suppression and rejection of entity awareness. It mutated into depression, anxiety. I mean, when I say anxiety, I mean like borderline panic attack all the time when I had to deal with people. And that's unfortunately too familiar of a story for us these days on planet Earth. And what if so much of what feels so hard in your day-to-day life experience could be easier if you acknowledged that you're having awareness, not automatically presuming that there's something wrong with you. So what like awarenesses have you had all your life that you've never been able to explain, that you've really not been able to tell people about, but that you've had? And if you stopped using energy against those awarenesses, I wonder who you could be and what you could create that's beyond your ideas of what's normal, average, real, and the same as everybody else. One of the cool phenomenons that bars contributes to is greater awareness. And that might mean that you're going to become more aware of everyone else's points of view. You're going to become more aware of the insanity in the world. You're going to become more aware of the beauty everywhere around us. Become more aware of the gift and the magic of possibility that consciousness is being everywhere all the time. You might become more aware of entities. You might become more aware of a capacity that you have that no one's ever taught you about. What cool capacities do you have, do you be, that you could stop making into an enemy and start making into a playmate for greater possibilities? So I have about 14 minutes left, and I think I'll just give a really condensed, very introductory taste of some of what I would consider to be the go-to like entity ease tools. So if this is you, if you can relate to this, if you have been aware of entities and not known how to deal with it, here we go. So believe it or not, dealing with entities can be pretty practical. There are 4 functions that I suggest you put your attention on with entities. The first one is clearing entities. The entity clearing access tools is in the Access Foundation manual. So it's, it's in the manual. You learn it right after the bars class. Probably many of you tuning into Global Bars Day today have done the foundation class. And if you haven't yet, please know that there are some epic tools in that manual, some of which are the entity clearing tools. So there, believe it or not, are many entities who don't even realize that they don't have bodies anymore. It was something I was shocked to discover because I assumed all this stuff, which is that if it was an entity, it was really powerful, or it knew more than me, or it was like really conscious, or all this stuff, which didn't actually match the reality of there are many beings who step out of their bodies on drugs or in a traumatic experience that actually don't realize that they don't have a body anymore. So when you learn the entity clearing tools, you're actually assisting them in having another choice. And it is phenomenal how easy you can affect change and clearing by using those tools. So if you know the entity clearing tools of Access, like, please remember you have that tool. I say a lot of times, like, the majority of the entities that you're going to run into in life simply just need to be cleared. And that is absolutely one of the easiest ways to create really dynamic change when and if you are in fact dealing with entities. So you don't need to be in reaction to the entities. You don't need to make it a big deal. I mean, you can make it significant, but it mostly will just hurt you. And recognizing, like, wow, you are this gift, that you can actually be a gift to the spirit world too by, number one, saying hello when most people ignore ghosts. One of the questions I ask people right up front is like, would you like people to treat you and to think about you after you die the way that you think about ghosts now? So it's like, there are so many beings who basically get ignored by us. And when you are willing to say hello and be present with them, it is a gift. And it's a building block for a new reality. The second thing that you do with entities is communicate with them. Now, this becomes, the complexity increases here a bit because we have to question your definition of communication. Like, what do you think communicating is? And how many of you guys misinterpret or block entity communication because it doesn't look the way you think it should? Whether you saw something in a movie or you presumed that talking to an entity should look and feel a certain way, it's like, is that actually the way that it works? Or are you capable of communicating with entities in ways that you potentially have never considered are possible because they're really fast or really easy or don't have as much form, structure, or linearity to them? Talking to entities definitely made me increase my psychic muscles and definitely facilitated me in becoming more flexible in what I was willing to allow into my universe. So that can be easy for some and more difficult for others. Nevertheless, it is something that all of us have the capability to be. And if you want to know what talking to an entity could be like, perceive trees. Are trees communicating? Are they communicating with words? Or is there an energy that you're aware of? So that's a bit of a hint about what talking to entities could be like. Less mind, more energy. Less logic, more possibility. And then comes the superpower of receiving. And I was doing talk to the entities for many, many, many years. And I one day accidentally stumbled on the reality of receiving from entities. I remember I was doing a talk to the entities beginning class, and there were these mega beings that showed up, and they wouldn't clear. I couldn't really work out how to talk to them. And they were just so present and so persistent and so big. And I didn't really know where to go with that until I realized that they wanted to gift to me. And they were there to contribute to the expansion and growth of consciousness and to essentially care about me. And I was like, whoa, all these entities have just been waiting for me to receive, to perceive them and to receive. And frankly, I believe that that's the secret sauce of Talk to the Entities, why it works so well and expands so dynamically, because there are many entities who desire for that to, for it to expand and to work in the world, and for all of you guys to have more ease, more tools, and more consciousness dealing with the spirit world. And then the fourth aspect of the Talk to the Entities tools is cooperation. And this is the advanced stuff. This is the stuff where you actually start working with entities in a productive way to create a new reality. And wherever you are in your awareness journey, whether or not you want to talk to entities, because I'm realizing some of you guys listening to this are probably like, this is freaking me out, or this is weird, or I don't want to go there. I totally get it. And for those of you guys that are listening to this being like, wow, yeah, like I really need these tools, or yeah, like clearing entities has really created like so much change for me. Like imagine now that like we will look back on this time as like the dark ages of awareness, when people didn't even acknowledge the entities like standing next to them. What would a conscious world be like? What awareness would you have to include to be more conscious? I love the definition that Gary gives of consciousness. Consciousness includes everything and judges nothing. And what would a world look like where we included all beings and judged none, including you? What if you didn't have to even judge you? What would and could a conscious world be like? And I don't mean like fantasy, I don't mean fairy tale. I mean like what contribution are you that you've never acknowledged? And what gift can you be? I guess I'm thinking about this time. It is what it is. I'm in England right now, and we were just having the darkest, rainiest sky. And of course, now that I'm talking to all you guys on Global Bars Day, the sun is coming out. So who and what gifts are being given? Who and what desires to contribute to you and all of us in the expansion and growth of consciousness? And what if you're not crazy if you hear voices? What if you're actually aware if you hear voices? And like one thing to note is like, if you are literally hearing voices, that's entities. If you ever, the vocabulary, I'm hearing voices, like when you think I'm hearing voices or you say I'm hearing voices or somebody says I'm hearing voices, what they mean is I'm hearing entities. And that's awesome. Like, congratulations. Like, you're so aware. So what tools can you use? What could you create through the tools of clearing, communicating, receiving, and cooperating, and a huge helping of interesting point of view to make your life easier and to facilitate the expansion and growth of consciousness and the shifting and the changing of all energies with total ease. So I think I'm going to finish there because we've got to catch up with a little bit of time. So we finished the Australia segment on time with everybody. I think USA is coming in next. And I know Simone and Sarah wanted to sort of do a little outro with you guys and segment us into the the European segment is what's going to be coming on next. So I love you all. Thank you so much for being here. How's it get better than this?
Everything is the opposite of what it appears to be, and nothing is the opposite of what it appears to be. What if you never again had the necessity of referencing this reality for choice, or possibilities, or being? Would you be willing to receive and allow the construction of a new basis for the world to be? Are you willing to finally begin to know the difference you have been pretending to hide? Within the lightness, and within your lightness, there is everything. A different way of being unleashed into the world. It is within the lightest of spaces that the most change occurs. One of the things that is the opposite of what it appears to be is that intensity and force creates the most change, and that it is a required element for change. You may have to claim and own a level of energetic sensitivity that you've long since tried to ignore, and allow the wisps and whispers to guide you and contribute to you. The language of energy is the language of actualization. It just is. You be the energy. The universe shifts as a result, and your energetic request is in direct engagement with the universe that shifts it. All the gifts you've ever asked for shall be yours, though perhaps with a different time frame than you anticipated. Use them as an acknowledgement, a stepping off point rather than an end point. There is truly no longer an end. There is no longer a stop for you or the earth. Destroy and uncreate all the locks and keys and awaken the earth completely. Now is the space. The space is now. Now is the space beyond the world. Now is the space beyond the real that you be. And if there is a past you that needs to have access to this awareness that you are having or have had of what is possible, maybe there's a you at a time in the past struggling, suffering, not knowing, doubting, getting to the end of their rope. Perhaps you, for just a moment, could ask to be that for that earlier you. There may be many others on the planet that require this. Please ask that it be granted unto them to know that the basis of reality can now be totally different. This is about you being, my beautiful friends. Thank you for being. Now is the time.
So my name is Katarina Wallentin, and I've been practicing having my bars run for the past 15 years. And in addition to that, I've also had the honor of running my daughter's bars. Now, when you have your bars run and when you run somebody else's bars, you actually get a session both times. So this has created this, it's a space of intimacy that I get with my daughter that goes beyond words, beyond where she tells me her stories, where I tell her my stories. We just get to be together and actually let go of thoughts, feelings, emotions that we may not even know we have. And in addition to that, it creates a space for us to be with each other as a tiny little family, but also for us to be in the world in a different way that we've actually created together during those bar sessions. So she was 6-7 years old when she started to get bars. So she's basically always had bars in her life. And it's just something that when we meet up, even now when she's moved away from home, we'll go, okay, so maybe we should do a bar session. And then we do that. It's just a part of everyday living now. And I am so incredibly grateful.
If you are dealing with depression, a lot of drama in your life now, or you are just tired of everything, why don't you try a bar sessions? At least you will be stress relief and you will feel so amazing.
What has bars changed for my company and the people I work with? Everything, pretty much. It's like everything. It's created so much more ease. And I know that sounds really cliche, but it does. It creates more ease. So bars also help.
Hello, my friends. We're having a couple of technical issues here, I think. So you get a little bit more of me. Welcome back to the 11th annual Access Global Bars Day. And I might even just take this moment to talk about what's coming up tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is coming up tomorrow?
Well, once a year, one of our very, very amazing friends facilitates a bars class.
Who's that? Not Dr. Dain Heer.
Dr. Dain Heer. She blew the secret. There's only one online bars class a year that takes place in the world, and Dr. Dain Heer is the facilitator of it.
Yay!
And if you're looking to become a bars facilitator, or if you want to become a bars practitioner, this class will actually count towards your facilitator license. So I find it really funny because when Gary first chose to have bars facilitators facilitate bars classes separately to the foundation, so I don't know how many years ago it was, but we have now in the world people that can just go out and facilitate bars, along with a bunch of other things, but they're really, they're not a certified facilitator, they're a bars facilitator. And you need to take 3 bars classes. Mm-hmm. The rule is 3 bars classes with 3 different bars facilitators in order to become a bars facilitator. And Gary said the reason he did that was because he figured if you took 3, at least one of them would be given.
I wasn't going to say that part. He literally said,
"Yes,
at least one of them will know what the fuck they're doing."
Yeah, but I mean, it's true, you know, and for each of us that go out there and learn a new skill in this world, we learn different ways. You learn different things from different people, and I think it was absolutely brilliant. But what I'd like to say is I think if you do the bars class tomorrow with Dain, you're probably guaranteed that he's going to be at least one out of the three that you're going to really walk away from this class if you desire to have this as a revenue stream, as a business, as a tool to go out there and change the world, that's something that you're going to take away from this class. So,
and Dain is so amazing. He's actually... The second time I ever got my bars run was with Dain. And
wow.
Well, the first time I got my bars run, I was at a Mind, Body and Spirit Festival and I had no idea what bars was.
Yep.
And I was actually hungover, let's say it like it is.
We're being honest here in the last
This is
segment.
honest segment, yes. And I was walking around the festival and this lady, I knew of Access, I had no idea about bars. And she pointed at the massage tables and said, would you like to get your bars run? And all I saw was the massage table and I went, do I get to lie down? And she said yes. And I was like, yeah, okay, that sounds good. Yeah. And so I lay on the table and like 20 minutes in, she's running my bars and I just sat there and started, like I was lying on there and I just started crying. And I was like, what the hell is going on? And it was so vulnerable for me and so in my face. Yep. That I went, you know what? I said, I'm done. I've got to go back to work, you know. And I jumped off the table and she looked at me and she said, oh, but we're not done. And I went, no, I can't do this.
Wow.
And I was like, no, I have to go. And because I had my business and it had this big rainbow logo on it. It was all about happy, positive, you know, yay. And here I am just like crying in the middle of this festival. And I immediately went to, this is not a good look.
Wow.
You know, and how many times do we do that and go, this is not a good look?
That's
when, you know, it was such a vulnerable moment. And Gary Douglas walked around the corner. It was the second time that I had ever met him. And he looked at me and he went, are you okay? He said, do you want a hug? And I went, no. And then I went, yes, no, I don't know. And I was so like confused and I'd been asking for change and change was here. And I was rejecting it and receiving it at the same time. And it's like, how many of us have done that? Like reject it and receive it at the same time. So you have like this conflict in your world.
Yep.
So anyway, that's the first time I had my bars run. And I was so intrigued with Gary and Access and everything that was going on. And he was doing this class the following weekend called Out of the Box. And it was really busy time of year. It was November, you know, before Christmas. I was in retail, wholesale, you know.
It's a busy time of the
year. Yeah, and I rang my
digress.
office and I went, hey, I'm not coming back. I'm going to stay down in Sydney for an extra weekend. And they were like, what? We're so busy. And I went, yep, I'm staying in Sydney. And I actually said to the two girls who were working for me, I went, and if you want to come down, I'll fly you down and I'll pay for this class.
Wow.
And they just thought I was insane. And they went, Simone, we can't. We've got to, you know, complete all the orders and do all this stuff in the office. And I went, okay, well, just know the offer is there. And they never did. I stayed in Sydney and I went to this class called Out of the Box. And I hadn't met Dain because he was in New Zealand doing some stuff. And so then when he came to this class, that's the first time I met him. And I to be honest, I was sitting in the back row as close as I could to the door so that I could run out if I wanted to. You know, and I was like almost like breaking into a sweat, just going, oh my God, what the hell is happening here? Again, because I was asking for change and it was there and I wasn't sort of opening my arms going, come change. I was trying to resist it at the same time. And Dain asked if he could run my bars. And I was like sitting in a chair. So he was just standing behind me running my bars. And I remember at the end of it, I was like, what the hell just happened? And I remember walking outside and looking at him, you know, with my hair all, you know, tousled and everything. And for me, you know, business and creating has been such a major thing. And it's been such a major thing. And I remember looking at him thinking, oh my God, I'm going to work with this guy for the rest of my life.
Wow.
And here I am 22 years later and I'm working with him for the rest of my life. I'm not going anywhere. He's not going anywhere.
It's actually a good relationship, a good forevermore.
It is a good forevermore relationship. And please, it's like, go sign up for his bars class. Even if you've done bars classes a billion times, it's going to be brilliant. He's a wealth of information and he's just such a kind, generous, genuine person. And he knows a hell of a lot about Access and the bars.
And he's so helpful. I mean, if you're the sort of person that's starting out and you kind of like, because I know for me when I first started with Access, I found the bars quite tricky. I was like, took a long time. You know, we have this amazing head chart that you take home with you from the bars class.
We didn't have the head chart. Dan and I always say when we started, we had no head chart, and we had to walk to a bars class uphill, you know, both ways in the snow.
Well, now we're a lot more. We've got a lot more tools for you guys to play with, practical tools as well. And the video we watch now is this new video. Excellent. Okay, we're going to cross to some more video, and we'll be back with you shortly. Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. My name is Georgia Watson, and I have the amazing Paul Kearney here with me today to give us some updates about some things that are going on in Access Consciousness.
Okay, I think
bars are going to places where they've never been before. So it's really, really cool. I'm so happy to have you here today, Paul, to chat about bars. How you doing? How's life going?
Yeah, I'm doing awesome and delighted to be here. I'm always excited to talk about bars. It's such a transformative process, and I'm really starting to get a new insight into what bars can be in the world. And it's like, as the world changes, it's like the requirement for bars is bigger and bigger. So I'm super excited to talk today.
That's so great. Yeah. And as you talk about the world changing, it's like, I wonder, have you noticed that there's a more prevalent kind of underlying stress that's in people's lives now that may not have been there before in the same way?
Yeah, my sense is Dr. Terry Hope was doing a presentation recently at the Nine Trannies class, and it was for employees in North America, and the levels of stress were like being reported at over 70%. So 73% and 83% were perceiving high levels of anxiety. And like never has the requirement been so high for access consciousness bars and the relaxation that we can bring and the space that we can bring.
Wow. Yeah, I wonder too, also with that stress being there, if that's almost something that we've kind of taken for granted as just normal, like that stress is just there in our lives and we just have to put up with it. But if we actually shift our perspective some and start to look at, well, actually, what if it didn't have to be normal to be constantly stressed out? Even at work, even in the midst of big projects and deadlines and things like that.
Yeah, and it's like our point of view creates our reality. And like as we relax more, receive more, and allow that sense of ease that bars can bring, everything starts to open up. And I really get there's a strong possibility for Access Consciousness to be a global leader in consciousness and wellness in the workplace, because it's a huge area and we have tools that nobody else has.
Wow. Well, let's talk more about that. So, is there a place for bars in businesses, whether it comes to small businesses all the way up to large corporations? Like, is there a space maybe for bars to come in and actually help transform people's work experiences?
Yeah, most definitely. And what we saw was a couple of years ago, we started working with some social media companies, accountancy companies, and the feedback was really, really good. And then around a year ago, it just seemed to exponentialize. It just got bigger and bigger. And it's like companies started coming to us asking, hey, what have you got? What are you doing? What are you doing different that everybody else is not doing that's allowing you to be so profitable and allowing you to be so successful? And that opened up the Bars and Business program, which we started, and now it's growing all over the world. And it's super exciting to see all the companies it's going into, big, small, medium, in between, but it's also going to schools, going into prisons, going into sport. It's opening up a whole new space, which is very exciting.
Is really exciting to hear. I think I saw some photos as well of even bars going on in parks and things. Have you been helping out with that?
Yeah. And it started just as a fun project. It was like, hey, let's do some bars and parks in London to be kind of like help people with their mental health. And the first day it was kind of people were like, okay, who are these weirdos? What are they doing? And like 3 or 4 people came up. And then the next day there was like 20 people came up. And then the next day there was like 75, 80 people. And like we had 5 facilitators and we were going for 5 hours non-stop. And like since then it started to go all over the world. And it's like the demand is growing. And it's meeting a need. Like my sense is, like Aristotle says, like when you when your passion meets the need of your community, then you found your vocation. And it's like, I get there's so much possible for us because we know what's possible with the bars and everything is open. And it's like, it's an exciting time to be alive, and we have tools that nobody else has.
That's so true. And it's like it is an exciting time. It seems like our personal experiences and the benefit and the gift that the bars have been to us is now starting to reach more and more people. I know that when I'm in the midst of intense projects that require so much of my time, there are moments where I get to the place of like, I've realized like I've been sitting at my computer and haven't actually gotten anything done maybe for the past 10 minutes. When before it was like this huge burst of productivity for hours and hours. And then I sit there and I go, wait a second, now would be a great time for a little bars break. And so I'll grab somebody, even touch the bars points myself. And if I take about 10 minutes or so just to run my bars or have somebody run them, I'm ready to go. And it's like my productivity goes from where it was plateauing or sort of going down back into like, okay, full creativity mode again without that sense of burnout. And that can be of huge benefit if we look at like how businesses would love to have their employees be able to have more go time, more time in that flow of actually doing and producing and being active instead of that in between time of like, okay, let me wait to get inspired to take action.
Yeah, and from speaking to a lot of company directors and a lot of company managers as well in the last year, one of the big things that nearly all companies are facing is there's a shortage of staff. They can't get staff, and a lot of companies are losing staff. And if you have a toxic workplace, it's very difficult for you to hold staff. And it's like bars allows people to be more flexible, more relaxed, more fluid, but it also opens up a whole new space of productivity and profitability. And like that's exciting because like as we start to work with companies, we see those companies starting to thrive. And it's like whether it's a big company or whether it's a small company, a lot of the time we see the same things. People become happier, the company becomes more profitable, people stay for longer, and you don't have that burnout. And like those components are huge.
It's incredible. And that also touches people in the workplace, in the workforce, in their daily lives, so that actually being at work is less of a toxic experience and more of a actually a relaxing and a positive experience. Because it can be so challenging working with personalities, working with all sorts of things, stress. And it's like if we can actually bring something like a tool that we know about to help take care of ourselves in those kinds of situations. It's amazing. It's like we get to self-manage instead of having to manage everything outside of us to be perfect in order to be happy in our work.
Yeah, totally. And like that's the control freak in us, where it's like we're trying to control everything, and it's like we've been educated by Gary and Dain that it's okay to be out of control. It's okay to let things flow. It's okay to let things go. But a lot of the time we forget that it's like there's lots of people who don't know that. And like they're trying so hard to control everything. And that takes a huge amount of energy. And it's like with bars, you give people the permission to relax. And it's like it sounds simple, but like in a lot of people, workplace and relaxation just do not go together. And it's like when you start to look and say, wow, we can actually be happier here, we can be more relaxed, we can be more productive, and we can be more profitable. How does it get any better than that?
And it's a no-brainer. Then it's like, of course.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
And let's talk about this too, because one of the first places we learn how to be somewhere all day, where we're supposed to be achieving things and we're supposed to be acting a certain way, is school. And that's where we start out. And it's almost like a training for what, preparing us to be in the workplace. But what have you been looking at as far as getting bars available to the kids out there?
This is one of my favorite projects. So we're working on a program. It's called Anxious to Amazing. We're going to be launching the next month or two, and it's designed for kids from the age of 4 to 12. We're starting doing trials in London next month, but it's going to be available to all the bars facilities around the world, and literally it'll be translated into the languages so people can bring it into schools. It's super exciting, and it's it's a 20-page manual, but it utilizes the tools of access consciousness in a way that the kids can understand, and you can bring it into any school. Like we'll have sample letters you can send to principals, we'll have presentations, we have manuals, we've all the backup documentation, and I'm super excited about this one. I think it's going to be awesome. Yeah.
Wow, what an incredible gift. And I've heard so many stories, personal stories and different things of kids' grades going up, less bullying and less fighting in schools. And I'm so excited to see what that ends up creating in the lives of young people, because we know the influences they're getting from social media. We know all the different kind of media out there that's putting just stress and all sorts of ideas into the kids' heads, where it's like, if they can actually be more in touch with what's true for them and what's okay for them, I think that would be an incredible gift. I think Bars really can help with that.
And that it's okay to be them. It's like, how often are they told, okay, you need to be this cardboard cutout of who you should be, rather than it's okay to be you. And it's like, I know Diva Diaz was talking about some work she'd done with a child, and it was like, he went from getting kicked out of the school, or nearly kicked out of the school, to being the top student in the whole region in the space of a couple of months. And it's like, a lot of these kids are X-Men. They have incredible capacities, and they've been labeled that they have a disability. And it's like, if they buy that label, it makes their life so much harder. But if we give them the tools to empower them, everything becomes possible.
Wow, that is incredible. So for Bars facilitators watching, how can they get involved in helping to get Bars out into schools?
We're going to be launching it in the next month or two, so probably October time, and we'll have the all-in facilitators call. We'll be launching it there. We'll be giving everybody the information, and there'll be a product that's available to purchase in the shop that has all the material, and then literally you can just go for it.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah. And it was designed by a lady called Jenny Bolt, who's been a teacher for 30 years in the UK, and she's been using it in her school, and it's like the feedback has been really, really good, but it's actually now saying, okay, let's expand it and get it out into the whole world. And like, what if every kid in every school had Bars from when they were 4 years of age? Like, that's a different future, a different reality. Yeah.
That is incredible. Just the option to have it, that being a tool available in a moment where it could change the future for sure. Kids are the ones who are taking the world over,
Yeah, and it's like, I've had quite a lot of kids in my classes lately, and it's like, they get it. They already get it, and like, they understand that, they know it, and they're like, hey, this is totally simple. And it's like, but you notice when they walk out of the class, they're different. They stand different. They're not going to be made less. They're more powerful. They're more potent. They're stepping into their power. There's something that changes when they get that information. And for me, that's super exciting, because it's like, wow, what difference will they make in the world?
Wow, that is incredible. Incredible to hear. Well, thank you so much, Paul, for joining us in this update, and we can't wait to hear more of what you're working with and what this whole project ends up creating. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Georgia. Yeah, a pleasure to be here.
And we are back. But we are back to actually say farewell, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't want to leave.
And the fun's not over. We're only finishing up here live for you in Australia, but very soon you're going to be taken over to our beautiful hostesses all the way at Castle Borgone in Europe.
Yay! And I just want to say to everybody, you're not wrong. When we stop here, we're going to do the little switch over to Europe. So the camera's going to be switched off for a couple of minutes. And all translate. If you're getting translation at the moment, it's going to take a couple of minutes, okay? So 2 minutes, you can go pee in those 2 minutes. And don't forget to refresh your browser, okay? You haven't lost us. Because if you're anything like me, you'd go, oh my God, it's my fault, you know, the tech stuff. Nope, it's not. We'll be switching over. So, guys, thank you so much for being here. And I want to say thank you so much to the crew here. Do you guys just want to do a quick run around? Percy?
You need to meet the behind-the-scenes folks.
Yaku, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Into the camera.
Here they go. Here they, that's...
That's all you get because they're so busy they need to get back to their stations.
That's the crew. Goodbye, everybody. Over to Europe. Bye-bye.
Happy Access Global Bars Day.
Happy Global Bars Day from the ranch.
Welcome everybody to the 11th annual Global Access Bars Day. We are here from the Castello di Casal Borgone in Italy. I am absolutely honored to be here with my dear friends, Francesca Florentini.
Welcome everyone. I'm very excited to be here today to celebrate this amazing day.
And we have the wonderful Gaia Compagnon who will be joining us very shortly online. She's in the south of France, so she'll be with us on Zoom. And we are going to be talking about something that has been quite key for many, many people around the world since they discovered the Access Consciousness tools, which is rewriting your story. What if your past didn't have to dictate your future, but what if it could make everything greater? How do you use your past experiences as a kind of platform and building block so that you can become the person that you always knew that you could be?
And what if you don't have to deny your past anymore?
Yes, exactly. So, hello, Gaia.
Hello. I was seeing you all, and I'm so grateful and honored to be here. And I do have my cup from the castle with me.
Beautiful and very appropriate. So I wanted to start off because I know that you both have very, very interesting stories. And one of the things that I've always loved about the Access Bars is how it really does give you a chance to almost reset and begin from wherever you'd like to begin. So we have all rewritten our stories. And I would love to know, how did your story begin, Francesca?
Oh, well, it's interesting because my story with the Access Consciousness tool began, finally, I've been seeking for years for something different that will change the situation I was living for many, many, many years. So I'm going to be very honest and objective here. I've been living in a relationship for 17 years where I was abused, I was beaten, since I remember, I was trying to change any little areas of my life and my body and my behavior to finally get it right, to don't get into the aggression or don't get into the discussion or to don't, create that explosion of my partner around. And never worked. Never worked because any area that I've been looking through, actually there was nothing really wrong I had to change. How much I was looking to do this to finally stop the abusive, because the next time I will have my black eyes anyway. And it's funny part as well because I was so loyal to my family, and I knew I had to sacrifice myself for that. And if I will sacrifice myself till the end, this will change. But then when I went across the Access Consciousness tool, finally, like a friend or friends from another part of the world, through a book, through videos, through the Access Consciousness bars, finally got the message, nothing is wrong with you. You just need to make another choice. The abuse is not, you don't have to accept abuse. And the only way you can change it, it's get it out and make another choice. So that's how I started rewriting my story, Diva.
Thank you so much. I think that, is something that so many people go through, but it is an unspoken thing. And very often, it's something that we want to protect. We want to protect the people around us and not mention what's actually going on. Not saying that you have to go out there and, tell these stories, but if you're at least willing to be completely honest with yourself as to what's working for you and what isn't, then what else can you choose? And I know that that's the freedom that these tools offer a lot of people. And Gaia, how did your story begin?
Wow. Well, I want to say that I know you both for 8 years, and you actually been on my beginning also of my journey with Access Consciousness, and you have inspired me in so many ways. And I have to say, today is such a rich day. Everyone that I've been seeing on and coming later have inspired me and contributed to me to getting more conscious every day. So it's a wow day, as we would say. Each of the person in you and everyone here is to contribute to everyone getting more conscious, they have changed their life, they're changing other people's life, and it is amazing. So happy to be here. And well, with me, well, rewriting the story, I kind of like, which story can I begin with? So I will make it short and to what can be a contribution here today. But so I think somewhere I always knew something was possible. So, and I didn't know how to get there. I didn't know what it was. And also I was happy every day until something bad would show up. Then I would be like, can I just die now? I don't want to be on a planet where I'm not happy, where the world is not happy. And so I will always come to that. And with Access, what I discovered is that you cannot interrupt that things will get strange or where you have a point of view that the situation is bad, but I actually learned to go with it and to keep my happy through any situation. And also knowing that the trust in me for changing anything. And that is a brilliant gift. And so I was very young, I was 17 years old. Well, we're very young. There are some people that got younger, but I was 17 years old when I discovered the Access bars. Because my mom was always telling me about consciousness. And I was like, honestly, Mom, this is boring. Consciousness, I'm like, I don't want to spend my life sitting by a tree and meditation. So that's the point I had about consciousness. So I was like, thank you, but yeah, I will keep on doing my things, which I thought life was about, intense, like being in dramatic, to have passion, love, to have friends, I don't know, it was all this thing. And even with that, I was still not super happy. So I was like, okay, this is not it. And then I saw my mom traveling around Europe, going to those classes she was telling me about that were only in English. So I was like, she's changing her life, she's getting happier in a place where she doesn't understand what they say.
Yeah, because she speaks French as just information. Yeah.
Information. Thank you. I thought maybe with my accent you will get it. I'm kidding. But so that's kind of the beginning of my story amongst any other things, but that was the beginning. And also one of the greater gifts is 3 years later, after using the Access bars, I sat in my kitchen and I was like, so what has changed in my life? And then I started to look, I used to judge myself 24 hours a day, and now I almost don't anymore. So it's this massive change that you can acknowledge. So
yeah.
Up to you, Diva. It won't be longer.
Yeah.
But,
that's wonderful.
Where does your rewrite start, Diva?
Yeah. Well, mine, oh my goodness, like Gaia, which one? But I'd say one of the kind of most defining moments growing up was recognizing that I grew up with a lot of mental health issues around me, within family members, even my babysitter at the time. And it was a topic that was really not spoken of, not like it is today. And, I have a father who was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia when I was very young. And so there was a lot of that going on, and a lot of abuse and violence and aggression at home, which led to me as a young child constantly being scared, basically, 24/7, living on edge, walking on eggshells, sleeping with one eye closed, one eye open, wondering, are we going to make it through another day? Not to go into the drama of it, but that was the story that for so many years I didn't want to talk about in case it was unkind to other people, but now I recognize the gift that it can be. And, I'm not a huge fan of blaming my past for limitations that I may have. So since I was very young, I knew that I wanted to use any experience that I'd ever gone through to contribute something different to the world. So now I do work with a lot of people that we at Access Consciousness affectionately call X-Men, who are the people who have been labeled or not labeled with different, labels of disability. But I really do owe that a lot to the past, and it has been a huge gift to know now, with the tools of Access Consciousness, that are so many capacities and abilities that are behind all of those labels. So, you know, we can choose what it is that we want to choose with our pasts. But I did want to ask you guys, ladies, too, like, what did that create in your world specifically with your stories? What did that create, some kind of drive in you or a demand?
Well, totally, like, the driving was being on 6th gear on a sport car, like, you finally get the speed I want, and the joy and the happiness. Because one of the things, and also through what you said, when Gaia just said, it's regarding, like, I thought I was happy. I thought that the moment of happiness, or the days that I was deserving that peace, that was the happiness, the maximum I could have, and the joy. So it actually first, that create that turn left, the left turn, that finally it's interesting because in a very Catholic and Christian country as Italy is, where you grow up in a family where your mom sacrificed for the family, you know, she has been working for that. You have been seeing this for years, and, you know, family stories. Finally choosing for me without blame myself to be selfish for the first time ever. And then suddenly people were recognizing how generous I was, how kind I was, how, you know, gentle and brilliant. I'm like, and why you didn't before when I was sacrificing myself? It's interesting because finally choosing to be me no matter what, and discovering, and I'm still discovering every day what that means, being me. But that was, and also the change for me in the word, has been as well, like, people don't really talk about the abuse, right? I also was a little bit, honestly, before starting, I'm like, I still have a daughter out there, I still have people knowing the person, but, well, this happened, so there is, you know, nothing to hide. That's the point, like, stop hiding what actually create that not lack of desire of living, because that's what was it. So, and inspired that you can choose to be kind, you can choose to be different in the world, even if you went through a tough moment, right? So
yeah, I love that. Yeah, knowing that you don't have to be against your past, against the future. There's nothing to go against or to defend against, but it's always like a brand new day. Like, what do you desire to choose now? From this very moment, what choices do you have available? What did that create for you, Gaia?
Well, I do want to say with everything that Francesca said here, this thing of being able to be present with where you see where you have limited yourself. And I mean, how can I say that? I mean, even earlier with Brendon, who was talking about, you know, the wrongness, and then later we also have Katarina talking about judgment. This is the high topic that when you start removing them out of your life, you actually can be also a contribution to other people, and you can be especially a contribution for you. I mean, how many times I have faced a choice where I had to choose myself or choosing the engagement that I had, the commitment that I had to someone else. And where I'm like, oh my God, I have to still commit because, you know, I told this person I would do that. And then I'm like, okay, no, it's okay, we'll commit. But then, you know, after using the tools, getting a buzz like session, then you finally have the space of when you are choosing for you, you are allowing other people to choose for themselves as well. And most of the time, what happened after it was, by the way, I was very frustrated at you, but thank you for making that choice. So most of the time it happens like that. Yeah. And yeah, that's what it has created for me. It has created for me freedom and yes, inventing myself every day. My first pass was actually acting, and it was too limited because I, like, you know what I was talking about, the drama. In acting, you could be so dramatic, but then I was still like, this is still not enough. And every day I'm learning that I can be everything. And like Francesca, you were saying, whatever happened in my life, I can choose to be kind. Like, what do I want to create in the world? Do I want to make people wrong, or do I want to show them that something else is possible? And you cannot do that until you have been looking at all those limitation and things that are still stuck in you. Yeah. So it's a way to do this as well.
That's wonderful. Yeah, I think a similar thing occurred for me too, where I looked at everything and I thought, you know what, if I survived all of that as a child, I think I can survive anything as an adult. I think I'm going to be okay.
Yeah.
But also from just this quiet confidence of, what if we are actually capable of so much more? And at the time, I had no idea what that was. Today, I sometimes have no idea what that was. But that sense that you can sometimes get like, there's something else. I can't put my finger on it. Maybe I don't have the words for it. Maybe I can't visualize or imagine it, but I know that something else has to be possible here. Yeah. And, with these incredible tools, it's become possible.
Yeah. And
we can hear David or
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe you don't. I do. Because I know what's coming next.
Did for a second. Exactly. That was a sneak preview.
Because also with amazing tools, and today is the Global Bars Day, right? We are all celebrating the bars and the gift of the bars. And one of the things as well, like for me, it's been the gift or relax. Like it's not just shutting down my head; it's taking away all the judgment I have of myself regarding. I wasn't enough, I was lazy, I wasn't successful, oh my God, I have a very bad marriage, or all of that. I haven't made enough money as I wanted. So those were all construction of sort of, all those judgments were keeping me to be happy, keeping me away from being happy. And the bars has been incredible. I couldn't even,
I know. I know we all say this to each other and with a lot of other friends too, but it's so hard to imagine what life was before the bars. Now I wonder how did I get through weeks and months?
Yeah, I don't even know if I will be here now. You know what I mean? I'm like...
Exactly. Every day I ask myself that question of I don't know how I will go into that world if I didn't have all those tools. So, exactly. And maybe just one thing that I wanted to say is that if you happen to be bored in your life, when you start that consciousness journey, you will never be bored again.
True. So true. It's so true. So I know that we're coming to the end of our segment, but I do want to ask you, ladies, in 10 seconds or less, what is your one favorite Access Consciousness tool that you use?
For anything that show up in life that I wasn't expecting, or sometimes I'm not happy, or I will ask, what is right about this I'm not getting? What is right about me I'm not getting?
Wonderful. Miss Gaia?
Okay, so many, but I will do one. One question that changed my life is, what else is possible that I have not considered yet?
I love that one. And for me, it's for absolutely everything. Is this mine? Is this thought mine? Is this doubt, this feeling mine? Or is this something that I've learned? So thank you so much, you guys, for watching. We're going to be with you for the rest of the afternoon. Please enjoy the upcoming videos and interviews. And enjoy your tea if you're having tea. And we'll see you very soon.
As far as mental health goes, I think the bars are great. There's studies that show that it's great for depression and anxiety, and I think that in conjunction with the tools really changes your mindset about life and in day-to-day. I have been trying my best to use the tools a lot in relationship recently, and the tools will just take something that feels really heavy and just it will just turn it into something else if you're willing to ask the questions and use the tools and be willing to receive the energy of you in a situation rather than functioning from how you've seen people function with something, or how your parents used to function from something, or how your friends are functioning. You're able to really get to you with the questions, because that's the point of the questions, is everybody's so different. And that's what I love about Access, is that it's question based. So you're not basing it off of what someone else knows, you're basing it off of what you know. And that's why the questions are so amazing, because everyone's answer or awareness is going to be different from someone else when they're asked a question. And I think that's what's so cool and beautiful about Access is you can use these questions, and the awareness that each person is going to get is unique and different. And it's really about getting to what works for you and creating the life that works for you. These tools just help with everything, and I love them. And when I am in a funk and I use them, and I actually use them, they really pull me out of that funk and bring me joy and bring me back to the space of me. And I am really grateful for that.
Bars is, for me personally, an amazing relaxation technique. I'm a lawyer. I work on international transactions, and you know how it is. I have had days where I worked a lot and my head got totally full, and it's difficult to, you know, get new solutions in that situation. And it was amazing. I just had someone run my bars, and all of a sudden I was totally present again and could find these solutions again. So it's really great. It helps with your work, it helps with relaxing you, it helps that you just come to what you be again.
My name is Irene Jakob, or Irene Jacob. I'm from Germany, and I had a stressed time, and I asked myself, or I told myself, I need some change. So I took a bath. I need some change. And a few days later, I got a newsletter with Access Bars. So I searched, I Googled for hours. I called her, said, I'm attending the class and I want a session for myself. And she said, you don't need a session for yourself. You're in the class. I said, okay. The next day I called, I said, I need a session for myself yesterday. So I went there, I got the session, went home, went to bed. I got up in the morning, looked at the ceiling and said, wow, my life changed. And believe me, more than 30 years I've done almost every modality what's out there in the world, and nothing changed, and it's still changing like this. So when I come home from classes, I always ask my clients, do you want to get into something new? And one guy said, yeah, I'm snoring and I have sleep apnea. Can you do something? I said, you know, I let the bars run. It's up to you what you want to change. So 2 weeks later he came, he said, I don't have to go to the hospital. It's gone. And it's 2 years ago and it's still gone. And then he said, can you do something for my Firenze? She's afraid of spiders. She doesn't park in the garage, and this since 1 year. And we have winter in Germany, you know. I said, yeah, she should come, you know. I let the bars run. It's her choice. So 2 weeks later he came again and said, she's parking in the garage again. So what to tell you? Go get your bars run. You can only win. And thank you, Mr. Gary Douglas and Dr. Dain Heer and all the Access people out there. Thank you very much.
It gets really tough to sustain high levels of productivity for long periods of time if you're always dealing with high levels of anxiety, not sleeping well, self-medicating.
If you're uptight or you're stressed or anxious, you might go hunting for problems and forget to see the whole picture.
You constantly abuse your body trying to perform. It's not a long-term solution for the business, for the employees, and for the success of both.
Even the happiest, strongest people need help sometimes and need to be able to put themselves first and have a moment to just unwind.
You know, you make it about the money. You make it so significant about what is going to show up, what is the result. I know this is a very different point of view, but what if we eliminated all of that?
come from corporate sales, and that's where, like, for me, bars played a huge role in that. So we work on quarters. A lot of sales guys either have quarters or end of months, and that is a time where your pressure is very high, the anxiety levels are really high. So getting my bars run was really critical for me. So what I would tell anyone who's interested in bars and business, talk to your health and wellness department, bring in a couple bars facilitators, put that budget towards it, and see what happens. Best case is you have an increase in performance, your closing ratios go up, your team isn't as stressed, you're able to be a lot more productive as a team and hit your next month's quota without having that week of lag time.
I set up a bars room in my law firm where everybody can have a bar session. What I noticed is as soon as people know there is a method they can apply where they recover fully in 30 to 45 minutes, the whole stress level decreased. Sometimes I have to work till 1, 2 in the morning. Next meeting is at 8 a.m. next morning. Most of the time you can't sleep because you're so nervous, knowing that I can just book a bar session and my body will fully recover because the depth of relaxation is so deep that it replaces for me 6 hours of sleep. It relaxes the whole atmosphere in the company. It relaxes the way people interact with each other.
We have the ability to change everything in this world. We have the ability to choose something different. What if now is that time and that space to start choosing that and create a really different reality? And we no longer had this like instantaneous reaction to what was right and what was wrong. Because if you take away that focus, and bars takes away the focus, if you take away that focus, you literally have more awareness. You're not just receiving what's in front of you, you're receiving everything from all around you.
Is streaming in from Austria, Vienna, and he is an international lawyer. He is also the International Lawyer of Access Consciousness. He specializes in finance, project management, and is also a licensed mediator. So David started Access Consciousness 7 years ago. I remember meeting him at the first class that he attended in Melbourne, Australia, I think it was, a long time ago. And I think the topic for that class was benevolent capitalism. And I remember David coming in and asking all of these brilliant questions that really apply to everyday life in the workplace. So thank you so much, David, for coming. He's going to be coming on in just a second. Hello, my friend. How are you?
Hello, Diva. I'm actually in Iraq right now, in Erbil, and not in Vienna. I'm facilitating a foundation class here.
That's right. I did actually see that on social media. Well, it's wonderful to have you. Thank you so much. Now, you, David, you have a lot of experience in the corporate world. You have your own business and several businesses in the corporate world. So The corporate world notoriously is known as a place of stress, where stress management is something that people have to actively really choose and partake in just to be able to get through their day at work. At the moment, and I'd say also since COVID, it's probably been at an all-time high. So what do you personally do about this for yourself in the corporate world and for your employees as well?
Well, I actually stopped avoiding stress as if stress was something that is bad. I started looking at, okay, how can I deal with a stressful situation when it is about to occur? And I've implemented tools and techniques, and I've also implemented some freedom in my own schedule to always be ready when stress shows up. So instead of going, I have to avoid stress, I have to stop something, do less. I'm super creative. I love to dance on 100 or 5 different playgrounds at the same time. And yes, I get stressed a lot, but I implemented systems that allow me to de-stress the moment I know it is about to come. And my favorite tool, of course, that I implemented in my law firm and in my daily life is getting my bars run. For me personally, it is the most effective way of actually relaxing my body, relaxing my brain, and recovering in about 30 to 45 minutes, the same way I normally recover when I sleep for 6 hours. So for me, a daily bar session is the luxury that I gift myself, so I don't even get stressed anymore.
I love that you're saying this, and I do have to ask, because you mentioned relaxation, but can you be relaxed in the corporate world? Is that generative, or do you need a little bit of stress to keep moving forward, which I know is what people tend to think. So how do you have that balance? How do you use this relaxation and kind of like less mind chatter that the bars brings about, but still maintain productivity?
Well, first of all, I think we have to look at what stress is, okay? Stress is the ability of our body to put full attention on one thing. It's this adrenaline kick that you get. And it was actually designed when mankind started to live and needed to escape from a lion and needed to rescue themselves. Stress was this boost of energy to go, okay, there is a danger is coming, all energy on the legs, let's run faster than the lion. This is where it originally comes from. So stress is not a bad thing, it's a talent we have. Over time, all these, dangers ceased to exist. Now we deal with, I would say, mental stress, where we use the capacity to be super effective, but we overuse it. We overuse it, and we abuse our bodies with this ability. So the way I started looking at it is, don't fight the stress, but use it wisely. And part of using it wisely is also giving your brain a break. Even with your car, you can't use the turbo mode, or you can't go full speed all the time. It will ruin the engine. So use it when you need it, but also give your brain a break so you can actually recharge the batteries and can even use your abilities in a better way. There is no full on if there is no full relaxation. You have to have a little bit of everything. So yes, a lot of people like a little bit of stress to get motivated. Absolutely fine. I do that in my own life. But I also know when I get to the point where I start abusing my body. And that's where I get a bar session run. Or, if I have more time, I love to work out. I love to go to yoga and Pilates. I actually have more options available. However, going to the Pilates studio, getting dressed, doing 1 hour Pilates, taking a shower, getting back to the office, a lot of times I can't dedicate 2 hours of my day to a normal way of relaxation. That's why I have a bathroom in my office, and I have a bath lady on standby, and I call her, and within 30 minutes she comes over and runs my bath. So I found a way to deeply relax the body within 45 minutes, so I can actually take action when I notice, okay,
Yeah.
I'm getting stressed, it's a little bit too much. So it's not about avoiding it, it's actually handling it wisely.
Yeah. And it's brilliant, like you're saying, to notice it before it starts, so you don't reach that level of, you know, what people call burnout or even overwhelm, where you feel like you just tipped over the edge, although of course it works there too.
Of course, it works everywhere, and I did not start like that. I was burnt out. I was overstressed.
Yeah.
This is how I found the bars. I always tried to meditate, but the more my brain, you know, the more silent it got, the more my brain started to be active. I got so creative when I meditated that I couldn't finish it. And that's another gift of the bar session.
Yeah.
Someone else is doing the work. You don't have to do it yourself. Meditation is this, you know, put yourself in a state of relaxation. Oh my God, hey, my mind is screaming, chatting, being so creative. The fact that someone else puts your fingers on the head, it's kind of, gosh, someone else is doing the job. I really get to relax. That is one of the things that really works for me. And what you have to add to your life, you have to set up a system so you have to organize yourself to be ready to relax. So I don't plan ahead a bar session. This is why I have my lady on standby. I'm now training my secretaries to run bars, because stress is not planned. If you could stress plan ahead, it wouldn't be stress.
Yeah.
So be prepared for those moments where it occurs and have something ready. And only knowing that I could have my bars run already relaxes me. Because I know, hey, don't be afraid of stress, because if it's getting too much, call Kerstin and you'll be fit in an hour.
Yeah.
So it's more like the way you organize your life, the way you think about your life, it's a lot in your mind, you know. Be prepared and have something available that you can immediately choose to relax. Just having that on standby relaxes me.
Yeah.
So the benefits are great. Just having it as an option relaxes me.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's brilliant, you know, what you're saying about knowing that you're going to have the bar session already relaxes you, because I guess in a way, already knowing that you're making this choice to prioritize your mental health, your physical health as well, and relaxation. And I know that you touched on it a little bit, but I just want to go back a second and ask you, in your experience, because I know that you've tried a lot of different things before discovering Access Consciousness and the Access Bars, what are some of the key differences that you personally experienced and noticed with an Access Bar session in comparison to other things that you've tried in the past?
Well, I mentioned it, the Access Bar session, someone else is running your bars. It's like try to give yourself a deep tissue massage. Yeah, it's kind of okay, but that really deep tissue relaxing massage comes when a therapist does it. You know, I think that's also something in my mind that I totally let go when I know I don't have to do anything. Of course it would work meditating, but that deep relaxation when I don't have to do it, it's also gifting you that space of letting go. I mean, I always thought I have to be strong, I have to work through this, and if I really want to be successful, I can't show any weakness. That is a big lie. I actually totally changed my point of view. I know now it's a strongness to say, hey, I need a rest.
Yes.
Because nobody has to be perfect, okay? That's an illusion that successful businessmen and businesswomen have to be perfect and they can't show any weakness. It's a strongness to recognize that you need a rest. It's a strongness to go, you know what, it's just easier if I don't have to do it myself. So asking for help and allowing someone else to relax you, that's a strength.
Yeah,
and I'm so happy I found it and I'm choosing it. I'm actually not going, should I be able to handle it myself? No, you don't. Yeah. Nobody has to handle everything themselves.
Yeah,
you can ask for help.
And that's
do it.
Sorry, it's quite revolutionary in the workplace and especially in the corporate world that you don't have to do everything yourself. And I know you mentioned that you changed your point of view, and I'm sure a lot of people would be curious to know, how did you change your point of view when you've been taught to think a certain way for so long? What creates that jump? Is it a jump or is it easy? How was that for you?
It wasn't an easy jump. I was struggling because, especially as a lawyer, especially working in an international context, especially growing up with this, you have to perform, you have to be perfect. I was looking at, am I kind to myself? Am I happy? Am I actually really enjoying my life? Constantly putting myself under pressure. And I found out, no, I don't. So I actually got to the point where I said, do I want to put myself as priority number one in my life? Yeah. Or do I want to keep pleasing or satisfying other assumed opinions of others? Because they are only assumptions. The minute I actually started going, hey, it's okay to ask for help, the amount of people who said, oh my God, finally, I want that too. So instead of being kind of embarrassed, I became the inspiration for others to also ask for help and to also change their point of view. It was a big leap, but I'm so glad I did it.
And actually, you're one of the people that I know that most has their bars run, I have to say, which is wonderful, because you're also one of the busiest.
I love to be busy. I would be bored if I wouldn't have like 5 things at the same time going on. But I also know with my bar sessions, with my regular bar sessions, it's just way more fun. So I can actually enjoy, what is it? Is it stress? Maybe, yeah. I would say I do enjoy stress, but I also enjoy a deep relaxation. I enjoy literally, basically everything now, finally, after so many years of struggling.
So, I know that for you, it's been really like an interesting journey and a gift to be able to add this into your business. What would you say that employers can start doing to get their staff, either having their bars run or just have these tools at their disposal when, we do have this culture of hard work? Like, what are some things that they can do to begin?
Well, I suggest to start as the Japanese started. The Japanese business culture introduced the power nap. And they started providing rooms and beds, people taking their power naps. And they discovered that when you give people a little bit more choice and freedom on when to be creative, the economy boosts, the productivity increases. So my advice would be give your employees options and possibilities and some infrastructure where they can actually recover. They might take a power nap, they might do 20 minutes of Pilates, but put a massage table or a gravity chair there, teach them bars, and then they can exchange bars. If my idea of a workplace where you give people choice and care about their wellness and mental health, well, let them train bars and give them the freedom to ask each other, hey, do you want to run bars for 30 minutes? I'm really being stressed now. Yeah. And then 2 colleagues go run their bars and they come back totally relaxed. That level of flexibility and infrastructure, having that available, but also not just forcing them, it has to be bars. Give them choice. Others might take a nap. Others probably just need to stretch a little bit on a yoga mat. Give people choice, provide the infrastructure, and invest a little bit in training them in a few methods. And then it will change, because then you take the whole work context out of these fixed patterns and structures. And especially creative people, creativity has no office hours.
Yes.
I think that is what it is. So setting up that infrastructure and the possibility for them to choose will be an amazing first step to create that level of taking care of yourself mentally and physically.
Yeah. And it's great that you said that, 20 minutes, half an hour, because I think so often we forget that you don't need to carve out a full 2 hours where you need to go change clothes, drive to a location. You can literally have this work as part of your lifestyle, which obviously makes everything so much easier. And David, I'd like to ask you as well, what have you personally noticed have been some of the changes in your workplaces around the world when staff and different employees and even colleagues of yours are getting their bars run?
What I absolutely noticed is less anger and less frustration, which is an incredible gift. When you stop being angry because other people are doing weird stuff, when you stop being frustrated, there's so much more energy available for the actually creative part of my work. And dealing with less frustration, less angry people, oh my God, what a gift. And of course, people are more relaxed. They are happier. They are somehow more alive. I mean, I remember those days when I couldn't sleep at night because of so many things going on. You wake up, everything is just so heavy and difficult. Being relaxed, being positive, being kind of okay, cool. That's that level of happiness and positive attitude towards life. I would call it like that. Less anger and almost no frustration.
Right, which in things as simple as business meetings is going to create a completely different culture if you've got people who are not reacting to each other.
Not reacting, not being angry, not being frustrated creates such a different atmosphere, not only within the organization, with your clients, when you need to negotiate with your customers. If customer service agent would be less frustrated with all the complaints they get, if they actually had tools to joyfully engage with their clients, I mean, you can take that into endless possibilities of bringing more joy, more creativity into the workspace. I mean, anger and frustration just distracts you from being creative.
Yeah.
Why would you want that?
Exactly. So, David, I know we're coming to the end of the session, but before we do finish, what would you love to share with everybody who's watching about what the incredible bars can actually create? Even if you don't believe in the bars, even if you've never tried it, even if you've got no idea what it is that we're talking about, what would you say?
Well, I would say two things. If you're curious how it works, just try it, okay? It's like tasting a meal that you've never tasted. Unless you take a bite and taste it yourself, find out if it works for you. If you don't believe it and you are kind of scientifically savvy, why don't you find out and research what Dr. Shannon and Terry Hope found out about the bars? There are incredible studies how they kind of lower the brainwaves in your brain. I love it. I love conversations with Terry Hope about how it actually works in the brain. If that's too boring for you, just try it out and see if you like it.
Thank you so much, David.
Thank you so much.
Before bars, actually, I always tell this, I wasn't in a depressing mood or anything wrong with my health. I was healthy, happy person. Before bars, though, it was I was getting affected from the outer world, from people's reactions or people's behaviors. I was I was affected more, what I mean with affecting. After bars is this has changed, whatever anybody says, whatever they do, if they judge or not. So I was more myself. And I was more happy, sometimes, when some bad things happen, disasters or earthquakes or big things happen, you get into this emotion like everybody is. So you perceive everyone's emotions, and with bars, and then you create that, you get upset, you get sad, and whatever you feel and after bars, it was okay, this happened. What do I choose here? What is my choices? What would I like to have? If, when I first found out that, your point of view creates your reality, it was so light and amazed me. I said, wow, so you don't have to act like anybody else. It's just be yourself. Just, And it's not wrong either, you know, when somebody is in a bad mood or when somebody has something bad going on. Like the second thing, what impressed me with Access was like everybody has their own choice. It's not like you have to choose for them or you have to fix their life or, you know, you have to diminish yourself just the other person can feel better. You know, it gave just more of myself than before bars.
What I would like to see different in the world is people knowing that they have choice always with everything in every moment. What we've been taught is that whatever has been, whether it's in our past or just like a minute ago, tells us what can be next. Basically, our past giving us the blueprint for our future, determining what menu of choice we have. Let's say someone experienced abuse or had difficulties in their childhood, then this, in this reality, is supposed to tell you, well, this is going to haunt you. You can change your life, but you can only change it to this and this degree. What if that is not true? What if what is actually true is somewhere inside of you slumbering, telling you that no matter what has been in your past, you always have choice and you can always outcreate everything that occurred to you, no matter what other people tell you, no matter what stories they are projecting on you. What if whatever your story you're telling yourself about you, what if it's actually a story you can let go of and you can create your story, you can create your life in every moment of every day. So how would you like to create yourself today if everything is possible, if your life is an infinite menu of choice and possibilities and there's nothing right and nothing wrong? You can be and do and have everything. Everything is like a blank canvas and you can start to paint the picture of your life. How would you start today? What colors would you use? What would you paint? Welcome to creating your future and welcome to creating our future, because if you allow yourself to have that level of freedom and choice, wow, how many people are you inspiring? How many people go, wow, they can do it? Okay, wow, maybe there's more possible for me. And you create a wave of possibilities and change and inspiration that goes beyond what you can imagine and also beyond what you can control. How about us creating a life and a world that works for us? A world that is a playground of possibilities rather than problems that we need to get to and solve on a daily basis. Are you in creating that?
So I have 2 extremely happy children that I sometimes don't know where they came from. And one thing that I can differentiate us from other families is that we all run access bars a lot. So it's very hard to hold on to stuff. It started when my daughter was 5 and she wouldn't touch sand suddenly or wouldn't touch colors, and like everything that had to do with visceral stuff she avoided completely. And I was like, wait, she didn't used to be like this before. So that was the first time that really pinged for me to run bars on my kids. So I did a 5-minute session, and the next morning she was naked in a pile of mud, just splashing all over her body. And I was like, wow, like they're willing to give up everything so quickly. So how much freedom can they have? Like, because we as adults get stuck with stuff a lot of times for long periods of time. And then these kids, like, they grow up with access bars. They can just let go of stuff and go back to being happy so quickly. And it's really a miracle.
Happy Global Bars Day from Taiwan.
We live on a truly magical planet, a piece of rock that beat all the odds and created life from Stardust.
No one is really sure how planets are born. Not scientists, or the old mystics, or even your mom and dad. The one thing we do know is that the seed of every planet comes from an exploding star. In the midst of the infinite vastness of space, there is a boom. Where a star once was, the universe is now full of stardust. Billions of planet seeds swirling in space. Each piece of starry dust is unique, yet every piece is also a part of the star that once was. When this story begins, our seed of stardust is leaping through galaxies, exploring their infinite mysteries, until one day it gets caught in the cosmic storm of a wannabe brand new star.
Woohoo! Our stardust shouts, I am here! It dances wildly with the solar winds. It jumps joyfully up and down in the big clouds of burning gas. It introduces itself to the stardust from other galaxies and finds them beautiful. After some time, our seed of stardust starts to pull its newfound dust friends closer to itself. They give off sparks when they meet and come together as a tiny piece of rock on fire.
Let's go, exclaims the stardust, bursting into fireworks of laughter, celebrating the beginning of everything. Right there, in that moment, a new planet is born, a small burning rock made from star seeds. At this point, most planets keep it simple, but not the planet of this story. This planet is made of stardust that is looking for something different, something that has never been seen before in this galaxy.
Deep within this planet is a question. What if the stardust could come alive? Come along and follow a tiny piece of baby stardust on its journey through the galaxies to become the magical blue place we call Earth. Join the joy, wonder, and discovery when life begins, and hear the planet's request of all of us. What if our greatest gift to the Earth is to come alive and be happy?
Ooh. I'm going to try again. Hello. Hello, every piece of stardust out there. Welcome to the forest. It's a winter forest. It's really cold. Just take a deep breath in. And we're going to go on a journey into this forest, into forests all around the world and throughout time. So just start by taking a deep breath in all the way from your toes and up through your body. And take a moment and just tap in to the forest around me, behind me, under my feet. And the trees in the wind, the leaves on the ground that have just fallen down. The change of the season. Just allow yourself to tap into any forest around you. You don't need to be outside to tap into a forest. Or tap into a forest you've been in before, in the summer or the autumn, the winter. Allow yourself to go through the forest, your feet on the carpet of leaves, of grass, of earth, and look up through the branches of the trees. And let's expand out. Start where you are. Put a hand somewhere on your body, wherever you like. Maybe on your stomach or your heart. Feel your feet on the floor if you're gifting bars. Feel your body on the table if you're receiving. If you're sitting somewhere, feel your butt on the seat. And your hands somewhere on your body. And maybe close your eyes for a moment. And expand your awareness into a forest. Allow your awareness to go and explore between the branches and down. Follow the roots, expand into the earth. Just go along one of the roots of the tree. Play with the wind that's playing with the camera. Fly with the wind. Expand out and fly with the wind deeper into the forest. Deeper down into the earth. And even further. Allow you to expand above the forest. Even further into the sky and even deeper into the ground. Expand beyond time. How many forests have you been in? How many forests will you be in the future? Just allow yourself to expand even further, further out in space and further out in time. Allow that stardust within, the stuff of the universe that you're built of. Every atom in your body sometime came from a star. Every atom in the forest also came from a star floating somewhere. What if that stardust within you could expand and dance even further out? Go with your stardust out into the universe. Beyond the stars and the moon, all around the earth, covered with forest. rainforest and pine forest and birch forest. Let that stardust within you find its way into a tree while it's still out there in the universe. Go deeper into the tree, into the ages of the tree. And even deeper into the seeds of the tree that once was. And even deeper into the stardust that once was a tree. How much of the stardust within you was once a tree, a forest? How much of the stardust within you has covered the earth with living organisms? Feel that hand on your body and allow yourself to expand even further out. Let that stardust within you go even beyond our Milky Way. Into the multiverses, the trillions of universes. And deeper down into that tree. And deeper into the earth. Go all the way out from the universes, all the way down, follow the roots of that tree you were inside and follow the roots as it connects to every single root of every single tree all around the planet. Allow the stardust of you to just run through the whole root system, the whole network of trees all around the planet, continuously communicating through that oneness of stardust. Allow that spark that is you to be everywhere. What if you were willing to dissolve and uncreate everything you decided as you? Everything you defined as you. All the borders of you that you decided is who you are. What if you were willing to just dissolve them and allow yourself just for a moment to just be the stardust beyond time, beyond space, dancing through the root system of the tree and through the star system up in the universe. Take a deep breath in and just allow yourself to dissolve a little bit more. I'm going to add one more element. There's a beautiful access consciousness body process called restoration of communion with Earth. It is so easy to run. Wherever you are right now, if you're laying on a table, if you're sitting on a chair, if you're standing outside, just start to pull the vibration of the earth through your feet, up through your legs, through your knees, your thighs, through your stomach and back, up through your shoulder blades, and those invisible wings that's behind you, flopping through your arms, through your head, and out into the universe again. And ask for the restoration of communion with Earth to start running. Like a wave, a photon wavelength going through your body. And if you're running bars, allow the vibration of the Earth, the restoration of the communion with Earth and that photon wavelength to go all through the person you're running bars on, through your body. Allow it to come out through your head, to the universe, and then again. Like that. And turn it up. And it doesn't feel like anything. Or it feels like everything. Whatever it is for you. Just ask for it to run. Ask for it to exponentialize. And then through your hands, just contribute to the earth. And just allow your hands to be a way where you contribute to the earth. Even if you're holding your hands on somebody's head, it doesn't matter. We're all made of the earth. We're all made of. Don't forget to breathe. And just allow yourself to receive from the earth and to contribute to the earth, to give to the earth simultaneously. And notice that when you receive more, you're also gifting more. In the very moment of receiving, that is one of the most magical things about gifting and receiving. It is simultaneous. And every time you receive, you gift more. And every time you gift, you receive more. Let's keep it running. Restoration of communion with Earth. Please run all around the Earth. And now, for a moment, step into everyone all around the globe that's running bars right now. Or has been running bars already. And include them in this energy. Include them in the energy of gifting and receiving to and with and from the earth. Let that stardust within you reach out to every single person around this amazing planet of ours. Allow your body, the sensory organism that we've been given to experience life here on earth with, allow your body to contribute to the earth, to give to the earth, and to receive from the earth and from everyone around the earth right now. Restoration, communion with earth, please run. Take another deep breath in. Keep the restoration of earth, communion with earth going, and just one final time, tap in to the forest. The forest you've been in, the forest you will go through, walk through, wander through, receive from, contribute to. Tap into every single forest all around the planet, every single leaf and living organism, and expand out into the universe, and embrace the whole earth with the stardust that you be. Take another deep breath in. Allow the restoration of communion with earth to keep running all through today, if you would like to. And let the stardust within you keep dancing through the branches of every single tree and forest on the planet as you receive by. How did we get so lucky to be the stewards of such a beautiful planet? How did we get so lucky to be here right now? What can we be? What can we contribute? What space can we create for a different future here on Earth? Happy Global Birthday. Thank
you. You start living your life from this colorful possibility of being the difference, being the uniqueness that you truly are, and opening up your gifts and your capacities that you didn't even know you had until you started relaxing into you. It just gives you this space to uncover and discover who you are as an infinite being. My name is Dain Heer, and I live in Russia and part-time in Canada. Normally I receive our gift bars once a week, sometimes more, to open up the possibility of receiving the life as it is, not through the filters of how it should be and how it must be. When we get to be present with what is, everything becomes possible and everything can be changed. And bars give that present of being present to us, and through just such a simple way as a touch. Everybody can touch. A light touch to your head creates so much magic.
So I've been working with corporates for many years in the personal development space. And when I started working with Access Bars and seeing the transformation that it had in my life personally and how it was expanding my business, I was really excited to bring it into business and share it with my clients, my corporate clients, my smaller business clients. You know, my life has changed significantly this last year, where now, as you know, a single income household, everything rests on me now. I was previously married, but now all of those bills are solely on me. So if anything, my anxiety levels would have shot up. Thank God for Bars and Access, where I've found somehow a sense of ease while creating even more. So logically, that was something I was worried about. I was like, how am I going to cope? If I'm already burnt out, you know, what is going to happen? Am I going to end up hospitalized? What's going to happen here? But it's created a sense of ease and relaxation, and the way I just show up for myself, that shifted so much, where I never had this capacity, well, not never had this capacity. I've had this capacity before, but I didn't know it. Before, where I just used to keep pushing and going, but it was from a space of whether it was control or lack or wanting to understand the outcome and wanting to determine how to do things. Now that there's been more ease and space for me, and I'm more open to possibilities and trusting myself and honoring myself and what my body requires at the time, what I require at the time, somehow I've managed to still generate income and have more ease with how I'm showing up. And that's where what I'm sharing with my clients is opening up for them as well, because they can recognize that they're also in states of high stress levels and they know that they can't keep carrying on like that. So they're starting to be open to alternate possibilities than just medication and, traditional forms of helping anxiety and burnout. So that's been really great.
One of the reasons why I'm so passionate about bars is the fact that it changed my life so drastically about 10 years ago, where I was at a point, ready to sort of give up and call it a day. And bars came in and just changed absolutely everything for me. So I felt incredibly relaxed, definitely, after the session. But it wasn't until I started making decisions from a completely different space, from a space of more trust and more ease and just a knowing, like I just had a knowing of the direction that I wanted to go. And that changed a lot for me. I went from questioning every 2 seconds to just knowing that this is what I need to do and not questioning it at all. I think one of the most emotional for me, I had a particular client that came in. In fact, she was deciding on whether or not she wanted to take a bars class with me. And so she wanted to try bars for the first time and then sort of decide. And 1,000,001 questions, like analyzing everything, and eventually she had a bars run. And the first thing she said was, I don't think I'm going to sleep because I don't usually sleep through anything, I'm really, it's really difficult for me to fall asleep. Well, she was out like 5 minutes and she was snoring. And she slept throughout her session. And when I shook her awake, she was actually in such a deep sleep. So normally my clients are just a light tap on the shoulder and they're awake, they're present, they understand that the session's over before I even really call out their name, but not her. And she came out of it in a bit of a dwell, it's like she didn't quite know where she was, what had happened. I asked her, so how was that? How did you experience that? Are you okay? How are you feeling? Silence, like nothing was coming out. She got off the bed, she started putting her shoes on, still very quiet. I thought, okay, maybe she just needs some space. We just give her some space, right? And she finished tying her shoelaces and she looked up at me and she said, this is going to sound really sad, but I don't think I've ever experienced this level of peace in my life. And I actually got like a wave of emotion just hit me because, we deal with this every day and we've experienced it in so many different ways. And we see so many people benefit from this, right? And we don't really often stop to really appreciate the impact of those words, that I don't ever think I've ever felt peace like this in my life. Now there's something. So that to me, I share this often in my classes with my students because it really, really hit me hard as to how absolutely beautiful and needed Access Bars is.
I wasn't calling it bars in business, but I was introducing bars as one of my offerings to my clients in business. And then I was chatting with a few facilitators and together we put a trial kind of together for corporate. So I approached 2 of my clients and said to them, look, can we do a trial for 6 weeks with some of your employees, your highly stressed employees? We're not going to charge you for it. Can we do this for you and see what comes out? And then that feedback is what helped us go back into having the meeting. You know, you might feel like you're being a contribution, and I'm not saying that that's for everyone. Someone straight away goes in there and says, this is what I'm offering, this is what it costs. That's cool. But if you're not that type of person and you rather want to let people experience it first and allow that to introduce, you know, more possibilities, then that's a way to do it as well, is to do a trial or just a one-off offering. So that really helped. The trial also gave us some great perspectives and feedback and insight that we might not have been able to get. We've just gone straight in there with the clients. But again, see who you're speaking with. You'll know the people you're speaking with. And by people, maybe where we, or at least me, where that could trip us up is thinking clients. No, it's just other people. What contribution can you be? And who knows what else is possible with the connections that they have. So just don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. Just start chatting and sharing and running people's bars.
Yeah, I'm getting my bus run!
Woo! Happy Global Bars Day from Malaysia!
People have asked me, why do you spend so much time in bed? And I'm like, number one, that's a strange question. Okay. But number two, let me show you why. Okay, for me, one of my favorite places around bars is in bed, because a lot of times I will have bar sessions that last for hours because I change a lot. And when you change, bars really help the sort of like broken glass feeling in your world. So for me, when I get ready for bars, I have to prepare the area. Now, don't count, because most of us can't count that high, the number of pillows on my bed. Yes, I know, you're like, who has a bed like this? I do, okay? Or you could consider it my bars table. Now, I'm not gonna mess up the whole thing because I want it to be pretty after bars. So we'll throw that little guy over, put this here, nice, and then a butt pillow for either me or the person who's running my bars. And then, check this out. This is the thing that really makes people go, what? See, my TV's over there. You can see the TV. And so what I do is I do a long one and one sideways and then another one like this. And then the person can sit up and watch TV and you can run their bars. And you want to, it relaxed me or exhausted me just talking about it. I'm not even sure which, but it's a wonderful thing to watch TV while running bars. And the interesting thing, one of the ways that bars works is it changes all of your fixed points of view about stuff. And so it's kind of interesting because there would be times where I would be getting my bars run and there would be yucky stuff. There used to be a program called Nip and Tuck on TV and I could never watch it. Like literally I would get to the place where I had to go toss my cookies you're welcome. That wasn't that visual, was it? No, that was not too bad. I mean, toss cookies, but when you put it together and you realize that means vomit all over, then it starts getting ugly. Anyway, hopefully you're getting your bars run as I'm talking about this, because then the charge that normally goes in and creates, it dissipates. So anyway, I used to watch a show called Nip and Tuck and I used to get physically sick. And there was one time where it came on, I was getting my bars run and I'm like, let's just keep watching this for a little bit until I can't stand it anymore. And the next time something came on another show that was like body cutting into that sort of thing, I had an easier time with it. And easier and easier. And now I can watch things like that and have no charge. So watching TV with bars is great. Just don't listen to music because it deactivates. It temporarily turns off some of the things so that you can't access them to unlock them. There you go. So that's why I spend so much time in bed, just between you and me. It's not what you thought it was. It's not what anybody thinks it is. Now I need my bars run while thinking about that. Okay, I'll see you later. Bye-bye.
often do you have stuff going on in your head?
All
and
the
it's
time.
Just like,
Oh, it used to be all the time.
used to be all the time.
Wow, I remember. I'm so glad you asked that. It used to be all the time.
Right.
Non-stop, 24/7. And then I would fall asleep at night exhausted after thinking all day long and trying to figure everything out. And I was trying to figure out what I was trying to figure out, how I could figure out a better way to figure out what I was figuring out, and how I could figure all that out. And I'd fall asleep exhausted. I'd wake up usually a few hours later and it would start again. And then I wouldn't be able to get back to sleep. And then I would wake up tired and start it all again, even though I was too tired to think.
Wow, I'm exhausted even just listening to you.
Now I realize why I used to be so exhausted. Whew.
So what'd you do?
I got to a place where I was done. I was literally going to end my life if things didn't change. And I was doing all kinds of spiritual stuff, metaphysical stuff, psychological stuff, business building stuff, self-development, personal development. Like, do you notice the mind? Do you see, what I'm talking about right here?
Yep.
Are you starting to get a little antsy?
Yep. Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know why. I don't know why. Exactly, and that's where I used to live. And I got to a place.
Take a breath, ladies and gentlemen.
And fast forward to present day. So I actually got my bars run. And I went into the session depressed and suicidal, wanting to get out of here, literally having a date to end my life. I came out of it an hour and 15 minutes later, after, by the way, laughing my ass off for the last half hour of that session. Like giggling like a little kid. I was like, and I didn't even know why. I had not laughed in months.
Wow.
And I was somebody who likes to laugh.
Wow.
And so this one bar session, hour and 15 minutes, and I'm not saying that happens for everybody. I'm not saying it happens for anybody. I know people it has happened for also. But what it did was it created some space. It felt like it pushed stop on the monkey mind for a bit. And I was really grateful. And rather than this contracted into my head trying to figure everything out, and what I was doing is I was so in my head before trying to figure everything out about how to get out of my head, which does not work. You cannot figure out from in your head how to get out of your head. But this was like somebody came along and just cut the cord. And I was like, whoa. And then I got a tool called Who Does This Belong To? And the explanation was 98% of your thoughts, your feelings, your emotions, and the monkey mind are things you're picking up on everybody else's monkey mind. And you think it's yours, but it's actually not. You're just really aware. And your tuning fork will vibrate like theirs. The tuning fork's in your head. And I went, oh, so a combination between bars and asking who does this belong to? It's like I very seldom have thoughts in my head unless I'm purposely choosing to focus on something and get awareness about it, to figure it out, to create some change.
I love the way you described that, Dain, because so often I would hear something and I literally in my head I'd go, I'm going to go away and think about that. And I would go away and think about it, and I'd set myself like time to think about it, because you think that if you think about it enough, you're going to come to a greater possibility. But it doesn't work like that. It really doesn't work like that. So getting your bars run and the thinking starts to go away, don't stress. You're not like, oh my God, I won't have my thinking. Like, how many of you have had thinking as your best friend? And it's truly not your best friend. It's your friend that limits you. It's your friend that tells you that not much is possible. We've got to take things slow. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And it's like, is everyone else going to approve?
That, and you have to figure it out before you can choose it. And you have to know every problem.
Pros and cons.
Pros and cons, checklist. And you have to know every problem that could occur and be able to handle every problem and solve every problem that could occur before you choose to go in that direction, because otherwise it's not going to work anyway. And you will have wasted your time, energy, and effort. And so you're right, thinking does not get you out of thinking. But this thing of getting your bars run creates a space, and there's no way. Here's the funny part. We've been talking about the thinking and acknowledging that, right? And a lot of people that have never experienced bars are trying to think what it must be like. But you can't. You can experience it. And nobody can tell you what it's going to be like. And it'll be for you, whatever it is. I had my experience. You had your experience. Everybody has their own.
That was just our first time.
Yeah. And that was just the first time. And it is also, it's different every time. I would say it's different every single time. But the thread of it is it creates relaxation in my body and space in my mind.
And you know what I love about bars too is, I mean, there's 32 different bars on the head. And last night I was getting my bars run and I start talking to the person about gratitude. And I was talking to them about gratitude and about how grateful I was for all these different, you know, things showing up in my life, and how gratitude will always increase, and gratitude and gratitude and gratitude. And she started laughing. She said, you know what bar I'm on at the moment? Gratitude. And it was so cool. And that happens all the time. Yeah. Like when you're on the money bar or something, someone will start talking about how I can't pay my rent, or they've got money stuff going on. Yeah. And so when you are getting your bars run, I mean, for me, it's just total relaxation. And sometimes I fall asleep or, you know, watch a movie, whatever is showing up in my life at that moment. But when you're touching these different bar points, it starts to erase everything, like just pressing the delete button.
Erase.
Erase.
For those of you that don't speak Australian, erase.
Erase.
Is
erase.
Erase.
Erase.
Yeah.
Erase. Erase everything. Start to just like delete everything.
There you go.
Just delete.
Delete.
Okay? It's like pressing
the
delete button on everything. Like on your computer, if you just went delete, delete, delete, delete, and it's like blank canvas.
Yeah.
And from there, with that blank canvas, it's like, well, what are we going to choose now? Like there's so much more possible, and that clarity that you have when you get your bars run, and that space of possibilities.
Because it's like when you talk about that clarity, it's like you're not digging through thousands of extraneous bits of information and points of view and whatever. It's just like, oh, there it is. That's what I'm asking about. That's what I'm asking for. Like, how did I not see that before? It's like, well,
we were trying to get clarity from thinking.
Yeah.
Clarity is something very different when you're not thinking.
Yeah, true story. And the thing about it is the quote unquote thinking is then a lot more efficient, and it has a different quality to it. It's not that monkey mind where you're on the hamster wheel and you just keep going and going and going as it speeds up. It's more like, oh, I'd like information about this. Let me ask for that. And then you know it when it shows up.
Yeah.
Which is the other. And you also know who to talk to, what to read, what to watch, or whatever to get the information you're seeking. Because you make this connection energetically.
That makes me so excited, because
I know, me too.
It literally happens all day, every day. You get, and that's awareness. Like you go, oh, that. And you start, like you said, talking to someone, you're like, just got what I was after.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And you'll ask a question and exactly that. You'll be talking to somebody, or you'll hear somebody talking. You're not even talking to them. And you'll hear what the child says to her mom, 6-year-old walking with her mom down the street, and she says, Mommy, blah, blah, blah. You're like, that's what I needed to hear. And that's the beauty of it. You start to realize that all of this awareness information can come from anywhere.
That you start receiving.
It doesn't have to come from you figuring it all out and controlling it.
Nope.
And we've also done studies and found that a bar session decreases anxiety, stress, and depression an average of 87% with one session. Dude.
Yeah.
I would say we've really lost the ability to relax in our world today, and it's kind of like nobody really knows how to do it anymore. And the access bars it's really changed everything in my life. I could, go on and on for hours, but one of the ways that I use it as a tool is actually to help me relax and actually help my brain relax. And for me, it actually creates a sense of true relaxation, which is something that I think also, people kind of think like relaxation is vegging out in front of the TV or whatever. I don't know that that's even really relaxing for a lot of people, you know? And so it's like, what is true relaxation? And to me, the access bars is true relaxation that not just while I'm on the table, but it goes out and it moves into every area, every nook and cranny of my life from then forward. And there's this cumulative effect where I get to relax more and more and more over time with everything that I do and create. And I am so grateful for that.
I'm getting my bars run. October 21st, Global Bars Day. Yoo-hoo!
Now is our space, my beautiful friends. Now is our space to be the space. What do you know that does not have the solidity of thinking? What do you know that you've been discounting because it simply exists as whispers through space rather than solid objects? To be willing now to ask for that knowing within everything to contribute. Now is our space, where we claim the difference of us. I'm going to ask you today to simply be. I don't know about you, but I tend to try mentally to grok the new space. I would like you to allow this to grok you. Our world is here. Hello, all animals. We are as you. Hello, all water. We invite your consciousness to our world and add ours to yours. Hello, all living green things and colored things we call plants and trees and grass and shrubs. We are oneness. We are oneness. Hello, all fungi. We are oneness. We are space of all. Hello, all earth and everything created from it. We are oneness. We are the space. As you, we be as you and the consciousness we be. Hello, all of earth. Hello, moon. We are oneness. Hello, sun and planets and space of the solar system. We are oneness. Perhaps for one of the first times, being that space while navigating this thing that looks to others as reality is possible. It's a totally different reality, my beautiful friends. Hello, trees. As Gary said, trees bleed oneness. Hello, galaxy. Trillions of stars, planets, moons, and certainly some other people. We are oneness. It is what is. We are what is. Now is our space for oneness to be. You are this, my beautiful friends. There's no longer a separation between any of it and you. Nor do you need to separate to have this reality or make it work. Instead, invite all of this and see what shows up. Ask to be it all. Now is our space, our infinite space. Not just a tiny little body on a planet in the middle of nowhere, but an infinite being with a beautiful body specifically situated in the beginning of everywhere and everything. Now is our space. Wow. And I love it because this one is definitely going to keep moving. Wow.
So the first time that I had my bars run was at this bars class that I basically only took just because I wanted to get to a foundation class. Because I've been playing with the tools for like a month, and I was like, okay, I want to do a foundation. I want to give me some processes, give me some of this stuff. So I was like, all right, I'll do this bars class, whatever points on the head or whatever, just let me get to foundation afterwards. So I went to this class and I had my bars run for the first time. And I remember walking outside afterwards, and I was sitting on this staircase and it was nighttime. And I was looking at the stars and I was like, oh, for the first time in my life, I had the sense that everything is okay. It's just okay. And I don't need to do anything or be anything, or there's nothing expected of me, and I can just be, and that's okay. So that's my first experience with the bars.
One thing that Access Bars is really an amazing contribution for is jet lag. Oftentimes I'm flying to Europe for classes from California. It's a 9-hour difference. And if I get there and get my bars run, I'm automatically on that time length. And sometimes I do it the next morning, and it just makes so much ease. So bars and travel is your best friend.
My name is Isabella and I'm from Brazil. I found the Access Bars in 2019. One thing that I also remember that it's so different today is about dealing with life. Every time I would have a problem or some situation, I always would find someone to deal with that for me. I would always find someone to create my life. I would never be the source. I would never be the one who gets to choose how to deal with things, how to change things in my life. I would always hide from everything and everyone, and just let life happen to me and not actually get to create it. And after the Access Bars, one thing that really changed for me, it's relaxation. This is something that now I realize I did not have in my life. I always would be stuck in my head, stuck in my thoughts, get a lot of paranoia. So that's why I would never get to deal with my life. I would never get to choose, because I was always stuck in here, and I would never be relaxed. I would never trust myself, trust what I can be for me. So this is like the biggest change ever that changed everything for me. So after I added the access bars in my life, in my routine, every week I get to know what is relaxation for me and for my body.
Hi everyone, welcome again for the live broadcast of Global Access Bars Day Year 11. I can't believe it, so many years gone by. I am delighted to be here today from Casal Borgone at the beautiful castle, which is in northern Italy, and I'm going to be speaking with Miss Susanna Mittermeier very shortly. Now, Susanna is a psychologist, she is a best-selling author, and the founder of an incredible, innovative new approach to looking at psychology, which is called pragmatic psychology. So she has got 4 celebrated and best-selling books, and she is incredible and teaches classes and workshops worldwide. So welcome, Susanna, who is joining us from Austria today. Hi, Susanna.
Hello, Diva. Hello, everyone.
It's so wonderful to see you. Talking about this topic, which actually has been huge in my life forever, which is, am I crazy?
Me too.
You know, so I mean, crazy has got so many connotations to it and so many different perspectives. Where do you begin? And tell us a little bit about how you see crazy, quote unquote, that is different than how most of the world sees it.
Yes, that's so true, because crazy has so many ways of looking at it and so many different perspectives. Like for me, crazy is the wonderful crazy we all can be when we don't hide us and what we truly be. And when we are willing to be alive, like so much of what's considered crazy is the aliveness that we are. The different colors that we have showing up as who we truly are. And in a world that is all about being the same, fitting into the norm. And that is something that so many people still have in their world, says, you know, it's a valuable thing to be like other people, to be liked. And the inspiration with this day with Access Consciousness, with what all we do is like starting to get the value of you and your uniqueness, and how that is something that moves our world forward to something greater. Because everyone that is willing to be different, they turn on their unique perspective on the world. They see things other people don't see. They get to turn on their creativity. They have ideas that might not be validated by other people. Maybe other people say that's crazy, that's not possible. But if you know what you know, then whatever you have as an idea that might not be able to be heard today could be something that changes our world tomorrow. And after that, and after that. So that's a very different perspective on being crazy. Crazy as a possibility. And then we live in a world that has a totally different viewpoint on what crazy is. Like in this world, being crazy is when you see what is. You know, it's like crazy is when you don't agree to other people's stupidities. When you are aware of what's going on, when you don't just buy the concept of whatever is going in the world as the only reality. And the question is that really crazy and insane?
Yeah.
Or is that actually brilliant?
So did you always see the world this way? Because I know that you had a very, kind of like traditional education and, professional formation and everything. And obviously you had a very successful business as well in Austria. Like, have you always thought this way? Or was it like a spark that was there in your world that somehow got amplified when you came across Access Consciousness? What was that for you?
It was both. I was always someone who didn't really understand this world. I thought I was maybe, taking the wrong, exit when I came here, around the moon. You're like, oh, what planet am I on? What's going on here? I'm not really getting like the whole thing that's going on. I never got the whole drama thing that this world finds so entertaining. So
that's crazy.
And yes. And every time I voiced that, I was not greeted with, oh, thank you for your different perspective. It was oftentimes like, you're not getting the whole seriousness. You're not getting like the gravity and the reality of the drama. So you must not be that smart. That's something that I had met a lot. And so there were periods in my life where I shut that down and I pretended to be serious. And that was a lot of work. It's like always when we be something that is not us, just so other people are happy with us, takes a lot of energy. And it takes a lot of us and it costs us a lot. And it cost me a lot of my joy and a lot of my aliveness. And I started to create a life that other people were very happy with. But I wasn't happy with it. And I knew if I continued towards that future, that is not going to work. It's not going to, work for my body or anything in my life. And then just when I was about to, I remember I was just before I met Access, I went to a psychic reader, and I'm like, can you help me with, future? Because I thought I didn't know, which I later found out is not true. What is the purpose of my life? And she said, to be happy. And I'm like, come on, there must be something more profound, something more serious as, as reality. And she's like, no, happy. You've been suffering so many lifetimes. It's like your time to be happy. And I'm like, yeah, but I want to change the world. And she's like, uh-huh. And then later I'm like, wow, that is so much of that energy of changing the world. And I found that when I started with Access Consciousness and the bars and all the other classes I found like I was the first time in my life I was acknowledged for what is actually true for me.
Yeah.
And that the joy and the aliveness is not insane and not stupid. It's actually a capacity, it's a power, it's something that if I unleash it and allow myself to be that, is not only changing my life and making everything greater, but it's also an inspiration to so many other people. And then, that plus me working as a psychologist and therapist at that time in psychiatry changed absolutely everything. And it changed my work. It changed how I could, be with my patients. I could, when we be us everything changes. Everything just starts to work in such a wonderful, non-logical way. So,
Yeah.
and that was the start.
And you've really done such an incredible job at incorporating the Access tools into psychology, into the work that you do with your clients. And I know that you work as well with a lot of mental health issues and people that have been either officially or not officially diagnosed with, you know, a variety of things. How would you say that the tools of Access consciousness, and in particular the Access bars, differ from the more traditional approaches, you know, that are presented in psychology usually?
Well, a lot of it is about uncovering what is. There's a lot of concepts out there about what is supposed to be and what is supposed to be true. Like that, for example, fear is real, that, you know, any of the things that people usually go and seek help for, they're ashamed or they doubt or they have like stress going on or they have all these things. And then people try to address those problems by, first of all, thinking that these things are real, that they're real problems, and then they look for a solution. With this different approach, it's about asking so many questions that you actually get to what is true for you, not someone else's concept, and you're trying to understand yourself and understand those concepts, understand your fear, understand your doubt. But it's about what is actually true for you. And one of the tools that help you with that and help me a lot with that is whatever is true for you will always make you feel lighter. And that lightness is not a cognitive lightness. It's not like, oh, I'm more right now.
Yeah.
That lightness is that, like, it just creates more space for you to be. And it starts to change your way of navigating through the world rather than where am I right in my limitations, but where do I have the freedom to actually find out what is true for me and where would I like to go next? Not what do other people want from me, which most of us know very well. So that's like one of many aspects how this work is different. And it doesn't stop like what most traditional ways stop with cognition and emotions and feelings. Like with these tools, we go so much further because we're more than our feelings, we're more than our thoughts, we're more than our emotions. We're so much bigger than that. And when you start to address that, then your whole navigation system, your whole way of being and functioning in the world it just starts to be different. You start to see that you have so much more choice than you had, because if you function from, you know, those thoughts, feelings, and emotions, and you think like your menu of choice is very limited. You know, it's all about whatever you can think, whatever you can feel, whatever you can emote or you know, compute. But if you acknowledge, I'm so much more than that. I'm not just my feelings, my thoughts. I'm so much more. Then from that little buffet, your whole buffet of choice expands and you go, wow, that thing that's troubling me, like what else is possible that I have not even considered?
Yeah.
And people think they're only like they have choice based on what has been in their past, you know, whatever experience they had or whatever they had going on. But if you realize you have choice beyond whatever occurred in your past, you have infinite choice, no matter like whatever abuse occurred or whatever experience you had, you have choice beyond that. And that's something that most people are not aware of. They know somehow they have semi choice, like choice light version.
Yeah.
But that you have infinite choice in every moment to create your life and your future the way you desire, no matter what had occurred in your past, no matter where you come from, no matter what your culture is. That's huge. That's so huge.
And I think you're touching on something so incredible, which is, you know, the concept or the fact even that we do have so many more choices available than those that we think we have available or than those that we're presented with. You know, even as you were mentioning, like we so often will go to our thoughts, feelings, and emotions and trying to figure things out or feel things in a different way. Whereas, would you say then that the bars and the tools of Access consciousness allow you to go way beyond all of that?
Yes, definitely. Absolutely. Because first of all, even becoming aware that your thoughts are like not yours, and even realizing that it doesn't have to be that way. But for most people, it's like they're troubled by their monkey mind, by reactions, by thoughts, by, you know, something occurs and then it's supposedly normal to react to everything. And if you don't react, that's not normal. So even realizing, wait a second, I'm living in a world where I'm supposed to react to everything. It's expected of me to react because that makes me a normal human being. And to realize, wait a second, is that even true for me? Is that what I call being a normal person? Or would I be willing to be different? Would I be willing to consider it so crazy that I have ease in the face of absolutely everything? That I have peace with absolutely everything? And it's like one of the tools that are so helpful with that is the Access Consciousness mantra, where it's like all of life comes to you with ease and joy and glory, not just the wonderful stuff, but also when someone is, you know, angry with you or someone judges you, even that is something that you can profit from. Even that is something that you can gain awareness from. Even that is something you can receive. And it's like, imagine you walk through the world where you know nothing and no one can, you know, make you smaller or make you less or make you cave in unless you let them. Like, wow, like how different would you walk through the world? And would you be willing to do that?
Yeah, and how empowering as well, because that's completely different. You know, we're so used to putting like the power or the strength of us outside of us rather than knowing that we can have that change ourselves. So let me ask you, because I know you've worked with thousands of people all over the world. Do you have like one particular story or perhaps an experience that has really stuck with you with the access bars and how they've managed to change something for one of your clients?
Oh gosh, so many different ones. Well, I mean, I gotta say, when I worked in psychiatry and I met people with very many different diagnoses, like everything from depression, anxiety, personality disorders, ADHD, OCD, autism, like really so many different ones. And I gotta say, like, generally with all of them, changing my perspective, what I started to see that whatever is called like something that needs to be fixed, because that's how people like start out, like, here's this person, fix them. And like what I started to do is like, is there something to fix? Because, you know, with these tools, you start to question absolutely everything.
Yeah.
And when you realize, well, that's actually not a question, like, you know, fix this person. It's actually already a point of view that this person is broken. What if this person is not broken? What if it's actually like everything is the opposite of what it appears to be, which is one of the tools we use in Access Consciousness, the crazy phrase. Like everything is the opposite of what it appears to be and nothing is the opposite of what it appears to be. And I started to apply that and I realized, wow, like what these people out there call, let's say, for example, what's it called? Diagnosis XYZ is like, I started to see that it's actually in a word of difference. You know, it's like, it's where someone says you don't fit the norm. And it's actually something we could start to celebrate. Whenever someone says you don't fit the norm, it's something you can celebrate. And with that perspective, like working with people with different diagnoses, like there was so many people, where you ask for one example, like there was one lady who was so extremely depressed that, you know, people tried everything with her. You know, I was supposed to do psychotherapy with her, and, you know, someone who's so depressed that they don't talk, how do you do, you know, verbal therapy? And they did very many things with her. And then I asked my boss if I could, you know, do the bars with her and use some of the tools. And she said, do whatever, because we don't know what to do anymore. And so I gave her a bar session, and I didn't expect anything, which is the best way of starting. You just put your hands, you know, wherever they're supposed to be with the bars, and then you just let it be, you know. And it was so magical. So she got up after the session and she talked, which was like even that a miracle. And she said, you know what? I became aware of so much that I didn't want to talk about, that I thought I should keep a secret. And that was the start of us being able to do therapy again, you know. And of course I added the tools and everything, but there's so many miracles that show up, like working with people with PTSD that come from war zones and running their bars and using different tools, and they start to be able to have a life that they like, you know, that they enjoy. And that just is so wonderful. And then people who think that they're totally like broken and the outcast because they have whatever label, realizing that not fitting the norm is something that they can use as a capacity, as a resource, as something that they can explore and start to have the joy with that. So, I mean, that's just so wonderful.
That's incredible. And that's one of many, many all over the world as well, you know, people that have had access to these tools and will do as well in the future. And so I know we're going to wrap up soon, but I did want to ask you one thing, which I know is a question that I always had since I was a child, which is, am I crazy? If somebody thinks they're crazy or they've been told they're crazy, what would you say to them?
I love that question. And it's like when you ask yourself, am I crazy? I mean, it's like, what if you explore the joy of that rather than looking at, okay, am I crazy from, is it okay to be crazy? Is it not okay to be crazy? Is it right? Is it good? Is it from the judge of it? You actually start to see it from the possibility, from the playful space of, what am I bringing to the world? And, you know, joy of maybe the world is not, you know, willing to deal with your amazing craziness.
Yeah.
But what if you enjoy that? What if it's okay that you don't know what you enjoy that?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Susanna. You are wonderful. And thank you, everybody watching. We'll see you very, very soon.
It will give you so much awareness.
It's that space, it's that energy. When you gift, you receive straight away.
I think one of the most fun things, especially running bars, which is one of my favorite things to do. I love to run other people's bars. But I think the first thing that caught me off guard so much was how some people will just go into this deep rest. But the ones that I love are I've had sessions where people laugh hysterically for 90 straight minutes to the point where their body is hurting. Just the release, the joy, the unexpected. People who didn't know they could laugh like that. And they don't even have necessarily like the context of what they're laughing about. Just a dynamic release and a freedom to be.
Becoming a bars practitioner is just such a gift. When I have people come to my house and receive bars for the first time, it's just an amazing experience. They come in sort of nervous and contracted or, you know, just not knowing what's going on. And they always leave like a chilled out, blissed out marshmallow, you know, and there's just a totally different sense of space with them. That space lasts for the rest of their life and keeps going. And so for me to be able to contribute that to somebody is just, I mean, what better, for me, what better career choice or what better way to, you know, earn a living is to give somebody a total shift in energy that's going to last forever.
It will give you so much awareness, and it is very pleasurable watching people change and running other people's bars. It's just been astounding to me what's changed in their lives. Like, miraculous things.
A lot of people say, I don't find anybody to run my bars. I'm like, but how about running other people's bars? That's a good way of gifting and receiving. So when I don't find anybody else to run my bars, I run people's bars, and that's how I receive. So receiving and gifting is not from this reality. When you gift, you receive straight away. There is no gap there.
It's this flow back and forth. And so I actually get more energized after I've run bars for 6 hours than I would doing my thing and walking for 6 hours. So it's that space, it's that energy, it's the symbiotic kind of relationship back and forth with no matter what body is on the table. Such a gift.
To anyone that's looking to become a practitioner, I would say like, being a practitioner of bars or body processes or anything that Access offers as a tool, what if you could add that to your business, whatever that is? So for an example, with medicine, with my patients, I've added that in such a dynamic way without even like telling people what it was, but just like, oh, can I touch your head? Or like, can I do this weird thing that I've just been doing? And I saw this amazing, miraculous effect on people. So I would say just like, how can you include that in your life, you know? And what if that can contribute to your business, whatever it is, in dynamic ways? And what if you can create a business out of it? Because that's what I did. Like back when I discovered bars, I didn't really have a business that I made money from, but I just started like offering sessions to people. I got to make money for myself for the first time. And that was such a big leap for me, you know? Being a practitioner gave me the space of like, I can really have my financial reality in such a more dynamic way.
It's a beautiful way of connecting with people, I would say. Go ahead, get your bars run as much as possible. If not, then just gift. That's receiving too.
Happy Global Bars Day from Slovenia!
Happy Global Bars Day from Canada!
Hello, everybody. Today I have the honor of being here with Charlie Verge, Dr. Charlie Verge. Thank you for being here, Charlie.
Thank you, Emily. Thanks for inviting me.
Of course. So can you tell us, everyone watching, like what is your profession? Like what area have you been working in for most of your life in psychotherapy and psychology?
Thanks, Emily. Actually, I feel blessed. I've had a profession that I really love doing, and I've been a licensed psychologist for 50 years. I've had the total pleasure and honor of working with amazing people over that time period. And I've had the honor of teaching in some very wonderful places, including the Massachusetts School of Professional Psychology, Harvard Medical School, and several others around the country.
Wow. So you've been doing this a while. And now, here we are chatting about something called access bars. And what have you seen that's different, like very different between psychotherapy and what you've had all these years of training in and working with amazing people and access bars? Like, what are they? How are they different? What have you seen?
Yeah. Thanks for that question, because I think it's a really important place to begin, is that, what bars offers is something so different than what therapy offers. And there's some amazing therapeutic approaches out there, and they're actually getting better all the time. When I came into the field, they were very limited in terms of what they looked at. Because when I came into the field, most of what was available was dealing with cognitive psychology, or dealing with thoughts, or dealing with feelings that thoughts produces. And so it was mostly based in the whole world of thoughts and feelings. And as therapy has progressed more and more, what is incorporated now in a lot of therapy is other techniques like mindfulness or yoga approaches or other things that produce a state of peace a state of calm that you actually can't find in the mind and the emotions.
Right.
So, like when we talk about something called mental health, and this is like Mental Health Awareness Month. When we talk about mental health, it actually is a misnomer because there actually isn't any health in the mind. The mind isn't actually designed to do that. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's designed to compute. It's an information processing system. In psychology, actually, the mind that's the definition. It's an information processing system. It acts like a computer in many ways. And so it never rests on its own. So we have to get beyond the mind if we're going to get to that place of true peace, true calmness. And that's why anything that can help us and assist us moving towards that space, the space of being, the space of calm, the space of relaxation beyond the mind is so, so valuable in this world of high stress and high activity that we live in high stimulation. And bars is just an amazing tool which does exactly that, is that it starts to allow you to, first of all, you don't even have to talk, so you don't have to be in their thinking mode.
That's different.
It's different to start with. You're not talking, you're lying down on a massage table and you're receiving. And when you receive the points on your head, what starts to happen is all of those points of view you've been living with that drive that cognitive machine in there into the polarity of right and wrong and good and bad starts to dissolve, and you start to find that peace of being. You start to find that place of relaxation, and it's quite amazing.
I love that you said that. I heard someone say the other day, just like the heart beats, the mind moves, thinks, processes. That's what the mind's there to do. It's not wrong. And we're not going to find the answer there into something beyond that.
Exactly.
Yeah. So how do you see that? You just gave such a good description of what the bars, what you see it do. How have you seen the changes different for you in your life, or like clients that you've worked with that are used to like even some of these different therapies that go a bit into like the being and beyond the mind? How have you seen bars change things that are different?
Sure. Well, for myself, I would say is that I've gone through this life with two tracks. Like one, I have a very active mind. In astrology, for those of you out there that like astrology, I'm a triple Gemini, which means I have a sun sign, a moon sign, and a birth sign all in Gemini, which means my mind can go really, really busy. I can go all over the place. And it was very useful to have that mind when I was young because I loved learning and I loved studying things. So I studied everything out there that was studying, but also it was hard for me sometimes to rest that mind, to find peace of mind. So I started meditation very early on in my life. But when I came to bars, I found something even beyond what meditation gives you. Because in a lot of meditation, what you're still doing is observing your thoughts and feelings. So you're still connected to, you're like close to them.
Yeah.
But the space that I received, the first time I remember I did bars, was a space beyond that. I was like, oh my, there's this space of total quiet where my mind no longer was active. And that is something really, really beautiful. That's a beautiful space. And I've seen it in clients I've worked with, is that when I work with them with the bars, is that they can enter into this space of being that they've never touched into before. Just the other week, I was working with a client who has a diagnosis of bipolar disorder. And she's a lovely, lovely person and very accomplished person in this world. But, she's driven by that polarity of bipolar. And we did bars for, I think it was about 45 minutes. And she got up off the table. The session wasn't through. And she said, this is more relaxed than I've ever been in my whole life. And I mean, that's just breathtaking. When you hear those sort of things, when clients say those sort of things, your heart moves and says, wow.
Wow.
And, I'm sure you too, because you do a lot of bars and you get those kind of comments.
Yeah,
where
you
people
do.
have tried all other kinds of techniques, and something about the bars allows them now that space of being, that space of true calm and peace that they've never had before.
Thank you so much for putting it so eloquently and so succinctly, and for being on here, because it's wonderful to talk with someone that you've had 50 years in this field of therapy, and to really see, hey, I found something that gives what I've known is possible to yourself and then to the clients that you work with. It really is something so different. And like you said, we just want to, hey, this is out here. And for those people that have been looking for that space and peace, it's like after 45 minutes, when you hear things like that they've never had it in their whole life, it's like maybe the gift of trying that. It's amazing.
And Emily, just piggybacking on that, what I would like to say to people out there is, there's so many people who've tried so many things that have not really helped them.
Yeah.
And that they get frustrated. Now, I've worked with so many people over time who've come to me after having many different forms of therapy. And what I want to say to people out there is never give up. Never give up hope on yourself. That if you don't give up on hope, hope doesn't give up on you. It will find you and it will work with you. If you have the point of view that there must be something out there that will help you, it will. Keep asking, keep receiving, and try bars. If you haven't tried it, give it a chance and see if that might help you.
Thank you so much, Charlie. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Enric. I'm from Spain and I've been doing bars for at least 8 years. I've been also facilitating bars classes for 7 years and it's been amazing, this journey. It's been so beautiful to see so many changes on me and also on every of the persons that came to my classes. This last year I've been facilitating classes in beautiful countries in Asia, in Europe also, as Japan, Taiwan, Korea, Turkey, Romania, also Spain. And one of the things that I like the most about the bars is that when I feel a bit strange, when I feel that things are not moving easily in my life, I just receive a bar session or 2 bar sessions if I can in the same week, or as much as I can, and then I feel greater. I not only feel greater, things start to move as if by magic, like things start to happen in a different way, and that's one of the things that I love about the bars.
Hi there, my name is Georgia Watson, and now I'm a bars facilitator, and I use bars in my weekly life, sometimes even daily life if I'm very lucky. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about my first time getting my bars run. I actually was pretty worried and concerned about getting my bars run. I was in a state where most mornings I'd wake up feeling anxious and just kind of like a sense of like uncertainty, kind of like, you know, like that. And I knew there was something else. I knew there was something else possible. And I tried a lot of meditation and different techniques to help relax into being alive. Like, it's okay. But I would tell myself this and it wouldn't really get anywhere. And the first time I got my bars run, it was like, I was really worried that something was happening to me. Like, I tried to protect myself. I tried to put like a shield around me. And what I realized is it wasn't just about the bars that I was doing that. I was doing that in my life every day. I was looking out for like what I needed to defend against, what I needed to protect myself against. And I wasn't really actively being on this beautiful planet, living this life that's such a gift to wake up daily and have as like a present. And after I started getting my bars run, this anxiety that was underlying every day of my life started to melt away. This worry that I had started to melt away. And I started to really live more actively. And it felt good to be in my life. Like, it was so different, you know, to be here and to like it. It was just like, whoa, this is really bizarre. And that was 11 years ago, actually. And I'll never forget or never take for granted the gift that bars is and has been in my life. I use it when I'm cranky. I use it when things, you know, get frustrating in life. I use it in my relationship. I use it just to give myself a gift. And every single day of my life has been greater since starting to run the bars. And that's just such an incredible thing. There are just such few things out there that give so much. And I am pretty committed at this point to make sure that I give myself that gift, because it returns in dividends any time and any effort that I put into either getting my own bars run or running somebody else's is just absolutely miraculous.
One thing I love about the bars is that from that space of relaxation, so much more can be created, and it's never, ever what I imagine it's going to be. So one of my favorite questions about the bars is, what can be created from the space of total relaxation? Because from that space, I always become aware of things that I was never willing to see before, and creating things or writing or knowing where to be and when to be there becomes so much easier.
Happy Access Bars Day from Oman!
I found my teacher in Hungary, you know, who's doing bars, you know, like she's a facilitator. I just started, my friend recommended me her videos and I was like, oh, you know, I like what she's about. So I started listening and like taking online classes, right? Like for 2 years. And then I happened to be in Hungary and I was like, Access Bars class. I was like, okay, I'm going to check it out. So I took this class last year in January and it blew my mind. I was like, what is this? You know, like I'm very adventurous. Like I like to try new things and, you know, like experiment with things and methods. And like I did everything, meditation, theta healing, beta healing, karma healing, like everything. So then I'm at this class in Hungary and I was like, oh, this is super cool. And then a few months goes by and And so I've been connected with Anna Chiara from Italy, from Protection for Kids, which is a nonprofit organization in Italy. So I've been in touch with her, and you know, we were planning to do something, but there was not like a goal, like this is, you know, we're just like, you know, let's do something together. So she reached out to me and she's like, hey, I'm going to Kathmandu, to Nepal, you know, on this humanitarian mission. Would you like to join? And I was like, yeah, I would love to go, you know, I'm like, yeah. I was asking the question myself, like, what contribution can I be here for these kids that not only helps them financially, but something more than that, you know? And then I was like, you know, because I've been doing access bars, you know, and trading. And I was like, I wonder if I could take this technique to the kids, you know? And I was like, wait a second. So I called up Anna Chiara, like, hey, I took this class, you know, it's very cool. You don't need to talk about your trauma. You don't need to talk and go into details what happened, where, who, what. And I was like, I wonder if I could teach this to the kids. And she's like, yeah, it sounds very interesting. I think it would be really beneficial for the kids. So I was like, okay. So I embarked on this journey. And so I created a class, almost like 100 girls in Nepal. Like, I think I taught 90 girls. So my very first bars class teaching, you know, like the very first class that I taught, I was able to teach almost 100 girls in Nepal. Where we were, it's called Chori, which means daughter in Nepalese. So this center is a Nepalese organization. And what they do is they provide long-term help for each and every girl who's at the center. So there are a couple of different types of cases. One of them, sexual abuse in the family. So I met a girl who was abused by her father at 13, 14, several times. And, you know, she got into Chori and they told her, you have rights, you can do something about this. So she ended up, you know, the father is now in jail, and she ended up at Chori, and they are helping her to recover from the trauma, emotional trauma, physical trauma, and help her finish school. So that's one case. They also have a lot of human trafficking happening in Nepal. The human trafficking industry is a crazy big industry. It's bigger than drugs. It's a $2 billion industry. And recently there was a movie, Sound of Freedom, that came out and talks about what really happened with this boy and girl. I wanted to share this story because on the very first day of the humanitarian mission, we walked into this place and I didn't know where we were. And we walked on the second floor of this building, which was like a rundown building. And it said massage. So it's like, I walked in, you know, and then I see this girl sitting on the bed. And I was like, where are we? I didn't know what was. And I said, oh, okay, so is it like a happy ending massage? Or, you know, I didn't know. I was like, what is it? What are they doing? And Anna Chiara was like, no, there's no happy ending. It's just, it is just sex. My mind, like, I didn't know what to expect from this humanitarian mission, but I was like, wow, what about the police? And they were like, yeah, the police comes in and they are my clients too. And if we don't do what they say, they tie, you know, they handcuff us, and then they just take us to the police station for hours, and then until we do what they say. Seeing that, how normal it is, and how and having this conversation with these girls, and one of the girls who worked in that massage place, her story was her husband, when she got married at 13, her husband said, oh, come work here. So her husband got her to work at the massage place. And I was like, your husband is telling you to work here? She's like, yeah, and now, you know, after 2 years, he left me for a younger girl, and now I'm all by myself, and I have a brother who's addicted to drugs, and then I have another I have my mother who I'm taking care of, and then I have another little sister. So I'm taking care of the family. And I was like, so do they know that this is what you do? And she's like, no, they live in the village, in the rural area of Nepal. They don't know what I do. I cannot tell them what I do. And I can't get out of this because if I get out, my whole family will collapse. So she's carrying the whole family. And she was now, I believe, 16 or 17 years old. So I had a conversation with her and I was like, so what, so like, what can we do, and that actually one of that conversation sparked me the idea of creating this access bars business, because she doesn't have 3 months to become to take a training in bakery or, stitching clothes. So I was like, oh, so she said, yeah, I would like to get out, but if I take a day off, or if I don't have, like, not a day off, but like 3 months off, my family is going on to starve and on the streets. So that's when I had the idea of creating this access bars business and exploring maybe she could learn it in one day, so that she can start making her own money, and it doesn't take a long time to learn, and it gives her a tool relatively quickly, and she could start making money with that. It was a beautiful moment when I saw these girls. Most of them were very shy, very kind of like beautiful little girls, like 13, 14, 15, 16, very young girls. And when I saw their faces, after like 10 minutes in the bars, and they were just melting down, and some of the girls fall asleep. And I was like, oh my God, like this moment, I was like, thank God I pursued this, and I'm crazy enough to do something like that. And I was like, oh, like this is birth for me, like this feeling, like just seeing them relax for the first time in like a long time. It was so moving. So for me, that was the most important thing, that I was able to be a contribution for the future, not just for a year or 2 months or just a little bit of money, but I was able to give them something that contributes for the rest of their life. I feel like when I did access bars on them and when I taught them the technique, it was really like they were just like absorbing the knowledge, they were just like hungry for it, So I feel for me, to share access bars, the beauty of access bars with people who are really like ready to change their lives, and give them a tool so they can fly. I think those sparks in the world, in the most needed places, where they don't have the education, the money, or they don't have the need, but they have the will to change. I think those sparks, when you spread the sparks in the world and light them on fire, I think that's a really cool thing to do. So I'm very inspired to do that. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Diana Weinkrutova and I'm from Czech Republic, Prague. Well, what bars can change in the world? What if world could be full of people asking questions instead of being in conclusions and inside of their minds? That would kind of be my secret wish, and I would have to hold my hopes and dreams bars for it to maybe happen. But that is my secret wish, so everybody is staying in a question all the time, and then the world can constantly change and something bigger can be created and greater here at the planet Earth.
Hi there, this is Dr. Khushbu Shah, and I'm so grateful I get to talk on this glorious Global Bars Day as a bars facilitator and certified facilitator from India. I actually was invited to speak about a recent session I had called Bars and Business with an introduction to the access bars, and everybody's asking for something. They're asking to relax, they're asking to have more creativity, they're asking to have some more joy in actually going to the place that they go every day. So they were actually very grateful for us introducing something different and not just as a one-off engagement activity. And we actually also did like a bars demo and also the mini session on all of them. They were actually taught to do this on each other. So it's literally like a 10-minute mini session where you do the energy pulse, the implant band, and then you close it. But you could literally see the change in the room. Like everybody was calmer, they were more relaxed. They were laughing so much more at the end of it. In the beginning, they were like on this, but then later it was just really peaceful. There was laughter. There was a sense of relaxation, and you could actually see people's faces. They were brighter. One of them actually came up with this analogy. It almost felt like a sponge that is soaked in water. When it's full of water, you can't do much. Right? Like you can't put in more water, you can't take in more information. It's just heavy and damp and bleh. So he actually said once you wring it, once you wring the whole sponge and drain off all of the excess water, your brain is finally free. The main thing that I got is thank you for coming and showing us something different. That is what it was. So bars can be taken in anywhere. And I know if people, let's just imagine, if these workspaces where there are so many memes and so many videos you see about, oh my god, it's Monday, and they're waiting for the weekend because they don't really enjoy their workplace. Like imagine if major chunk of the population was actually happy getting up and going to work.
Happy Global Bars Day! Bars is amazing. It's my life. I love it.
So the access bars, the world-changing access bars is so funny. Just recently I went to a class, and it always goes back to the level of receiving. Like how much change are you asking for, and how much is it that you're willing to receive? So we can ask away, and truly what is it you're willing to receive with your body, with your mind, with all of you. And the bars is that place where your capacity for receiving just expands exponentially, and it's so beautiful.
My house is chaotic. We have a little dog, and there's 7 young people with all of their friends, and we have a code door, and I probably should change it because there's that many people that are in the house all the time, and we do bars. Okay, so wherever you are, you can do bars because we do it. And we have a chair, and we have the TV going, and we have stuff, and actually our dog loves bars. When the chair comes out a little bit, he's waiting. Who's getting on? There's going to be the comfy blanket. I'm there, and I'm doing bars with whoever's on the chair. And our kids who are not super fond of the dog, absolutely let them do bars with them. So wherever you are, my vision is, can we connect? Can we expand? Can we open this up as being a tool? It doesn't have to be the tool, but a tool to spread awareness, spread consciousness, and remove the judgment that's rampant everywhere.
Global Bars Day from Stockholm!
Hola, Colombia.
Hola, queridos amigos. Ya falta poco para mi viaje a Colombia.
Hola, hello everyone in Colombia. I hope you guys are enjoying your bars trade.
Hi, my name is Natalia Tobon. I am from Colombia. I am here at El Lugar. So I wanted to share with you guys, have you heard about the bars trades? This is where you go and exchange bars. And this year in Colombia, we chose to create something totally different. We created this trade to invite people to the CFP, to all the different classes we were having in the country, and also to let people know what can they choose beyond bars. So after asking what else was possible and just relaxing and being out of control, we just created and invited some other cities and then some other countries to join this trade. And we had over 100 people connected by Zoom and receiving the contribution of amazing facilitators around the world. They came live, some others sent videos, and it was just amazing. We were 4 different cities in Colombia, and we had 9 countries in this amazing trade. That it was just a beautiful space of contribution, of joy, of communion, and just space. So I want to share it with you. If you're just being you and being out of control and that space of relaxation, you can be this great invitation to the world and see what else is possible.
This is awesome. I'm just gonna just take a moment and just admire you all, beautiful people.
Cuánto más es posible para cada uno de nosotros. Nos vemos muy pronto. Chao.
From New York City to Austin and beyond. I'm so silly. Happy Global Bars Day, everybody.
I would say that I use the access tools a lot in my everyday life, the verbal processes, and doing my best to constantly be in the question of things rather than coming to conclusion of what I can have or what I can create or what kind of connection I can have with someone. I'm always trying my best to be in the question of what is truly possible and what's possible that I can't even imagine, because even our imaginations are limiting. So I love the verbal tools. I do love the bars too. And in conjunction with the verbal tools, this stuff is like magic. It changed my whole reality. I grew up depressed, stressed, I had anxiety, and I had a binge eating disorder. And when I started doing access, everything just started dissipating, and I started becoming this person that I was when I was a kid before I started getting projected onto by my school and my parents and stuff. I started to feel like myself again when I was younger and exuberant and excited and outgoing. And that is the gift that the access bars and the access tools have given me, and that is priceless.
So I'm from South Africa, and I'm from a small farming community in a place called Hilton in KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa. I discovered access consciousness when I was living in Cape Town. At the time it was lockdown, it was still COVID situation. And I had lost all my theatre work. So for anyone watching, I am also in theatre, in musical theatre, and I have been touring the world for about 7 years on different international world touring shows. And at the time, the universe had a different plan. So all that work for me paused, and I needed another possibility. It was actually a really good time for me because I was doing a lot of internal exploration of myself. And this friend of mine, Deb, she sent me this flyer, and on it was an access bars class, 1 day practitioner training class with Jenny Watkins. And I read the pamphlet and I was like, this is too good to be true. How can you learn all of this in 1 day experience all of this in one day, be qualified, be trained, and everything that Access Bars is exactly what I was looking for. So I was like, I'm in, let's go. And arrived, had no idea what to expect, and that day changed my life. Hello, Access Bars. Everything I had experienced in my life, because I had the time to pause, truly, it all came up to the surface. So I was dealing with trying to heal from many sexual abuse experiences, physical abuse, truly allowing myself to be gay in this world and just own that. I've done a lot of therapy, and for anyone going to therapy, it's important. Like, do it, do what your knowing says to do. But mine was like, I'm done talking, and it would be so cool to just release this shit that no longer serves me, and let's just press that Alt Control Delete button. But all of that stuff, that energy is allowed to be released through having your bars run. So the question is, how has Access Bars and Access Consciousness and all the classes that I have taken changed the way I be in the entertainment industry worldwide, and particularly here in London? And it's really worked. First answer. The first change was the bars was from an energetic point of view, helping me be more of me. I was showing up to auditions more confidently. I was singing more confidently. I was singing more freely, actually. When I was able to get acting work or a script, I would really be able to connect truthfully, energetically, and authentically to that character, to those words, and go, okay, how does that be in my body? And I always said it's not double acting, because up until before I was able to really start my journey on healing my body and myself, I always felt like I was double acting. So whether that be I was trying to hide the fact of who I was and then trying to act a role on top of that, it was like it's too much. It was like double acting the whole time. All this trauma, having sexual abuse, all of this is hidden under the surface. I'm not trying to show the world truly who I am, and now I've got to act and be a character on top of that. It's like a sandwich. It's way too much. So what was so beautiful is when that layer melted away, I could just go, hi character, who are you? Ask some questions. How would you like to be? What is the greatest way we can work together? And when I did Christopher Hughes' Right Voice for You in LA, and it was such a groundbreaking class. And I remember I did some singing in it, and we did a whole lot of facilitation around really getting into your body, getting into your voice, getting that energy into your body. And when I came back to London and I was working with my vocal coach, we sang a song, and suddenly my vocal range had increased. There was more breadth to my voice, depth, and I sang the shit out of this one song, and I remember finishing, and we both just laughed, and we're like, what just happened? What's just happened? And we're just like in utter shock, because there was such a drastic change. Now I'm talking to you from my dressing room in the biggest theatre in the West End, performing in the most iconic musical. The more my bars were run, the more body processes that I did, all the work, it all is a contribution, and it just helps release everything so that you can be a beautiful canvas, a blank canvas for when you're doing other work in the arts, which is so great. And then you make a beautiful picture, you color it, you do this character, and then you leave it on stage, and then you be you. All the Access Bars and Access Consciousness classes really helped me understand fundamentally who I was, so that I could really take a character and give it its full life.
Yes. Hello, everybody. We had a bit of a musical, soundless interlude, but sound is working again, thanks to the amazing team here. I am so curious what we can talk about when we look at giving up self-judgment. Now, when I heard that you could do that, was during an Access Consciousness class, and I was like, what? Not living in self-judgment. How? And some of you might think that now, giving up self-judgment, well, I can't do that. And the beautiful thing with Access Consciousness is that we get tools that we actually can start to live in a completely different way. Self-judgment in this world is a very useful thing. It's something important. You should judge, and you should definitely judge yourself to know how to be in the world, to know how to behave, know what to say, what not to say, what you should, what you shouldn't, and it's nearly like a tool of navigation. When we start to step into consciousness and real living, we start to see that judgment does not create. It's actually not a tool for creation at all. However, as I said, it's kind of sold to us like an unavoidable, useful thing. And many of us have, big muscles of self-judgment. We've been doing it all our life. We've been skilling ourselves, we've been getting better and better. And then you come to an Access class and you go, what? No self-judgment. How would I be? How would I live? And that's where the journey actually begins. Self-judgment is not a tool for creation. Choice is a tool for creation. And today you would have heard this, that choice is such a powerful thing. And so is self-judgment. It's very powerful. However, it doesn't take you on the path of creation. It stops. It stops. And if you've learned that you need to judge yourself in order to be okay, and I would say, how many of us have learned that if you find the right way to judge yourself, maybe one day you'll be happy. And if you haven't found that way to be happy, obviously you're just not doing a good job at self-judging yourself. You're not doing a good job at self-judgment. This is all the very twisted ways we've learned to live on this planet, as if self-judgment is such a great thing. It's sold to us as bliss, the bliss method. And when we start to look at access consciousness and all the tools that are available, at the core is this invitation to stop this self-torture. At the core is this beautiful space that you're invited to. That's the space of you. The space where you're not wrong and you're not even right. The space where you don't have to constantly be self-doubting, second-guessing, where you don't have to regret, where you don't have to go, oh, why did I say that? I shouldn't have. I mean, how many times do you go there? Access consciousness invites us to actually look at ourselves from a completely different space, where self-judgment is no longer interesting. I like to think of it as, hey, what if self-judgment is just boring? I get really bored when I judge myself, and I do it, and in those moments, I'm not being myself. And if we can start to see that self-judgment does not work, has any moment when you chose self-judgment taken you to a greater place? Has it changed your weight? Did it change the size of your boobs? Did it change your length? Did it change the way people liked or disliked you? Did it change anything except that you felt worse? And self-judgment is this thing that it seems to crawl on you, and suddenly it becomes larger and larger and bigger and louder and louder. And it seems like it's normal. That's what happens. That's what happens when you come on this planet. That's what you do. Access bars, and many of the tools in Access, actually open up a space where we start to see that we can live from no self-judgment, where we have a choice. Like I said, in this reality, in this world, it seems that self-judgment is unavoidable and even inappropriate to not choose. Inappropriate to not choose. How can you not judge yourself? What's wrong with you? You have to make sure you're doing it right and not doing it wrong, so you require self-judgment. And when you start to look at, hey, I don't need to do this anymore, something else opens up. And sometimes that light at the end of the tunnel seems so far away that you don't think it's there. And then you go lie on a table and you get your bars run, and all that noise starts to dissipate. All that self-torture, like I like to call self-judgment, self-torture, it starts to just melt. And many of the Access tools really invite us to this. If you wouldn't have to judge yourself anymore, if you could give yourself the permission to not judge yourself anymore, what would that be like? And are you willing to give that a try? When I heard in my first Access Bars class, in my first Access class, hey, self-judgment, not necessarily the best tool, I really was in shock. And it took me a while to get that this was a possibility for me. I had become good at judging myself. I had worked hard at it. And then I realized it's a very bottomless pit. you really never get to that happy place with it. And when you start to see that you are hurting yourself, every time you judge yourself, you are abusing yourself. You are harmful to yourself. You might start to look at it differently. Because now we go, bam, bam, ow, it hurts, but maybe it's going to not hurt anymore. What if you can choose something different? And every time you choose to not judge yourself, you're choosing something completely different. And that's the choice that we have not necessarily been taught that we have. We see our parents, we see our friends, we see school, everywhere around us, we see people judge themselves as if that's the way to go. And we think that's what it has to be. When you start to see that you can choose something different, that's when something else becomes available. And I like to say, hey, every time you choose to not judge yourself, you change the world. You change the world with your choice to not judge yourself, to choose kindness for you, which is an underrated thing in this world, right? If you're kind to yourself, well, you're allowed to be kind to yourself if you've worked really hard, if you have a burnout, if there's a bad news, if it's like a dessert after a marathon. You're only allowed to do it when you are, having had a certain amount of suffering. What if you can choose kindness for yourself every day? What if it does not require a certain amount of suffering before? And what if also, when you do judge yourself, you don't judge yourself, that you judge yourself? Because how many of you do that? You go, oh shit, I judge myself. Oh my God, I'm such an idiot. I heard in the class that I shouldn't judge myself. And here I go, I'm judging myself. I don't know if I'm ever going to learn how to not judge myself. I wish I was smarter. I'm always so stupid. Not necessarily going to work. So if you do judge yourself, stop. And that's one of the things that I've put in place, that when I notice myself, when I catch myself judging myself, it's like I see this red, this stop sign. Stop! And sometimes it doesn't work. But as you train yourself, it's another muscle that we train. It's like we've learned to walk on our hands, seeing the world upside down. And so that's us walking as if it's normal, judging ourselves. And now Access Consciousness is inviting you to stand on your legs by not judging yourself. It's a complete different way of living. And it's a choice. And so you might be walking on your hands and like, I don't know how to not walk on my hands. I don't know how not to judge myself. Practice that stopping. When you do, stop. And you might have to stop and stop and stop. Doesn't matter. It's just muscle training. We have had lifetimes of muscle training, the self-judgment pathway, and we're now opening ourselves up to something different. And what I see with the bars, which is so magical, besides the many, many things you would have heard today, such as relaxation, spaciousness, etc., it's like it undoes the automatic responses. So, for example, something occurs and you go, oh God, why did I say that? And you judge yourself. That automatic response starts to melt because you start to clear all these ways of responding and living through a bar session. The running of the bars literally allows you to let go of any automatic response, because automatic response is where we are actually not present. We're functioning from like a machine. Like this occurs, this is what you must do. And when we start to dissipate that, when we start to let that go, we say something, we realize something, and instead of having to go to self-judgment, we can go, oops, sorry. And you change. And that's what I've seen with bar sessions for myself and for many people, how that automatic response or even the need to judge starts to really, I like to call it melting. It starts to just go away. And the judgments that you've been holding on to, you know, the boob, the bum, the hair, the persons in your life, all of that starts to become less important. Because we can make self-judgment super important, but we don't have to. And I would say that the bars are a way for us to not have to anymore. We get to that thing called choice. Hey, I don't have to go torture myself. I can actually choose something different. I don't have to judge myself now. I can ask a question and I can choose something different. It's such a different way of living. And it is such a different world we could create if we start to have that as a possibility. Every time we choose that, we make that a possibility for somebody else to choose that as well. And so when you start to realize that you can change that pathway, and bars is such a wonderful way because you just lie down and relax, or you give a session and it works on you as well, you start to see how many ways we can actually start to choose not to judge ourselves. How many ways we can start to choose to actually enjoy life. Self-judgment is an absolute certain way to make sure you're not going to be happy. Self-judgment is like the most efficient way for you to be unhappy. If you want to be unhappy, go judge yourself. I think most of us would like to be happy. And if you don't, and if you say, hey, self-judgment is just so comfortable, yes. And is it? Or is it just like the walking on the hands that you think is the most easiest way to move? What if it is so much more kind and spacious to not judge yourself? And, you know, when people judge us, it's a similar thing. We go into reaction. I have to now judge the fact that that person is judging me. Versus, that's their choice. Do I have to judge myself now? Or can I choose something different? Again, muscle training, because not at all what we've been taught. And the access tools and the bars are a fantastic way to, again, change that automatic way of living, that automatic way of responding to life instead of choosing how we are moving forward in our own life and living. So giving up self-judgment might seem like a hard thing, but like I said, it's not an impossible thing. And it doesn't mean you will never judge yourself, and if you do, you failed miserably. Actually, that whole thing of failing becomes less relevant. If you look at self-judgment, like I said, we can make it very important, significant. Oh my God, he didn't smile at me. Oh my God, I have a gray hair, now I'm really old. We can be so complicated about life and make things so important that are really not. Like, nobody really cares about your gray hair. Nobody really cares about a lot of your things. And what is it that we have decided that makes it so important? If somebody didn't smile at you, if somebody was nasty to you, what if you don't have to make that a constant need to make yourself wrong? What if we can take things in a lighter way? The spaciousness that gets created with a bar session, the spaciousness that consciousness actually instills in the world and in us, is where if somebody's mean to you, go, okay, thank you. Or you go, oh, I'm being mean to myself. Okay, stop. That spaciousness is your capacity to choose. That nanosecond that might have seemed before not there starts to become larger and larger, and choice becomes stronger and stronger. So I would definitely say, please get your bars run. If you notice you're just being really hard on yourself, get your bars run. Like I said also, stop. And sometimes, you know, those judgments can be so intense even physically. You feel you're just being attacked nearly. It's just such an intense wall of stuff that seems louder and stronger than you. Personally speaking, being a physical person, I use my body, and you know, you can just shake it off. Just move it out of your body and really choose to change it. Be tenacious in your choice to go, no, I am so tired of this. I am so done with this. I don't have to choose this. And shaking it off, or expanding out and just having that moment for yourself where you go, okay, I'm going to stop. It feels louder, it feels bigger than me, but it's not. I'm going to stop this. I'm going to stop. I'm going to choose something different. That physicality can also help you to choose something different. And the Access mantra, all of life comes to me with ease, joy, and glory. Personally speaking, if I'm going through that shitville experience of self-judgment, that's what I'm saying. I'm inviting myself to the energy of all of life comes to me with ease, joy, and glory when I'm not having ease, joy, and glory. And as I say it, and I will be saying it like, like a crazy, it's like that energy, that vibration starts to shake the very solid seeming judgments of self and starts to create space and starts to show me, hey, all of life comes to me with ease, joy, and glory. And so that's another tool that you could play with that is so efficient and so fast and so powerful, like all of the Access tools actually. And so I hope this helps. Please go out and get your bars run. Go out and shake your body when you need to, and be kind to yourself. Every single time you choose to not judge yourself, you change the world. And you change what's possible for the future.
Happy Global Bars Day from Finland! Woo!
Happy Global Bars Day from Aruka!
We began this project from the inception of 2 years back when Drupal came for Bars and Foundation, and the question was why these tools was not taught to us in school.
Like when I learned bars, I also it was so much fun. Like I wanted to introduce this to kids, like do something with this. So my father, we both had a talk, and then we thought of, okay, let's open a school.
So during the class, we just said, okay, so let's ask what would it take for you to open a school and for me to teach all the tools of Access consciousness. And it was just an ask 2 years back.
And then Charu asked, like, let's do it in the school. And for 2 years, we kept planning, and finally we did this.
I landed here and we started creating Access bars classes, workshop, and more communication with children over here.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
It's a totally eco-friendly building. Like we haven't used paint and chemicals on the building. It's totally eco-friendly. Also, the tribals of this place, we have made the school according to how their concepts. Like there is a local dance here. Like they do it in the form of a circle, like this, and they don't join the circle. So a building is also in this shape. So the locals here, they can connect to the building and its structure and everything. They have used products which are like locally from here. So this is for them. School is for the tribals of this place, for the locals. The locals here are called Adivasi people. We call them Adivasi, and they are connected to nature. They work in communion with the nature spirit here. So we have a lot of animal, the building is based on a lot of animal creatures we have used as a decoration, made up of mud and wood. And we have used terracotta cups, which you can see here too. These are terracotta cups in which the locals, they drink tea.
They have the concept of that children are free and they are free to scribble in the whole place, where in like commercial schools we are taught to just draw and paint within the box. They have made the walls full of slate where they can paint, like scribble, they can paint, they can do whatever on the walls. And they have like two parts of the class where like the ground floor children study, and whenever they require free time or rest time or just their play time, they can go up to the upper part, the mesa part of the building, the room, and they can go and play over there.
So me and Charu, we thought about doing this bars class here, Book of Possibilities with students. So on 16th of August, we did bars class with 100 of students, and there were like around 20 teachers.
And we ran bars for not 100, but next day we added 50 more students. So we ran bars for 150 students. The challenge over here is that how do we maintain this? It's very easy for us to go to different schools and introduce this energy. I've done this in past, and after a point, it just goes away. One of the ways to motivate we did was the school offers movie time. So we had to let them know that if you learn these points, you get to see the movie and run bars. So they are pretty handy with the tools now, pretty handy with the points now. And they like what is becoming available to them is there is something else which is fun, which is relaxing, and it's not all the time like a punishment and a reward kind of a thing, but it's like, hey, if you choose this, you get to have more fun. We had a conversation with the staff and how they can use the tools to put it with children, like not always making them wrong, but what kind of questions they can ask for them to not feel wrong, but start receiving what's available. But it's very essential for like teachers to have that level of possibility that it's not wrong, but what else the child can explore into. Like they have a system in school where they have this clay activity that goes on, like the mud. They use mud to create a lot of sculptures, and some children can go and explore it over there. So if they are not doing pretty well in children like studies, what else they can go and explore into? So we're working on how we can build more possibilities for children to explore. So like Rupal said, it's been a year. So we're running this for us to know that, hey, these are the changes, and then we can move forward further with it.
We are here not just focusing on studies, like not theory and books. Other than that, we're doing a lot of other activities. Like a few weeks back, 4 of our students went outside, to other state for this taekwondo championship, and all 4 won medals. So other than studies, it's like teaching them a lot of other stuff: music, dance, art and craft, then this mud therapy. Now we have introduced bars, so it's not just the theory and books. There's a lot other things to learn other than that. I think bars will contribute a lot to their studies, and for them to have more focus in studies and attention, and they'll be more relaxed. Like most of the students, they get really tense before exams or tests. So I think with bars, it will really contribute to that. Happier kids.
Like really inserting questions, because we just deliver the reality that we know, and we never ask that, is there any other reality available? And what if there are so many more realities available? Just because somebody has not explored doesn't mean it's not there. What if we asking, hey, what do you know? What else is possible? What other possibilities are available that I've never considered? Allows us to move in different directions.
Actually, with access bars, first when I started, it was only about their tools, not even bars itself. So I started playing with the tools for a year. And then I was told I have to get my bars run after playing with all these tools. So then I decided, I think that when it was the time to take the bars class. So I just went there. I didn't take any sessions. I just went straight to the class and took 2 sessions and gave 2 sessions. And after my second session, actually, the first one was very intense because I was with my son there, and it was so, I was in a controlling mode, like controlling mom mode. You know, he's little, there's so many people I don't know, but the space I was in, it was so kind and nurturing. Lots of even like strange people were around me. I have seen the first time. It was so welcoming. And the second session, after the sense of, you know, the environment I was in, at the second session, I gave up the control. So I said, you know, okay, let's enjoy this bar session now, because the first one I was so into like, what will happen now to me? You know, what are they going to do with my head, and where do they touch on my head? So it was like curiosity. Out of curiosity, I was like so alert with everything. So the person who gave me the bar session, actually, he was very gentle. It was a guy, a big guy actually. So he was very gentle, but I felt like my head was squeezed by something, you know. And if that was the only session I would get from a class, you know, I would be done, I think, you know. But the second time, that's the coolest thing I love in bars classes. You get to have like 2 sessions. Second time was like, I was out, you know, I was like out somewhere else, and maybe I slept, and it was like the best relaxing part of the class. After that, I was like walking on the clouds. I said, oh my God, you know, I have to let everybody know who is interested in more relaxing, you know, about this bars class or the bar session in general about. And I think like bars is something like every household should have, you know, like everyone in the household should have. So where you can do it on yourself. And then my son learned, he's 14 now, and we use all the time. And you know, especially with school time, he requires that when he has exams, he says, can you run my bars, please? And at that, you know, we run our bars, and then he falls asleep. So he loves it. And then my husband, actually, you know, he's a person who's always in his mind and like try to fix something and all this, you know, from the mindset, you know, he's more functioning from. So when he got the bars run, he cannot sleep. He couldn't sleep before. So when he got the bars run on himself, so the most, you know, result on him was like, he says, oh my God, it's the first time I have ever been, you know, sleeping that quality of sleep in my life. So he was usually like 3 hours sleep, 4 hours sleep, and then he was getting up, and then he was always having this monkey mind in his head. So just thinking, you know, and after bars, it calmed and relaxed him more. And he was, you know, he took then 3 classes as well as I did, and he loved it, you know. So so when we need, you know, we just run each hour's bars, and then everything is like, oh, you're on cloud heaven, on 9th cloud.
Everything's different. Everything's changed.
The change occurred in the moment I chose it.
So I had ticked off, you know, career, college, all the things, ticked off all the boxes. And many moments of my life were so sad. Like they were just like filled with heaviness. I'd wake up in the morning not really sure what the whole point of being alive was. Sometimes I would wake up and not want to get out of bed. I started self-medicating. I smoked weed. I drank. I did all sorts of stuff to just like numb the intensity of whatever this was that I didn't know what it was. I thought it was some terribly wrong thing with me that nobody else experienced, that it was just me. I had everything that you should want to have, and I was basically miserable. If your very being, your spirit is collapsing, is weak, is stressed, is burnout, then it doesn't really matter if you get yourself to go for a walk, or if you're eating all the right foods, or if you're taking all the right supplements, because that's the thing that's actually requiring this nurturance. Then I started looking for something else. And it was the question of, what if all of the thoughts, feelings, and emotions that you have going on in your world, what if 98% of those aren't yours? And when I heard that question, I was like, oh my God, I'm aware.
I'd kind of given up on life, to be honest. I thought, okay, I really was convinced that something was wrong with me. So, I tried so many different things and nothing was quote unquote helping, whether it was doctor or temples or you name it, like whatever was available, I did try. So secretly, I thought maybe I'll just die with a drug overdose or, a concoction of pills. There was a point in time I was taking about 20 pills every day, like anxiety, depression, psychosis, insomnia put together, and I was like walking in a cloud all the time. With the tools of Access Consciousness, the first awareness that came was actually there was nothing wrong with me. I was just aware of things that I'm not supposed to be aware of, or there's no logical reasoning or explanation for how I was aware of things, why I was aware of things, or how this actually works. And that's basically been a major turning point from, slowly managing it to total recovery. And I'm like, okay, so cool. Took me a while, but now I'm on the way to creating my life. Like, and you start including bars in your routine, whether it's weekly or more than a week, it just keeps you in your space, keeps you in tune with your creativity. And then those kind of things like paranoia or anxiety or depression or mood, whatever you call it, like the psychological symptoms, don't weigh on you anymore. You got a way out, and you have this gift available to you, and it just keeps increasing, expanding, and I'm just so grateful for the bars.
This magical thing that basically, like, in an hour can reduce anxiety, depression, like stress, all this sort of stuff. Everything's different. Everything's changed. I no longer wake up with a sense of like impending doom, I guess I could say. Like there was always this heaviness, and I can now perceive that heaviness. It doesn't mean that heaviness is gone. I can perceive it, but I can also perceive the lightness. I can perceive possibilities. I can perceive all of it, and I have tools to change it with ease.
The beauty of it is I didn't have to wait for it. The change occurred in the moment I chose it, and I felt better in the moment, and it kept getting better and better, and it still keeps getting better. If you have that sense of you've tried everything, or you're like, okay, I don't know if this will work for me. If you have that flicker of something in you, give this a go. It might work for you the way it did for me. I hope it does.
Hello, are we back now from the castle? Yes,
Yeah.
you can hear. Wow, well, it's been 4 hours that we're almost together. Can you believe it? Because I do not. It's spending like 5 minutes. And for the occasion of disclosure here to Europe, because we have been traveling together and we will soon move and travel to the USA, I've got a new castle cup. I think that was very important. Voila. I mean, I don't know for you, ladies, Diva and Francesca, but I am a different person from where we started. From listening to all those conversations and those beautiful interviews, I'm already making new choices in my life, and it's beautiful. From the stress, from the judgment, from being a stardust, from what else did we go? Anyway, and am I crazy? The most important one? I don't know.
Exactly.
So Yes, I cannot hear you right now, just so you know.
We are not talking,
We're just not saying anything, that's why.
We're listening to you, that's why.
So I will be just speaking, you know. But
and in this 4 hours, and also this morning, like when, you know, morning for Europe, when Australia started, it's the little acknowledgement through the day of the change and the achievement and what else can we seek, you know, like, and that's the greatest gift of today.
Yeah.
And it's been an amazing gift for me as well, the bars in my life, to create the peace of mind and the joy of acknowledgement of my life, my capacity, the gift I am, the gifts the people around me are, instead of, as you say, like David was talking about stress, but it's also looking, as Kalpana said just before, like self-judgment or anything you judge, you exclude to your life, instead of, looking at what can I be here to change this and to create something different instead of the drama and the trauma. So thank you for you ladies, and thank you for everyone around the world.
Yeah, absolutely.
And can I say something? Thank you, I don't know, we will thank him later, but thank you, Gary Douglas. Whew, Gary
well, you will
Major
get
Douglas.
to soon meet them.
Sorry?
I was like, if you stay on and move to the USA, you will soon get to meet Gary Douglas and Dain Heer.
For what reason would you not stay on?
Hey, I'm just talking to if there might still be some crazy people after the interview.
But Gary Douglas, right, the founder of Access Consciousness and who introduced the bars in the world, and of course, like Dr. Dain Heer co-creating Access Consciousness with Gary, the level of gratitude, and I mean, my heart opened up every time I mention. So I'm like, thank you.
Truly.
And they are massive example of never giving up. Whatever happens in your life, to never give up.
So you ladies, what is like, you know, we're talking about bars and everything. What is like for you, like the self-care? How do you use it in your life, and how do you enjoy it?
I think for me, the bars is one of the things that has allowed me to really know that really the universe has my back, because whenever anything comes up, I know I can receive a bar session and something is going to change, whether I will have more peace of mind, a different sense of space, or at least just more relaxation in my body. Whereas before knowing the Access Consciousness tools, I would have probably been thinking, oh my gosh, how am I going to change this now? How am I going to handle this problem now? How am I going to get rid of this stress today? And every day it was just like a little bit of work to do that. So it's a really great way of just knowing that you do have this support system that you can choose for yourself.
Yep.
How about you, Gaia?
Well, it's funny because listening to you, I was just thinking of how earlier I didn't have any thoughts. Like after also the moment with Katarina and being in the nature, I guess the bars, it gives that to me, that space where I don't need to have any thoughts and everything is just relaxed. And this is something that I'm so grateful to be able to be in my daily life.
Yeah, we hear you back.
Now we hear you.
Oh, well, that's what happens in my brain sometimes. You got to see that online.
Yeah, because you said you had no thoughts and then no one could hear you anymore. That was Gaia's head after the bars.
Why not? Thank you for the best example ever.
You know, for me it's been, and it keep being that, and how many times we say this before earlier, like, I can't imagine my life without this tool, the access bars, because before it was like headache, you know, my life before these tools, like headache, so I could always be on painkiller for my head and all of that. I had never used things for anxiety, but I was very close to. But one of the things as well is that creates that ease with other people around me, that I can, you know, nothing really affect me anymore in the same way. So if basically if I'm tranquil and serene and have that peace, anything around me can be handled.
Know if they can hear Gaia or no.
Cool. Do you now?
No.
Yes.
It was
Well,
a bit
you know
like
what?
a parrot, like a ventriloquist where it was my voice, but your mouth was moving. That was good.
Perfect.
That is how I always imagined my life, you know. I think that was my true desire. But, and you know what I wanted to add was something that I love is that it's easy and efficient. I think that's something that really worked for me, because I don't like really when it gets difficult, and it's just easy to learn and to give, and you can do it anywhere. So, yeah.
Yeah. That's brilliant though. So, and also sometimes, you know, what if actually, you know, the excitement now that we are going to hand over the testimonial to our friends in the US, right? Emily and Megan, and then there will be Dr. Dain Heer and Gary Douglas, so many other surprises. And what is for us now? We might be able to actually go and run our bars because we finished the live stream. We want to thank everyone that's been contributing to this section. And I will actually want to thank everyone around the world that using the Access Consciousness tools and the bars to really create that change in people. Like, if we have been seeing like kids, schools, old people, yeah. So what change can we be today that we haven't ever considered possible?
Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy Global Day! I forgot again. Happy Global. Okay, wait, no, but what do we have to say? Happy Global Day, bars! Oh my god. But let's say bars. Okay, Global Bars Day. Happy Global Bars Day from El Lugar! Yes!
welcome everybody to the next segment of this 11th annual Global Access Bars Day. And we get to have a live audience here with us in Houston, along with all of you guys around the world.
A live rowdy audience.
Rowdy at 9 a.m., which is awesome. So if you guys are just joining us, we're about 2/3 of the way through a 13-hour live stream this year. So they kicked it off in Australia at our 1 a.m. Some of this amazing team has been up all night long with everybody. And then we just switched it to Europe, our European hosts. And now we are your hosts for this last segment, Emily Russell,
Megan Hill.
And we just wanted to say thank you guys for being here. This day was created 11 years ago, and we have it to really celebrate the gift of this touchpoint technique called Access Bars, which a lot of you know. Some of you may be tuning in for the first time and learning about this technique that literally has changed the lives of millions of people. And you, Miss Megan, have a really awesome story. So if you've been watching the stream, we saw a video, where you really changed your mental health completely. You also had another really life-changing event.
I've had a lot of them, so.
So where should we start?
Well, I think when the mental health stuff, so anxiety, depression, basically feeling crazy all the time, the bars gave me so much space. And so I think I also kind of was looking for something that would make my life perfect, that nothing bad would ever happen to me, that I would just sail through the most perfect life ever. And it didn't happen that way, So the bars for me and all of the access tools gave me constant tools along the way so that truly all of life came to me with ease, joy, and glory. And it didn't mean that ugly stuff didn't show up. It didn't mean that bad stuff didn't happen. Great stuff happens, but the story that I know want to talk to me about, it's it happened and I had tools to get through it and have ease on the other side of it.
I think that's such a key point to talk about is it doesn't have to all be roses, but now it's you have this, except these are so beautiful.
These are the most beautiful roses I have ever seen, I just have to say.
This is like rainbow sherbet, if anyone had that when they were a little kid. It's so that when things do come up, really, I loved our intro, it's overcoming trauma, but really, the trauma that can come up and you can have a really different perspective with it.
Yeah.
So years ago, you were living in Chicago.
I grew up in Chicago, and I had kind of strangely had a few traumatic, I had people near me, 3 people died that I was close to, then I had a very traumatic birth, and then within 6 months of that, I was facilitating bars classes and foundation classes, and it was the first bars and foundation I was doing after the birth of my son. So he was 6 years old, he wasn't 6 years old, he was 6 months old.
A little different. A baby.
Felt like 6 years, though, at the time. And I had a bars class scheduled in Chicago, and my mom lived there, so I was doing the bars class at her house. And I went to get a chiropractic appointment. I was just sort of I remember the day. I was kind of lacklusterly walking through my life, asking what else is possible, but kind of being is anything else possible? It was just the weirdest kind of energy going on in my world. And then I was attacked at gunpoint. So I had a man touch me on my shoulder, and I turned around. I was going to get in to my mom's house, and I had a tap on my shoulder, and I turned around, and I had a gun in my chest. And in that moment, all I heard was the killing energy, which is something that is, Gary and Dain talk about throughout different access classes. Awareness is not about everything's going to be amazing and everything's wonderful, but to be aware, if awareness is your greatest protection, to be aware of when different energies show up. And that showed up. And I know that when I talk about this, I don't like to talk about it sometimes, but it was the greatest moment of my life, truly the greatest moment of my life. So from that moment, I fought back. I got pretty beat up. I had stitches, and my nose was broken. I had a lot of head trauma. And that night, I called Ashley Stanimos. She's a bars facilitator in Chicago. And I said, hey, I have 10 people coming to a bars class tomorrow, but I have to go to the hospital. Like I was already in like, how can I get the bars class to still happen? And is there any way that you could actually facilitate the bars class tomorrow? And she said, absolutely. And so she was there. And so the next day, when I was recovering, there was a bars class going on at the house.
Wow.
And it created so much space to just be in that energy of, you know, the bars going on and then healing. And eventually I did get my bars run. But with trauma, you know, there's so much that is out. I remember being like in a total sense of space and peace, even though this like traumatic event had just occurred. And I didn't have the trauma. The trauma started kicking in after a lot of people had points of views, you know, like, oh my God, I can't believe this happened to you. And this should have never happened to you. And oh my God, you know, like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And so I had the tools with me constantly to navigate through that trauma.
Can you talk more about that? Because I know often when something like that happens to someone, and it could be like a real giant capital T trauma like that, or other things, we tend to, like, our life sort of freezes in a still frame at that moment, and we can loop and stay there. And one of the gifts of Access Bars and Access Consciousness tools, like you're saying, is you didn't have to stay stuck there, and you were able to continue creating. So how did you do that? Like, what were sort of your go-to tools so that you had this event and you were able to keep moving forward with space and a really different perspective, even though people were like, oh my God, I can't believe this happened to you?
I just kept asking questions, and one of the questions that Dr. Dain Heer had asked me is, what is the strength? Like, what is the strength of this that you're not acknowledging? Because it was really easy to go into, you know, if I was just more aware, I would have known this was going to happen. Or if I was just, you know, not so wrong, this wouldn't, you know, it was just like the self-judgment. I love when Kalpana was earlier talking about like the self-judgment. It's so crazy that in a traumatic situation, a lot of times you'll judge you for something else that you could have done to prevent it. And one of the questions that, you know, this was like an ongoing healing. It wasn't like I got my bars run and the trauma was gone. It was ongoing. I had Dain asked me at one point, because I was like, I don't know, you know, like why I chose it or how I could have, like I was just like really screwed up mentally with judging myself for it. And he said, okay, he kind of like walked me through the scenario that day. And he was like, at what point did you know that it was going to happen? And it was literally like 2 seconds before. So I actually knew 2 seconds, and I actually handled it. And what if what's right about it I'm not getting? Like, what if I actually survived and thrived, and that was actually the strength, not that I was wrong for not preventing it from happening, you know?
Yeah, and can you say more about that? Because we've talked about this before, and what in that, because like you said, you survived, which we often go to the self-judgment you're talking about, like I should have done something different, but your job there was to survive, and you not only did that, but what did you acknowledge about the strength in you? Like in those, you had 2 seconds, you were there, you survived. What did you have to acknowledge about you, and are you still maybe looking at with that?
Yes, so nearly dying gives you a different perspective on life. And so from that moment, well, number one, I knew at that moment that I was powerful beyond measure. Not from strength of like, I could fight him, you know, I definitely was not the strongest fighter in that moment, but I knew that there was something beyond that was contributing to me, and that was unfathomable. Nobody can figure it out. You know, if I tell this story out in the world, a lot of times people are like, okay, like, you know, superhero girl, you know, it's like, they can't imagine, like if you would have told me this was going to happen, I would have been like, there's no way. But in the moment, it was like everything was possible. I was like beaming with, you know, energy afterwards. So it just, it showed me a strength that I know that all of us have, that is beyond what we think we are.
Yeah. And you said you started that day feeling really lackluster. You're just kind of like, okay, got a bars class, I'm doing my life. How did that give you a different energy for living, for being alive?
Everything changed. So you can do these exercises where it's like, if you were to, if today was the last day of your life, what would you choose? And in theory, you're like, yeah, I'm a da-da-da-da. Well, then I actually had to live that, because it was like, really, any moment something could happen, or don't get scared. I did that. I got super paranoid for a little bit, but it was like, okay, if tomorrow is the last day of my life, what would I choose? If this is the last week, what would I choose? And what would I be choosing different than what I had been choosing? So I made a few big choices. Like, I'd been wanting to move from where I was, and I just kept not moving. And it was like I went into instant action and instant choice of changing all the things that weren't working, because I had this newfound sense of, okay, if you've got if this is your moment, what do you want to choose?
Yeah. Well, it's a great example of, here this day we celebrate bars, and like you mentioned, there's all these other tools of access consciousness, and we have this thing called the crazy phrase.
Yes.
Which is, everything is the opposite of what it appears to be. Nothing is the opposite of what it appears to be. And as you're talking about this situation, we could look at it like that changes this perspective. You can't solidify something into being just one thing.
Yeah.
Like, here you are getting attacked and feel like, I don't know if I'm going to live. And the opposite also exists at the same time.
Totally. Yeah. Both were there.
Yeah.
All right. Now we can test you. Yay. I was messaging everywhere like,
that's our back end wonderful people.
Behind the scenes, all the magic that's going on. The other thing that I wanted to mention too is Access has all of these phenomenal body processes. Yeah. So a lot of stuff that happens with trauma is those, things can get locked in the body. So I didn't even know how much was still locked in my body. And so after about a year of taking, different classes and body processes, a lot of that was able to dissipate with ease. And so, the trifold sequencing systems, the process that you can run to stop the looping. So if you've had a traumatic event, oftentimes you're looping. I would fall asleep, and it would, the memory of it would roll through my head, or walk down the street and think it was going to happen again. that's Charlie Verge's interview was so amazing, where he was talking about your mind is really designed to not give you any space. So the bars, and then the crazy phrase, and there's literally thousands and thousands of tools that Access has that can change anything.
Yeah.
And I think that's really, for me, the other strength of this is, no matter what occurs, hopefully everything's miraculous and magic, but if it's not, you have the tools to change it.
Yeah. And you mentioned that trifold sequencing systems.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things in Access, what does that even mean?
Yeah.
But that actually is a tool that you can run with the bars, and you actually learn it in the bars class.
Yes, you do.
The bars class is
Come to the bars class.
Come to the bars class. Tomorrow is the only online bars class that we have this year with who you've mentioned, Dr.
Dain Heer,
the co-creator of Access Consciousness. So it's a really cool time to get to experience it online or live. I know there's groups all over the world taking that class, but you learn that process in the class.
Yeah.
And like you said, you're being held up at gunpoint, but we all have so many traumas that occur that do that looping.
Yeah.
That can stick us, and that's taking away energy from you creating your life.
Yeah.
And when you get to free up that energy and actually have the space, so many different things can come from that.
You really can, when you're kind of trapped in that loop, then you can't actually see what's possible. You're just trapped in the trauma, and this so easily gets you out of it. And it's for me, bars is something that I run. It's part of my life. I would love to get my bars run every single day. That doesn't happen. I'm once a week, please. But it's this constant tool that gives you the space of you, the magic of you, the ability that you have to go beyond your mind and create beyond it. And with everything going on in the world, there's all this stuff and war and everything, and it's we have the tools to actually give people access to peace and space and possibilities. So not only is it wonderful for you, but just imagine if all of us, have the ability to facilitate this and to invite other people to know it's possible.
Yeah. There's a quote in the bars manual from Gary Douglas, who created the bars 35 years ago. And I don't remember it exactly, but the energy of it is, you know, we tend to, when there is all of this stuff going on in the world, to want to get embroiled in that heaviness and be like, oh, I don't want to step out and have this space while all of this is going on. And it's like, but in that, when you're willing to be the space and the lightness, that's actually what changes it, rather than going into that heaviness.
Yeah.
And so much of today, and all of you guys that are here live, and everybody around the world, this year, like, I know some of you have been on the stream the whole day. Some of you have just jumped on now. Some of you are asleep that were up all night.
Has anyone had their bars run for all of the 8 hours? That's what I want to know. And if you have, you probably have epic bars hair, and I would like you to post a selfie.
But there is that, it's that global sense of here are these people all around the world from countries, and there's different things going on around the world, and this many people coming together to go, you know what, that's going on, and we're going to be an invitation to the lightness, to the possibilities, to the space, so that we can invite that to be here on this planet that we're also lucky to live on.
Yeah.
And thrive on.
Yeah.
So coming up later today, we have more interviews where we're going to have people from all around the world. We have a few phenomenal other doctors. We have a lot of doctors in this next segment.
This segment is what the doctors know.
And so there'll be more videos, more interviews, and then we get to end this beautiful day with the co-creators of Access Consciousness, Gary Douglas, who created the bars 35 years ago.
Thank you, Gary Douglas.
Thank you,
oh
Gary
my
Douglas.
God. Let's give him a round of applause. I cannot imagine, I don't even want to imagine a world without Access bars. It's like, yeah, so thank you, Gary.
Yeah, and like several years ago, Gary and then Dr. Dain Heer, they got to visit this school in Italy where the kids had been having their bars run for several months. And they all got to come and meet Gary and Dain and ask questions. And one of the kids was like, wait, so Access bars like didn't exist in the world before you brought it here? And he was like, yeah, you know, and he was like, I'm 120 years old. And the kids just laughed. And he said, but you, like, you all know something unique. And what if you can bring that possibility to the world and change the world, whatever it is? And it was so beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's on YouTube. You can go watch it.
You can go watch it.
Yeah.
And all of this, if you have missed any of today, the replay will be available. Some of you guys are watching on YouTube. We're streaming on Facebook. But on our website page, Global Access Bars Day, is where the replay will live. So if you've missed any part of today, know that you can go back and watch it. We have a lot of like 17 different translated languages from different parts of the day. So if you go to that page, you can find your language, you can find the English replay after this beautiful event culminates with Gary Douglas and Dain Heer later today. Woohoo!
And if you're done.
We're starting right now. So you're rolling already. Okay, got it.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, bollocks.
Say something.
Where do I look?
If I go like full dweeb, you'll just cut it and we'll try again, right?
Say your question again.
It's an effortless technique that invites you to let go of everything that isn't yours. It allows a space to open up, a lightness that may be an invitation to more of you than you ever imagined.
When I ran the bars for the first time, one thing that I noticed got different was that I started choosing for me for the first time. So I started saying no when I wanted to say no and saying yes only when I wanted to say yes.
It felt alive and real. So that for me was
just gold. I was so happy. It was so gratifying and fulfilling to finally have that feeling and that connection with the universe.
Before bars, I was definitely trying to figure my life out and do it right. With bars in my life, I have the space to choose, to have perspective and enthusiasm.
Whatever that thing is that you have decided can't change, what if it could? And what if it was as easy as lying on a table and receiving a bar session that could start that change?
The sense of hopelessness and desperate anxiety I used to have started to just diminish away, and there was this sense of peace and calmness, which I hadn't had in a long, long time.
One of the most simplest things that you can do, for me, it's self-care. It's something to incorporate in your daily life that opens up so much space.
It gives me like such a sense of peace and ease and such a joy to be here. And I get that I get to be that in the world, not just for me, but for everyone around me.
I think access consciousness in bars is probably one of the best kept secrets that exist out there.
The worst thing that could happen is to just relax. The best thing is you could get the life you know you can have and you deserve.
An invitation to receive and change without the effort and the hardship that we think is required. It's quite a gift to the world and the planet.
I literally would just say go for it.
Do it. Don't wait.
Go for it.
Get your bars run.
Happy Global Bars Day from New Jersey, USA!
Access bars is a modality from Access Consciousness that I love, and it's probably one of my favorites of my clients as well. Basically, it involves someone lightly touching 32 points on your head for about an hour, and it creates an electromagnetic bar that releases thoughts, emotions, beliefs, just electromagnetic charges from this lifetime and previous. And so what's so great about it is you can release energetically things that you don't have words for. So it makes shifts in your life really quickly without you even knowing what you've shifted. You can find practitioners if you go to accessconsciousness.com. They're in like over 170 countries all around the world, so you can find usually a bars practitioner in your area. This is a hands-on practice and it's not done virtually.
For my country, like, people are very passionate, but in a way that they like to keep this stress. When we're talking, people usually who doesn't understand the language, they think we're fighting, we're having all of this like stress and fire like going out of us. So I mean, this is somehow integrated into the culture, but also in a daily life so much that there is no like difference what is like really something that it's like cultural thing and what is like everyday stress. I think it's a little bit mixed. People in Serbia in general don't know anymore what is life without the stress. Bars would really like help and contribute, especially in the workplaces, so that people start get to know, hey, there is another way of functioning.
Hello, hola, lindo día. Soy Araceli Cabrera, soy de la Ciudad de México. Bueno, de México.
Hello, my name is Araceli Cabrera. I'm from Mexico City.
Tengo año y medio en Access, que comencé con mi primer clase de barras.
So I started a year and a half ago with a bars class.
Mi primer cambio fue tener más facilidad con mis elecciones.
The first thing I changed is that it was easier for me to choose.
Mis elecciones eran por los demás, no por mí.
I used to choose for everybody else, not for me.
Wow. Sí, claro. Es menos juicios hacia mí, primero que nada.
Less judgments.
Sí, claro.
For me, first of all.
Y estoy muy contenta.
And I am so very happy.
No reconocía mi cuerpo.
I didn't recognize my body
Claro,
before.
por supuesto. Y tengo 4 clases de barras.
I now had 4 bar classes.
Solo porque me gusta.
Just because I like it.
Facelift, SOP, Body Advance, ESV, COP, y estoy muy contenta.
I am so very happy.
Mucho, muy contenta. Ese es el primer cambio.
Very, very happy, and that's the first change I had.
Y es lo mejor.
And it's the best.
Gracias a las barras.
Thanks to bars.
Sí.
Welcome back. So next up, we have an interview with Dr. Melissa Mann, who has been a clinical psychologist for 12 years. She's also an author, and she trains other therapists that are training to study therapy, gives them a different perspective. She's an Access Consciousness certified facilitator. She also mentors people on the road to become certified facilitators. And we get to talk with Melissa today. Welcome, Melissa. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so grateful.
So you're a therapist, and you also suffered from depression and anxiety yourself. How has that journey been for you? Like, did you feel wrong about that, being a therapist, having that go on, and how did you flip it to really see the gift of you and what you could offer?
Yeah, so, it's so funny. Growing up, now we talk about things like anxiety and depression kind of like as mainstream conversation. But when I was younger, I didn't know that I knew that that's like what was going on for me. I just thought I was wrong, And so it's like when you look back now, I can see that it really took me until about like when I was going through graduate school to even acknowledge like, oh my gosh, like I have anxiety. But I don't even think I quite got it. But what's so interesting is what really happened. So I was looking back through this, knowing we were going to talk about this today. And I had to like really look for it because it's not even really in my world anymore. It's changed so much with the tools of access that I actually had to like really kind of sit with it and be like, what was my journey with anxiety? So, one of the things I acknowledged is my first year of graduate school, I actually ended up in the hospital because I thought I was having like a heart problem, right? As many people who've ever had anxiety or panic have gone through. And nobody could figure out what was wrong with me. And so I finally, on my own, really realized like, oh, like this is like a real thing that I've had really most of my life. It just kind of came to a head at that point. And, as I went through and started working with clients, I also was learning the techniques and the things to help with any kind of mental illness. But, you know, one of the things with anxiety specifically is that I realized that even the things I was teaching people wasn't really changing things for me or them. And, you know, that was such a gift for me to actually acknowledge, like, at the time I was like, oh my gosh, I don't even want to work with people with anxiety, because if I can't fix it for me, how am I supposed to fix it for them? So yeah, I did feel actually really like stuck, you know? And so, I mean, I think that's one of those spaces where I started really looking for what else. And, you know, one of the things, I was looking for a book this week, and I was kind of going through like old boxes and things, and I found so many books, manuals from other modalities, other things that I had done before Access. And I was like, wow, I really was searching for something that would work, for something that was different. And, you know, it's funny because now most of what's laying around are Access manuals. But just to even acknowledge, like, wow, but there was a time that I was so desperately searching for something that would work for myself and for other people. So what a gift. And once I found Access, I mean, that's, you know, it was 5 years ago. Obviously, that's the thing that's...
So I was going to ask, so you found Access Consciousness 5 years ago in the bars. How did you start using it, once you discovered it, how did you start using it for you and then take it into your therapy practice?
You know, I started by having my bars run and taking bars classes. And I didn't do it because I wanted to bring it into my therapy practice, or actually even to like cognitively solve my anxiety problem. I was just searching, you know, for something different. And after I was on anxiety medication at this point, and after I had taken my second bars class, so if you're listening and you've never taken a bars class before, you know, you can take one class and you're certified to practice, and then if you take 3, you can facilitate. So I was, after my second bars class, that I was like, I wonder if I still even need my anxiety medication anymore. And I weaned myself off of it. Don't do that on your own. Talk to a doctor, but that's what I did. And it was at that point that I was like, wow, this actually like changed this anxiety thing for me. And that's when I started being like, okay, like the world has to know that this is possible. And so I did start introducing clients to it, encouraging them to get their bars run, running bars for clients, things like that. And I started to watch people's life change. And the people that I had been trying this modality or trying the next modality or trying to give them some new tool that I had learned, you know, and I had clients I'd been seeing for years, and they were sort of like, okay, Melissa's learned a new thing, let's try it, you know, and we would go through these different things. But it was after bars and starting to teach them some of the tools that I was learning in Access classes that I watched people transform. And that was such a cool gift for me, because not only did it help me, I was watching it help other people too.
Do you have a story that stands out, either for you or one of your clients, of what changed when they started getting their bars run and coming to you for therapy and other things?
Yeah. Man, there's so many. I'm looking at like recent ones and ones that are, you know, a little further away. Yeah, I had a client that I worked with for years. It's like the one that's probably popping the most. And she had a lot of trauma and a lot of depression and just kind of ongoing things going on. And I had felt really, really stuck for quite some time. And, you know, we had tried 100 different things. And she really resonated with bars and with the tools of Access. And after running her bars, we were running bars weekly for a while. And she finally got to a day one day that we were just having a conversation, and she looked at me and she said, you know, I think I'm happy. And I was like, what? I mean, that to me blew me away, because this was probably the most depressed, challenging client that I'd had for many, many years. And to my knowledge, she continues to be, you know, happy and enjoying her life now, which is such a change.
Wow. So you mentioned like that one client had depression. And so often I think in this world and when you're a therapist, you're taught to diagnose, right? So you have depression or you have this. How have you, that sort of fitting people into boxes, and you've discovered that doesn't work in your practice.
No.
And so how have you taken that awareness of, rather than putting people in boxes, taking them out of the box, and how have you seen that work with your clients and yourself too?
Yeah, wow. I mean, one of the things that's really helped me is the tools of X-Men, which I know we're talking about bars today, but that is also part of it, which is, a lot about diagnosis and like where, people have had a diagnosis of anxiety or depression or autism, OCD, or ADHD, and really getting how much a lot of these diagnoses are actually strengths that have been misidentified and misapplied as wrongnesses or disorders. And, one of the things that I've really looked at with people is like, hey, like if you weren't this disorder that the box that you've already put yourself in, like what else is actually possible if it's like that question of like, if I know not this, what else is possible? So it's like really looking at, if somebody has a diagnosis of ADHD and really starting to look at like, well, what is the gift of that? Are you actually able to pay attention to lots of things at the same time? Are you actually able to really focus on what's relevant and let go of the things that aren't relevant? So is it that you're forgetful, or is it that you have a capacity for knowing what's relevant and what to let go of? And there's so many different things like that where we can start to look at things as capacities and not diagnoses, not disorders. And also acknowledge that, you mentioned that I train students. So like even in that, one of the things they have to learn is how to do diagnoses. So, we will sit and like talk about it and acknowledge, hey, guess what? You know why this is hard? Because people don't fit into boxes. And we can look at like, okay, yes, they meet criteria for this. And yes, they meet criteria for this. And yes, they meet criteria for this. And if we gave them all the diagnoses they met criteria for, they would be walking away with like 5 or 6 diagnoses. And first of all, is that kind? And second of all, is that accurate? And is it very much more likely that they have traits of various things? But if you're actually being present with a person and being aware and teaching them that they're not wrong and teaching them to know what they know, how much more can we let go of the relevance of diagnoses?
Wow. So with that, letting go of the relevance of that, and you mentioned so beautifully like the capacities that are in all of those traits that you could use to diagnose.
Yeah.
So if you look at like anxiety and depression, which are so common, like they're higher diagnosed now than ever before, what have you seen are the capacities there that we could, for people listening that have either experienced it or they have someone in their life going through it, what's a different way to look at that as a capacity?
Yeah, cool. So anxiety specifically, we'll look at that first, is awareness. I mean, depression too, like truly, like all of this is massive awareness. We have this tool in Access Consciousness, who does this belong to? Which is really just being present with, like, is this even mine? If we can acknowledge that 99.99999% of our thoughts, feelings, and emotions don't belong to us, then we acknowledge how aware we are. I've had a lot of people tell me this week they're feeling really down and sad. Well, there's a lot of things going on in the world that people are aware of, and so if you can start to acknowledge that anxiety is almost 100% of the time awareness of something else and acknowledge that it doesn't belong to you, then you start to let go of the need to fix it or to change it. And when you can see it as a capacity, then it's like, okay, well, what can I be with this to know it's not mine? And then what is required from there? Sometimes we ask the question of, who does this belong to? And it lightens up. And then there's like, okay, well, I know it's not mine, but, and then we start to look at what else What else can I choose? So does my body need to move? Do I just need to expand out? Do I need to get my bars run? And a lot of times that will be the thing that allows us to have more space when knowing that it's actually a capacity for awareness, and it doesn't, even though it's showing up in your body a certain way and it feels like it belongs to you, it doesn't. And then you can have more space with it. You know, if we look at depression, one of the things that's actually come up, interestingly enough, I've done some classes and things around this, is a lot of people with depression will kind of start to acknowledge that they actually have the capacity for joy. It's kind of that thing we were just talking about with Megan, of that everything is the opposite of what it appears to be and nothing is the opposite of what it appears to be. That, you know, often the people with some level of depression were either, first of all, aware of other people with depression, other people they know, other people, like all the sadness in the world, but also will have acknowledged that there was a time in their life, maybe they were quite young, but even just an awareness of how joyful they are and where that was stifled, where that was made wrong. And so they began to contract themselves or shrink themselves in such a way that that ultimately led to this feeling of stuckness, which is often what depression looks like. And so when you start to play with the, like, what is, if we turned this 180 degrees, like, what is actually true? And do you actually have a capacity for joy that if you would climb on and acknowledge it, can open up a new space? And what if depression wasn't the right way to be? Yeah. And what if joy wasn't the wrong way to be? And you could actually start to access what's true for you.
Beautiful. You know, and I mentioned you were an author, and the book you wrote, 10 Tips for Overcoming Anxiety, a pocket guide for kids. So you work with a lot of kids, you have kids. Is it different, or how do you approach that with children?
Yeah, so you know what's funny? So I have the book sitting here, but it's so funny because I have a pile of them. So when I wrote that book, I wrote it like a long time ago, but I wrote it after I had about 4 or 5 sessions in a row that looked exactly the same. And at that point, I had the tools of access. There's tools of access in the book, and access is cited at the end of the book. And a few of the tools that we use in there, I think, were expand out and who does this belong to, and a number of other things. But the thing is, you know, there's a disclaimer even in the front of the book of, hey, I wrote this for kids, but kids, if you're reading this, your parents could probably use these too. And it's very much written for kids, but they're adult tools. You know, I mean, kids are infinite beings in little bodies, and often they understand this stuff even better than adults because it just makes sense to them. They know what's true. And, you know, as we get older, we start to use our mind more to like filter things out and figure out, we want the scientific research, and we make things way more significant. But kids, if you tell them something and tell them that it works, and they'll try it for themselves, and if it works, it works. They don't care about all the rest of that. So I would say it's different with kids in a lot of ways. It's easier with kids. Yeah. And, you know, my kids will, you know, remind me if I'm in a bad mood, Mom, who does it belong to? Or Mom, you know, what if you were an interesting point of view with that? Like, they know the tools. Yeah. And, you know, the other thing we had talked about is, you know, kids can run bars too. And I actually had my 8-year-old son run my bars last night. And I was saying to my husband, I said, you know, I think he now runs bars like an adult. Like, he knows the points, he knows what he's doing. It isn't, I don't really have to move his hands or tell him to do something different anymore. And I was like, that's so interesting but for him, he just knows. But kids are so much more willing to know what's true for them in so many ways before that kind of starts to get questioned out of them, you know? Yeah.
Well, I'm lucky because I got to meet 2 of your sons who are phenomenal. And before, we just have a couple minutes left, but I'd love to mention, so you have 2 biological sons, and then you actually worked with a young man as a mentor for many years, and then adopted him at the age of 20 and added him to your family. Can you talk about how that choice, what that changed for you and the entire family?
Yeah, wow, he's amazing. Yeah, I'm so grateful for him. He was a kid who was in the foster system and just had kind of a rough go of it. You know, it had, I think something like 8 different families. before he was with us, and he had a full ride to Illinois State, and when he graduated from high school, he ultimately was kicked out of the house because that's how that often goes, unfortunately. And so, he came into our world, and we were like his home away from home while he was at school. So he would come home on holidays and things with us. And the kids just fell in love with him. And, they were little. I mean, at the time, my youngest was 2, and when they met. But he just was so good with them, and they just loved him. And he was so hesitant to do a family thing. He'd been burned by, all things family his whole life. And he hit a point in college where he was going to lose insurance if he would have ended up on public aid. And so, they said, hey, I know you don't really like the whole family thing, but we'd love to adopt you if you're willing. And at that point, because he was 20 years old, he could sign for himself. So he was like, yeah, okay. And, so we went to court. Just worked out very nicely. My next door neighbor is an attorney, so we just set everything up pretty easily. And we went to court and signed all the paperwork, and we adopted him at age 20. And he is as much our son as the other 2, and is just a beautiful light in the world. And he has taken Bar's class, and I'm encouraging him to do some more things. But even just having the energy of the non-judgmental space that Access brings into our whole family, and what that's created for him, it's really cool to see him thrive. I mean, initially in college he struggled. I mean, he did well in classes, but socially, things like that, we all did dumb things in college, right? But then as he got through, even towards the end of college, he started to mature and create his life in a way that worked for him, and now he is successful, has a job, lives on his own, and it's really cool to see how much he's thriving, and we're just so grateful for the gift that he is, because he's been such a massive gift in our life too, and just he's just a really beautiful light in the world.
Thank you for that and sharing that story, because it's such an example of him choosing, you choosing, which is one of the tools we talk about in Access. There are infinite choices available. So thank you, Melissa, for being with us today and sharing that and everything. And for you, thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm so grateful.
Was years ago, we put an Access Bars event up at an autism walk. So for an event to support autism, to fundraise for autism. And we were doing bars on a few people. It wasn't real busy, but it was awesome. And this young man comes up, probably just prepubescent, 11, 12, tall kid. And he just stands over me. And I've been running someone's bars. I'm like, do you want your bars run? He's like, yep. He lays down. And I do the first bars point. And then he puts his hands up for the second one before I've done it. But before he does it, he says, stop. And I'm like, okay. young kid on the spectrum, want to honor him. And then he puts his hands up. And then he says, stop. And I said, do you want another point? Yep. And I would run the different points. He'd be like, stop. Do you want another point? Yep. Stop. Do you want another point? Yep. So he, in like 1 or 2 seconds with each point, he went through the whole thing, knew if I missed something, knew if I didn't do something. It was crazy. And then he just gets up. And his mother goes, tell the lady thank you. He goes, thank you. And he walked over to some Lego booth or something over there. But I was like, this kid knew the points, knew when they were finished for him, had never seen the bars in his life, didn't know what the bars were, knew he wanted them, demanded them from me, received it, and walked away. And I was like, what is this? What is this amazing, amazing work? I mean, I've had my bars run thousands of times, and every time is still this energy of something completely different that changes something completely different with me, with my life, with what's going on in my head, or just I'm sleepy and I need work done and now I'm not. Every time is different. But this kid years ago showed me that it was something so beyond this reality that he knew. So grateful for it. I mean, it was just cool. I'm just grateful for him. Just his like, do you want your bars run? Yep. And that may be all the words he had. Stop. Yep. Thank you. And he wanted this. He wanted this for something for his future. He saw it. He walked up, demanded it, and got it. So how's it get better than that? Like, what else is possible?
Happy Global Bars Day from El Lugar.
We've been using bars actively for 6 months, possibly. And so I'm very new. Like I keep saying, I don't know anything. Everything's new and it pops all over. But knowing the family that we have, I have 7 young adults living at home, ranging 16 to 28. And our 2 oldest are on the autism spectrum. One has Asperger's, which isn't used commonly here in Quebec, but is well known everywhere else. And our second son has autism. And his biggest problem is retention of information and getting stressed out when he can't remember. So we tried something during the summer school program to use bars instead of, I mean, he'd read his material, but we'd do bars session. And he's had the highest grades on his tests just this summer. So he's very proud of himself. He's happy about it. And he is a kid that always grumbles. He's a grumbler. And so he'll be like, bars? Why should I do bars? And then he'll sit down and within a couple of minutes, he's like, I'm so relaxed. And every time during restructuring, he'll pass out. And then so it's worth the effort. That's what I've noticed is even the grumbling and sometimes getting them into the chair or on the table is a pain, but they like being there. First, nobody really knew what it was. And like I've always been into energy and alternative stuff. And so it's always mom and her woo woo. That's what they'll say around our house. But now it's like even the very analytic that didn't want to do it, they'll want to talk to us while we're doing bars. And what they've noticed too is the stories don't come back. So we have ex-husbands to deal with in our scenario, so they have dads to deal with, and everybody's got a point of view that's different, and that's fine. And sometimes it's just always the same thing. And now they come over, they're like, hey, can you do bars while I'm telling you about what happened? And then they don't need to deal with it again. They don't get as affected by it. I've seen a lot of that is a big thing for us in just the dynamics of every day.
Hello everyone, happy Global Bars Day from Malayan, UAE.
Dall'Italia, Roma, il Festival Bars, raduno Barsisti Anonimi con Jarryd. Bahagia access, aqui da Italia. From Italy for all you, from Florence, Italy. What else is possible?
have eyebrows. Don't shut up. So there, form structure and output traits.
After my first access bar session, I realized that I could be more relaxed and calm, that my body and my mind couldn't figure it out before. And let me tell you, I was in a moment that my mind wanted to be stressed with anxiety and being in that surviving mode, and my body was so relaxed. And it was like, okay, something is wrong with me. What happened? What did I do? It was like, oh, okay, it was my first access bar session, and it was in my third or fourth day after that, and I was like, yes, we need to spread the word. Let's talk about this to everyone. And it changed my life because I used to do meditation a lot and feel the sensation for 3-4 days was amazing. So what I have to say right now is access bar for everyone.
Welcome back, everyone. I am very excited for this segment. I have the honor of having Dr. Terry Hope here with me today. And really quickly, I'm just going to read just briefly so I capture it. Terry, you are an internationally renowned expert in the field of personal business and scientific-based transformation and leadership. She holds a PhD and doctorate with advanced studies in quantum medicine, transformation, consciousness, and has published multiple scientific research studies relating to neuroactivity, anxiety, depression, and changes in stress levels and consciousness. She's been doing research on the access bars for about 12 years. And in a couple of minutes, we're going to actually show you a phenomenal presentation. But I just wanted to take a moment and introduce all of you to her, the woman behind the scenes who's putting all of this phenomenal research out, and say thank you for all of your work.
You're welcome. It's been such a pleasure and will continue to be. It's so exciting.
So what are you, in a couple of minutes, we'll see the research that you've been doing over the last 12 years. And I know that you are constantly looking at what else is possible in the realms of the the brain and everything. So what are you excited about now?
Going forward, I'm excited about expanding, having people being able to see all the work that I've accumulated over this number of years, and it took a while to pull it together. And I know the impact that it will have in bringing more people in from a place of who requires to hear the research and the science behind the magic of access bars.
That's so cool. So this presentation that you are about to watch was first presented by Terry in Atlanta at a Bars and Business presentation for people in the wellness area of different like HRs, colleges, schools. And it was a phenomenal presentation, and we had her do it again in this very room a few months ago. And if you ever needed any scientific proof that the bars are fucking awesome, this is it. So thank you again, Terry, for everything.
Thank you.
And enjoy.
So this presentation I did in Atlanta recently at a wellness conference, and it was looking at changing the face of stress and burnout. And the funny thing about stress and burnout, so burnout has now been classified as a disease state by the World Health Organization, thank you very much. And yet stress is something that we actually can't put a finger on, because every person has a different response because they see life differently. And so stress we can't actually categorize as a thing. But it is now the latest epidemic that there is in the world right now, and they're paying attention to it because it's actually impacting so many people and kind of the world. So to look at what stress is, it's really how we respond to our environment, which also means that we can change how we respond to our environment. So how are they measuring this? Mostly stress is seen in the workplace, and it's being measured in the workplace as the focal point for things. And what you'll find, this is North American statistics, because I was the closest thing when I did this original presentation, was that 80 to 94% of people are reporting that there's stress in the workplace, and they're saying that it's getting worse, not better. And 64% of people say that they've had burnout this year. And what is burnout? It's when you actually cannot function any longer. When your body, your emotional capacities, and your sense of spirit no longer can keep going. So that's a really high percentage. And 63% of all middle managers want to quit. So just imagine the workplace, in this case in the US, and I'm sure that it's mirrored other places, that you have this huge number of people that are disengaged, and how much is our society and the capacities that we have for people to be able to function well. And those people who are not opting out actually have a sense of being paralyzed. They don't know whether to stay, they don't know whether to go, they can't make decisions anymore. And this is also impacted by mental unwellness. So this is the people who are currently working, and part of those also have, either they're in the workplace or not in the workplace, 21% of people are reported as having mental illness. And 15 to 35% of people, and I suggest this is probably really a lot higher, are using substances to, I'm going to say escape, to find a way to cope. And there's a lot more in the data that would suggest that it's much higher than that. And 5% of people in the US at any one time are suicidal, which is a very high statistic. And the one that kind of got me the most was adolescent anxiety. And why would that be included here? Well, they're included in society, and they're about to go into the workplace if they're not already there. And this number in 2017 was only 18%. And now it's at 32%. Have we got people who are like more aware? Are they people who are more sensitive, or has something changed in our environment? And that really brings the idea to like, what is it that's creating stress in the world? Is it that the world has become more intense? The world that we've created isn't really working. We have people who have now become aware that what's going on isn't working. And is that really contributing to the level of stress that's being reported? I don't know. And it could be all of those, and it could be more, right? So the people who are working, they say 33% say they have constant stress. And 62% say they're always under high stress. And when you look at this, it's like, is this like the story of the boiling frog? So the story of the boiling frog, if you don't know it, is that the frog is in water, and there's a low temperature water going on, and it's starting to increase in temperature, and the frog doesn't even know that its environment has even changed. And over time, the frog ceases to exist because he doesn't even know his environment is that challenged. Now, if the frog jumped into the hot water, he would know that it was hot, and he would jump out and have some sort of reaction. So my question is, has stress as an entity snuck up on us as a society? Like, has it come in the back door and we don't even notice it's going on? So stress and burnout, they impact all aspects of living. And it is one of the top contributors to disease. It's also the top contributor to mental health. So we might think that they're separate items, but actually, stress is one of the main leading causes of mental unwellness because it's where the dysregulation starts to occur. People start to have things that aren't working for them, and then they start to check out and feel depressed. So there's external stresses and there's internal stresses, and the external stresses can be like, oh my gosh, I have so much on my plate. I have a level of uncertainty. I don't know what's going to happen in the world next, and I'm aware that I don't know what's going to happen in the world yet. And most people want to have a level of certainty, and yet there's this uncertainty. There's all these ideas about health and what does health look like in the future. And maybe just off the last couple of years, do we have to address health? Are we at risk? So those kinds of external stressors are kind of like always there, but they play in the background, right? And then there's our environment, the people around us, our relationships, our families. And those all can be external stressors, but we don't have to have it to impact us. And that's the really great part of it. Because if it's either internal or external, we can actually change our perspective on it. And when we look at internal stressors, that's like the self-critic. That's judgment. I don't know if any of you have ever taken a moment and went, oh, I should have done that so much better. And yet that creates a level of stress inside our bodies. People are being hyperachievers now more than ever, wanting to keep up with what's required for them in their job. And then there's these things that are like unconscious programs. So unconscious programs is like, I better be the best dad. And so there's this constant state of needing to be the best dad or the greatest wife, or I better be a fantastic parent here. And it's not cognitive, but it keeps us motivated and always on this level of stress that's going on underneath the covers, so to speak. So the other thing that comes up for internal stress is perspectives. And beyond perspective is like our point of view, but also the inability to feel that we can't change a situation can also cause stress and give us a sense of disempowerment. And those are the two pieces, and particularly that we can look at in this moment, that actually can cause stress. So stress as it relates to thoughts, feelings, and emotion. So thoughts, feelings, and emotions, what they do, including points of view, what they're generally considered to be processed by the brain. And they are stored as energy in the body, generally because you have a point of view about it. And the interesting part is that they build up over time. So even though you had an event that was stressful when you were young, maybe traumatic or not, they tend to start building up in our physical bodies and causing a level of tension and disharmony, so to speak. And when it comes to stress in the mind, what happens is there becomes cognitive impairment. And what do I mean by that? So there's a reduction in our capacities for memory. There's like the idea when people get super stressed, they can't reason anymore. And even in a learning situation, people can no longer learn the way they could optimally learn when they are under stress. And it's part of what the mind does when things start to show up and starts to create a level of dysfunction, like with anxiety or depression, and including burnout at the bottom level of that. And oftentimes when people are trying to learn, what happens is they kind of turn off. Like they go to write a test, and all of a sudden there's this, I can't do it. And they don't even remember what they were trying to do, and maybe not do as well in a learning environment as they could have. So when it looks at stress in the body, oh my gosh, don't forget the body. There's increased levels of cortisol, it changes hormones, dysregulates sleep, digestion. There's a sense of pain with a lot of people, and people have a decreased level of energy when they're stressed. Has changes in health, definitely suppresses the immune system and creates muscle tension. I don't know about you, but have you ever noticed that when you're really stressed, you have the sense of like, I just so need a massage because I'm so tense. But the funny thing is it doesn't always solve the thing that caused the tension. Now, the brain is really interesting. Well, I like neuroscience. I trained in neuroscience, and I love stuff, everything brain. So what happens with the brain under stress is it decreases in size. In fact, brain volume shrinks when there's a high degree of stress over time. And then what shows up is these patterns of dysfunction. And over time, what happens is the brain slows down, the function slows down, and the speed at which the brain functions starts to slow down. And this also activates the stress center. So this was a piece of research that was published in The Lancet in 2017. And what they found was that people who were highly stressed, they had this high activation at this part in the brain called the amygdala, which is often the place where you have fight or flight. And what they found is that people who were highly stressed had this high activation at the amygdala. And it also, the more stressed they were over time, the more activated it became. So they become actually more sensitive to stress. The other part that they looked at is, does stress actually create inflammation? And is it a precursor to coronary artery disease and atherosclerosis? And the answer is yes. So when you have this high degree of inflammation, not only in the body, but it also happens in the arteries. And so you have this level of arterial inflammation. And then what happens, not that you need a science thing, but what happens is that all this cholesterol and plaque that's flowing through our blood system sticks to these inflamed arteries. And I go, wow, we're sitting there worrying about eating French fries. Like, are French fries getting a bad rap? Because I would say if we were to start to change how we are living and moving and living stressed, what would we do, or how could we have it so that this level of inflammation didn't occur to begin with? And that's just, I go, French fries, getting a bad rap. So here's my friend the frog again, and he says, so what happens if this trend continues? And what is our future going to be like if we continue on this trend? Because there's not too many options that are seemingly available. And so I would say, is it time to change the cycle? So can we move from a place of stress, burnout, brain function that's dysregulated, lower cognition, memory, and having to, because all of this stuff happens in the brain, we actually have to use more effort to be able to do the same things that we used to do when we weren't stressed before our brains started to become slower and function differently. And so all of this moves to this place of distress or stress, and overall creates a level of disease that we don't have to have. And the thing is, people talk about things like body mind and spirit, and as if they were separate, but they're not. They're all together. And people go and try to change stress by going, here, I'll go for a run, I'll look after my body, and now I'm going to go and do some meditation to slow down my mind so I have some calmness. Somehow the spirit fits in there somehow, but basically it's all one. So what would it be like if we could actually address all of those pieces that are all of us together? So this is basically who we are. All of these elements are the basic elements of who we are as a being. And they are the things that, when we came into this world, we all have. And yet somehow, we start taking part in the rest of the world and being responsible, and these pieces of our life kind of fall off. And what we forget is not only these miraculous beings that have all of this joy, but we also have miraculous bodies. And our body is like a symphony. There are 11 body systems. There are almost 40 trillion cells in your body, and almost 200 billion neurons, and multiple energy systems that keep all of this going. And the cool part is, if you ever doubted your body for 1 second, there are 37,000 billion chemical reactions per second in the human body. And I go, that is amazing. And it doesn't fall apart no matter what we think. So I go, it's friggin' miraculous. So we don't have to function as though we have to live in survival. In fact, we can function far beyond survival. So here's I like animals. Apparently today I like animals. So sharks are these miraculous beings, and they've been on the planet longer than dinosaurs have. And sharks have these innate abilities, much like human beings do. They have 5 senses, as we do, which we use for enjoyment of living, and we also use them for survival. So you can smell when the house is on fire or whatever. But sharks also have this thing about sensing. And what is sensing? Well, if there's going to be a hurricane, about 2 weeks before the hurricane ever hits, a shark knows that the hurricane is coming. And a lot of other animals like snakes and turtles have that same sense. And when they sense that, they have something's up. Well, people also have sensing. And it's kind of a weird thing to describe, but it's a thing that occurs. And it was interesting because there was a group who did a bunch of research looking at stress in the body and heart coherence. And what they found was they took these slides and they put them in front of all these people, and they did this experiment. And every so often there would be a slide that would be disruptive, challenging to the person, emotionally challenging, we'll call it. And what happened was the body responded to the stress of this negative impact 4.3 seconds prior to the slide ever showing up on the computer screen in front of them. So if we sit there and think, okay, well, that's sensing. And really, we might have a bigger sense of sensing, but that's the only time that I've seen that, it's been measured. And not that because it doesn't exist because we can't measure it, because there's so many things we can't measure. So there's this level of sensing that we have, much like sharks. And then sharks also know that when all of this stuff goes on and they sense changes in the barometric pressure, they know to go to a deeper level in the ocean so that they can survive, which is probably why they've been around longer than dinosaurs. And so they have this sense of knowing, as do we. So have you ever been in a situation where you walked into a room and you went, like people were fighting in here, weren't they? And there's nothing going on, but you have that sense, like that there was something discordant to what was going on. Or have you ever been in a situation where you had a moment, you went, I knew that was going to happen. Like, I just knew it. But it's not something that we can look at, we necessarily talk about, but we have these senses of knowing. And if we can be that level of presence to the world around us, then we can tap into these senses and knowing and not really be at the effect of our environment as much as what we would perceive life to be like now. So imagine from that if you were more connected to living, and what would life be like if everyone was fully engaged and everyone in cultures and societies were more on track to what is really truly nature to them. So what would the future be like, and what's available to us? So the current solutions that we have basically are all kinds of things that we can do. Exercise, yoga, do more things, go for chiropractic, have some meditation. I put in enjoy life. That was never to be found anywhere on the internet that would actually help to improve your situation. And to me, it's like if we start enjoying life, then we have a lot more available to us. So let's talk a little bit about empowerment. And what we know is with empowerment, we have a sustainable future. And stress actually affects empowerment. So when people are stressed, they feel less empowered. And when people have a sense of empowerment, it actually decreases stress. So what do you do about this? Uncharted territory. Ask a question. It's one of the greatest things I learned from Access Consciousness, is this idea of asking a question, from asking a question without looking for the answer. And basically, when you ask a question, it actually takes you to uncharted territory. And it's pretty miraculous. And it's not about seeking out the right answer or anything instantaneous. So let's try this. What happens when you ask a question? So I'm just going to ask you to look at something. Is there something in your life now that you go, oh, if I could only have that be different? And just get a sense of that. And what is there that's beyond the problem? So now if I ask you, what else is there that you have not yet considered in relationship to that? Does that actually create something else? So what do you sense? Do you sense possibilities? Does it actually change the energy of a situation? Do you have that sense of change of that? And actually, does it invoke the quantum field to contribute to what it is that you're looking to have be different? And I would say possibility, it inspires creativity, because as soon as you start to ask that question, your whole kind of sense of things change and becomes a creative process. Do you get a sense of empowerment, that you're no longer under the I can't change this scenario? A sense of motivation. Does it increase energy? Like all of a sudden that burden that I can't figure it out is kind of gone. And does it actually allow you to have a sense of knowing that there's a possibility that something could be different? So what is it that's beyond stress? And I kind of like this slide, particularly because everybody wants to let off steam. Everybody wants to have that sense of relaxation where they're not wound up like a tight coil anymore, trying to keep it all together. So what is possible here? What future possibilities can there be? And people are looking for lasting solutions. They no longer want the Band-Aid. They can't do the Band-Aid any longer. They want some sort of immediate result, which is probably why a lot of people are doing substance abuse. Not saying it's changing it, but some sense of relief immediately. And something that creates a level of improvement. So years ago I still do, but different, a clinical practice. And back then, the biggest part of my practice was neurofeedback, biophoton coherence, like a whole list that you can see here on the left-hand side. And one of the things I discovered was access bars. And I started doing research on a couple of things, and access bars was the one that I did the most research on. And I started that because I went to an event, one of those health expos. And my friend suggested we go and do an Access Bars session, and I was a little bit, I don't do that in that environment, but I'm gonna try it anyway. So I laid on this massage table for 20 minutes. And 20 minutes later, I got off the massage table, and I was happier than I'd ever been in my entire life. And I was already happy. How could you get happier when you're already happy? And there was this sense of presence, joy, connectedness to me, a sense of living that I can't really describe. But if you haven't had an Access Bars session yet, I would invite you to try it, and I hope that your experience is as remarkable as mine was, because truly it was remarkable. So what is Access Bars? Well, Access Bars are there's these 32 points on the head, and by a practitioner lightly touching these points on the head, it stimulates this natural response. A natural response to release energy that holds in all the things that don't serve us well, thoughts, feelings, emotions, trauma, anything that's there, and it creates positive neurological changes. And it also invokes physiological well-being. And I've heard over time the number of people who have had experiences where their actually bodies change from having unwellness to wellness. The other thing that it does is creates this deep level of relaxation. So when I looked at doing research, I looked for experiential aspects and neurological aspects, because I like brains, and looked at what is it that changed, who's the population, and were there any benefits? Basically, that's where I went. So the first piece of research that I did with a neuroscientist, Jeffrey Fannin, was that we looked at what happens to brains with Access Bars in what we would call the general population. There was nothing going on with them, general population, so there were 60 people, and each person had a 60-minute session. And we kind of looked for, like, what happens with the brain, and did anything happen as it related to emotional components? So what we found was that of all of those participants, 85% of the people had an increase in brain coherence. Why would that be important? Because when you have brain coherence, your brain works faster. You actually have more creativity. And according to some, you would say you have more intelligence, because I think it's not intelligence, it's more tapped into who you really are when you have this high degree of coherence. We also found that there was this interesting phenomena at 22 hertz, which is a brainwave frequency, and 63% of people had that. It also showed that people, even after the session was over, that they were still actually processing information. So the session didn't end as soon as the person's hands came off the person's head. And that was really interesting, and I'm going to show you what that looks like in brains in a minute. So the second piece of research that I looked at was I went, well, if this is going to do this in the general population, what will it do for people who have anxiety and depression? So this was a piece of research that was published in 2017, and 100% of the people had both anxiety and depression. They didn't have to, they could have had one or the other, but they all had it, and they all had trait anxiety. And with trait anxiety, it's like how you live. There's no on and off moments. It's like full on. And also, 2 people had trait depression. And one of the people was at suicide risk. So it was really interesting when I looked at the data after the research, what that kind of looked like. And there was only one 90-minute session that was given for this group of people. And all the people improved. That's highly irregular. This does not happen that everybody improves, but everybody improved. And 100% of the people had an increase in brain coherence. And I'm just going to show you this next slide that shows you the changes that happened. The slide on the left is the changes that we're seeing in anxiety, and the darker blue is the pre-scores. So that's how significant it was. And the lighter blue is the post-scores. And the chances of this actually being able to happen by chance are pretty much slim to none. So having an 84.7% decrease in average scores, that means some were even higher. and as it related to anxiety, an 82.7% decrease in depression is actually never heard of. Like never heard of. And particularly not in one session. So when I looked at all the other data of like how else did they experience access bars, and what was shown in the results is things like pessimism, loss of pleasure, past failure. Like how many people live in the past and sort of beat themselves up mentally because they didn't do something well, and they stay there and stay self-critical. And all of these elements, including indecisiveness and loss of energy, changed for the majority of people in this particular piece of research. So what happened with brains? So in this group of brain maps, the top left-hand corner, you can see that there's this brain that has a high degree of red. Now that's at 1 Hertz delta. Basically, when you're sleeping and generating or regenerating, that's where the highest level of activity is. Now this person had their eyes closed, we're not asleep, but they have this high level of activity at 1 Hertz. The other thing that we can see on the bottom, the second one over, is 22 Hertz in the center of the head. And at first I couldn't figure out what that would be looking at the data, because it was happening in both studies where we looked at brains. So changes in activity, what we saw as it related to the brain, there was an increase in coherence in the majority of people. There was new connectivity between brain regions. Regeneration occurred. And this anomaly at 22 Hertz, which is on the bottom that I was showing you, is what would be identified as a state of flow or being in the zone. So when you have, so these people, not by chance, ended up with this high activation at 22 Hertz, that would mean that they were actually at a high degree of focus and concentration effortlessly. That's what being in flow kind of is. And, you know, football players train for this like crazy so they could like actually have this level of focus and concentration without using a lot of energy towards it. So that was really, to me, I went, wow, that is so cool. And so the experience for people is enhanced focus, greater creativity, and a high degree of engagement when they've had an access bar session, and this deep level of relaxation that occurs. So this is a brain map looking at one of the participants in the study on anxiety and depression. And this person, and I'm going to show you here before, anything green is normal. Anything blue is dysregulation, as in there's not enough energy or brain activity in that region. And this particular person had a score for depression and anxiety that would be close to high severe. They were also an NFL player that had a traumatic brain injury. And this was the after effect of the traumatic brain injury, and they had already received something like 8 months worth of neurofeedback to try to change this, and it didn't change. And they were also on anti-anxiolytics and depression medications to try to change the symptoms, and they were no longer yet resolved, including self-medication. So not quite there. What was interesting after 90 minutes was most of the brain wave patterns changed to green, meaning normal. So I spoke to other neuroscientists about this, like, how is that possible that you can get this degree of change? And they said, well, normally you'd have to do another 6 to 8 months of neurofeedback to get that degree of change. So this is not normal. And it's normal because if we are essentially who we are, it is normal to go to normal, to have our brains go to normal instantaneously when we're essentially being us and connected to all of who we are and our bodies. So I kind of like that slide. The other cool thing was the only takeaway from this slide. So this is looking at S-Loretta, which looks at localization, particular brain regions. And the one on the left is the before picture. And basically the focus of this area was working memory, and the person had this, was stuck in this area that's conscious recollection of the past. After the bars session, they were actually now looking at this area that was same, different discrimination, which is kind of like, something's different here, and actually move them out of the past into the present moment, and that was them trying to figure it out, the difference that was changed, that was seen in this Loretta. So wow, what happens now if you look at a global population? When you have depression, anxiety, stress, and pain. And this study was done around the world. There were 10 different languages, and practitioners, all kinds of access bars practitioners, took part in this research. And it was quite remarkable to see what showed up. And the people in this study, they had anywhere between a 30-minute session and an hour and 20-minute session. Yeah. And what happened was that 68% of the people who had depression had a decrease in their degree of depression. There was a 69% decrease in anxiety. For people who reported stress, there was a 79% decrease in the level of stress. And voila, pain, virtually gone. So when we think about pain as being an element of energy being locked in the body, most of the pain actually dissipated for all these people. And in fact, it's like, this is looking at, did pain decrease? 58% of the people who responded who had pain actually had zero pain. So it didn't just decrease, it just disappeared. And what was interesting about this research beyond that is to look at, this is something that's very unique, that I found was unique, and was that the higher degree of intensity of what someone's experienced, so let's say they're severely depressed. Normally you would expect that those people would respond to a lesser degree, because in this world, they're severely depressed. Then you're going to need a lot of medication to get them down to being, or a lot of intervention to get them down to being functioning and not depressed. But what happens with, I've seen in most of the data, the higher degree of intensity, the more effective it is, the higher degree of change. And that's something that we wouldn't even expect. And another thing that was really interesting is that normally you would have, like if someone had one thing, they would respond to a certain degree. And then if you had more, like let's say you had all of these 4 things going on in your life, and you would expect that the scores would be higher, which they are. Scientifically, it showed up, yeah, the scores are higher because you have all these 4 different things. And generally speaking, you get a resistance to treatment, and it's very difficult to treat people who have more than one thing going on. But in this case, what happened, voila, there wasn't that. In fact, there was no decrease in the capacities to change from people who had more things going on than somebody who had one. So it actually shows you that when we're fully integrated, sort of like we don't have to separate things out. All things can actually change almost instantaneously, regardless of what the normal would be. I hope I had said that in a way that you can get. So the next thing I looked at was, okay, well, if that was a large population, what do we do with people who are really stuck? Like maybe they have PTSD, they have depression, anxiety, and stress. And this was a group of police officers in the UK. And they were brought to this research because they were at the end. They had tried everything. The clinical psychologists referred them to the research because there was no other place to go. They had taken every medication, they had taken every kind of thing that they would normally use. And what happened is they came to the research. So what did we find with people who had been treated with everything and were still clinically unresolved? 76% of the depression was changed. 62% of the scores decreased for anxiety. In stress, 65% of the scores decreased, so there was a 65% decrease in stress. And in PTSD, 51% of the score decrease, which is clinically relevant. And what happened was these people only had 7 one-hour access bar sessions to get this kind of result where nothing else had worked. So it was kind of what drove me to keep doing research, because I'm going, this is so incredible. Like, it doesn't even happen anywhere that you would get these kinds of results consistently. And the last piece of research that I looked at was looking at stress, anxiety, pain, and happiness. And in fact, the numbers are similar to what was done in the previous research, where you're going to find a high degree of people responding to decreases in stress, anxiety, pain, and an increase in happiness. So what we can see here with people who have had all of these challenges, where they are living in a way that is disrupted from what they would love to live as, we can see that as it related to well-being and brain activity, there's a change in flow and coherence, decreases in the amount of stress that there was, mental health change with significant symptom improvement, and a change in from brain dysregulation to brain optimization. So what future is possible if we could dissolve all the built-up stress? What would happen if we had people who were empowered and living with creativity and were receptive and relaxed and had a level of focus and concentration without effort? Could this be the new paradigm? Could this be where the nature of who we are is the nature of well-being, where we have optimal health with ease? We have brain function that actually works for us, not against us, and cognitive capacities that are decreasing right now, a level of engagement in life that we wouldn't otherwise see, and a level of being able to live unforced, being able to be as miraculous as we are in a way that doesn't require more effort. So we're not living in a world that it's a continually declining way of living, and have peace and focus. And wouldn't all of us like to have a level of peace and focus, right? And the piece beyond that is creativity, because once we live from that level of creativity, we can actually start changing things dramatically. So create a future? I'd say yes. For people, for corporations, and for cultures. And by that I mean cultures within organizations, cultures in societies. It doesn't have to be one thing or another, but where we all together can live differently. And my question is now the time? And I think if I ask the frog, he might say so. Thank you.
Do you ever feel like you're disappearing in the crowd? Like you can't find yourself and your inner voice? Does it sometimes feel like the stress, anxiety, sadness, and intensity of the world is overpowering and you don't seem to be able to access your joy and a sense of peace? What if 99% of all of your emotions, feelings, and thoughts didn't actually belong to you? What if you're just aware? And what if there was a simple and yet effective way to come back to you and your space, no matter what is going on around you?
There's nothing else like it. Nothing else like it.
This work is so profound.
My stepson would be considered many things, ADD, OCD, all the things, right? And there was a lot of expectations of him. And when I ran his bars, he had so much peace, and he really had a lot of self-loathing. He actually laughed during it, and I never really heard him laugh. So that was so interesting for me.
As a parent, if you are a parent, parenting is not always easy. So my son is 11 years old, and I get to raise him in a totally different way. I get to empower him with questions. I get to empower him to know that he knows. I get to be me and not try and be some perfect version of a parent that is basically non-existent. So he gets to see me go through all, aspects of being. I get to see him go through all this exploration and not have any judgment of whatever is showing up. Like, we can have basically the space to be without judgment, which is fucking awesome as a parent,
I had a close friend call me, and her teenage daughter was really struggling with depression, anxiety, some troublesome stuff. And I just said, why don't you find a place to have her bars run? And she was pretty skeptical, but I think she was at the point where she would try anything. And so she took her daughter to have her bars run, and apparently that night she slept in a way that she hadn't slept in months. And then the next day she went to see her therapist, and her therapist called my friend, her mother, and she said, what did you do with this kid? She has a totally different perspective on life than I've heard in a long, really since I've been working with her. And then she took her daughter and they did a bars class. And so now it's really snowballed for them, and they're tapping into Access tools. But this is a teenager who was really struggling, and it just was a great example of how this work is so profound.
When I was first a bars facilitator many years ago, I was also working with teenagers and college students as a music teacher. I generated a word of mouth with teenagers about the bars, and we had a poster at maybe 7 or 8 different high schools, public high schools, just inviting them to the possibility of bars for study, for auditions, but also that they could reach me at any time, 24/7. If they had any suicidal thoughts, they could come to my house and I'd run their bars. And out of the, I think, 5 years those posters hung, I had 2 calls, both of which I took, and both of which came to my house and had their bars run and chose to keep going, keep on trucking.
Bars are miraculous, until you try it. And I would say maybe not once, maybe a few times, try it, and there's nothing else like it. Nothing else like it. It's phenomenal. I am incredibly grateful for bars, and I couldn't live without it now. Well, that's not true, I could, but it would not be fun.
They were the biggest classes that I'd ever had in my entire professional career.
It's a tool, it's a gift.
It's an investment in your life.
Being a bars facilitator, everybody wants to know, what should I expect? I go, it's so interesting because really it's so very unique for everybody who comes to the table. Some have sensations, some visualize colors, some have past life regressions, some people have just that aha moment, and that I say that the bars coma, when they get off, they're just kind of zoned out, and they are so very grateful for the space that it creates. And that is just the phenomenal gift, to be able to gift and receive.
The person that actually gave me my first bars class was from Mexico, and I live in Colombia. And she was traveling giving the classes because there were no bars facilitators at that time, or not other classes beyond her. And I thought it was such a gift, like you get to travel and to take that somewhere else and to bring that possibility a little bit closer, because maybe that's like just what someone requires.
And a friend of mine said to me, she's like, you started doing this access consciousness thing. What if you committed to doing one bars class a month? I'm like, you know what, I have to, with some of the experiences I've had, I should do that. And I did. And they were the biggest classes that I'd ever had in my entire professional career in anything that I had ever done. And it was weird. I didn't do anything different, but there was just something about the energy of it and me with it and this sort of sense of playfulness that attracted people to my clinic to come to bars classes. And that afforded me the money to pay for the advanced classes, which was such a gift. So that was 2013 when I actually made a commitment and a demand. And then from that point on, my life just has been exponentializing, like 5 times greater at least every year.
It's an investment. It's an investment in your life. You may not see the reward in form of money, but you may. But it's an investment where you will have a wealthy life. Wealth is not defined. You know, it's not counted, but it's how you pleasure life. You enjoy every single day as it comes. That's the beauty of bars. Just letting go of all the thoughts, feelings, and emotions that keep you stuck.
I'd invite you to receive it, first of all. Receive a session, take a class. But the gift of having this incredible tool that you can gift anyone. I mean, I've gifted people in a car, in an airplane, you know, but this gift of knowing that we don't have to be stuck within all the heaviness that we think is so real. It's a tool, it's a gift, it's a, you know, you can make a whole business out of it if you choose, or just have it at your fingertips to gift to anyone in your family, your friends.
If this is something that speaks to you and something that you know can be a contribution for you and others, I said, like, go for it. You might be changing someone's life.
Hello, I'm John F. from the United States. I'm a bars practitioner, facilitator, and I love bars. But I want to tell you how I got into the bars. There was a person that I met, Barbara Gilman. She was living in Beaver Creek, Oregon, and she was at a library, and she was talking about bars. I heard about the bars through Being Youth book by Dr. Dain Heer, and so I decided that I was going to have my bars ran because I was interested in the class, but I wanted to get a taster. Well, what the fuck? I went there, and she ran my bars, and I was sold. I feel like Jimi Hendrix driving back home because I was like, doom, doom, doom, doom. All this music was going on, and my world just started expanding and expanding, expanding. I was like, what is this? So I couldn't wait to get back to the class because I was like, I have to have this in my world. It allowed me, I was in my mid-50s, and it made me just look at things like totally different. It made me open up things that I thought that was impossible. I was like, I think I was about 53, 54, and I was like, I'm getting older and all, and so what the hell? And I was looking for something so fucking different, and I found it in bars. It was, when I was on the table, when it was done, I was like, what happened? That's the only way I could describe it. I didn't have words to describe it. So what the hell happened to me? And from there out, I just decided I was going with it. And so I became a CF, and I love bars. It's changed my world. You should try it. It will change your world too.
What I love about the bars is the descrambling of your brain and the immense relaxation and receiving.
when I started with Access, prior to that, 19 years, I had something called fibromyalgia, and I was in a lot of pain, a lot of medication, a lot of steroids, cortisons, and it was really interesting how a bars class changed it all. I was on medication for 19 years, and in 6 months, I was off all medication, and it's been 9 years now. And the doctor, when I went back to him, and I took everything back to him, and I said, "Hey, doctor, let's bring this into the world and let's do this together." And he looked at me and he said, "No, this is going to come back. Don't stop the medication; it's going to come back." And I looked at him and I smiled and I said, "Thank you so much." And I walked out and I said, "No, I'm not going to come back to you, and this is not coming back." It's been 9 years. I have not had a fibromyalgia attack, and I have not needed to go back to medication. It's really been miraculous, because in those 19 years, I tried almost everything, right from the gurus to the astrologers, to the prayers, to the medicines, to even looking at surgery, looking at everything, and nothing really changed. So, bars is a miracle. It really is a miracle. And I have experienced that. My body reminds me every morning of that.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Feliz Día Global de las Barras. Les saluda Jessie Quevedo desde Hernandarias, Paraguay.
Had to make sure I wasn't on mute. Welcome back, everyone. I'm very excited for this segment. We've been hearing so much. The research was phenomenal to show what else is actually possible, and all the stories of change, especially in regards to all the stuff with mental health, is just so cool to see that there are other possibilities in the world. So right now, we're very excited to introduce to you Dr. Anthony Mattis. Hello, Anthony.
Hello, what's up, ladies?
Hello.
How are you?
Great, how are you?
Awesome.
Thank you for being
Thanks
here.
for having me.
We like to secretly, or not so secretly, call him Tony. He has an alter ego named Tony. But you have a very... I wonder which one is the real you. You have a very interesting and inspiring story with regards to different challenges with mental health, and we just wondered if you would share that with us today, and where you came from and how you found Access Consciousness.
Well, my goodness, it's so much. But so back in 2011, April 2011, my wife had committed suicide. She, was diagnosed with bipolar disorder when she was a teenager. And so I remember the first day that we met, I think she told me her whole life story within the first 15 minutes. And at the time, I was very involved in metaphysics. She's like, "I have bipolar and I'm on Prozac." And I'm like, "You're beautiful and smart. Let's go. Let's fall in love." And so, so we were on this intense journey from metaphysics to gurus to non-denominational Christianity. We did it all. And then eventually, about 10 years later, is when she decided to take her life, because the episodes kept coming back. And the last round, it was interesting because there were always reasons and justifications for why she may have gone into an episode. But the last time it was like, life is good. And it was like out of nowhere. And so one of the things, so being a chiropractor as a profession, and I would always get exposed to different techniques and modalities. And I remember having a conversation with God, literally. I'm like, God, it's like for someone who's studied so many different tools and modalities, really trying to really get to know you, whether it was through religion, through metaphysics, through whatever. I have nothing to show for it. Like nothing, except for being in a lot of debt. And in that moment, I had to take the tragedy and kind of move it off to the side. And I had to ask myself this question, which was, am I actually satisfied with where I'm at? Am I satisfied with where I'm at as a professional, as a healer, or at least a catalyst for healing, as a father of 3? And the answer was no. And then you add on top of the tragedy, here I am, a widower at 41 years old, raising 3 kids by myself, and I really didn't see this one coming. And I thought it was a possibility that she may do it once the kids were grown up, but I didn't see it happening when it did. And so I remember saying to her, like, look, wherever it is that I'm messed up and locked up, because God knows I've, researched my subconscious mind. I've turned over every rock and stone to, unleash all of my skeletons so I could actually look at what's not working. And that didn't seem to be enough. And so I remember saying to God, there's got to be a modality out there that is able to change wherever it is that I'm locked up and messed up. And then about a few months later, as I get this email about Access Consciousness bars, it was like this free, actually it was like a year-long free thing of all these different modalities, but it just happened to be January of 2012, where the first keynote speaker was talking about the bars. And being a chiropractor and, I put my hands on people's bodies to facilitate healing and whatnot, I was intrigued because, the bars deals with touching these 32 points on your head. So I remember being like, I don't know about that clearing statement that they do, but I'm definitely interested in the bars. So I took the kids and we drove about 6 hours away and we took our first bars class. And to be honest with you, I kept going back because of what it was doing with the children, for the children. Because at that point, my point of view is I was a lost cause. Because if none of the other modalities were able to help me, then I don't know why this one would be able to. And I remember hearing Dain's story, Dr. Dain Heer, co-creator of Access, where he talked about how he was suicidal. And that obviously piqued my interest. And he also happened to be a chiropractor as well. So I'm like, hey, wait a minute, we have something in common. And and it just piqued my interest and we went. And I kept going back because of what it was creating for the kids. And then I'll never forget my very third bars class. I thought I was going to vomit all over the place, like my brain was spinning. And the very next day I woke up and it was like I had a brand new brain. And that was only 11 months after, their mom had died. And I'm like, I'm not supposed to be this happy. It hasn't even been a year yet. So I'm like, there's got to be something I think there's something to this, and let me keep going. And I did, and here I am, 12 years later, just about.
Hey, Anthony, you mentioned, you have 3 amazing kids, and what changed for all of you? And it's funny, as you're telling your story, so you were in a lot of judgment of you for not changing. How did that shift? So you take your third bars class, and then here you are, what has changed for you and all of them?
Well, oh my goodness, everything. And it took me a while before I was even able to take any of Gary and Dain's classes, because I basically made a commitment that I wasn't going to put one class on a credit card. And so I bought all the money workbook. I bought the other book called Money's Not the Problem, You Are. I'm like, if these tools really work, the money's going to show up. And lo and behold, it did. The money did show up. But it took me almost 2 years before I even met Dain, and maybe almost 2.5 years before I met Gary. So Gary Douglas, the founder of Access. And so those first 2 years, I would just have these monumental experiences. I remember I had no one in my town able to run bars was just me. So the kids were doing it on me. And I would have these amazing experiences. And I could almost, it seemed as if things were like leaving my body, but it was like the baggage. It's like the skeletons, the trauma. I could perceive them almost leaving. And so what I love about the title of this is like undoing the past and creating future possibilities or something like that. It's true, because what actually occurred was the energetics that the trauma created, sort of like that looping where you keep going back to your story and playing that broken record, but it's like you can talk about it as if it happened yesterday. That started to change. It's like I could talk about my experience and what I had gone through, but it almost feels like it's someone else's life. Like even right now, I'll say to myself, did I actually go through that? Did I actually go through someone that I love dearly killing herself? And I watched like my children, the boys, dig a hole and put their mom's ashes in the ground. It's pretty traumatic, you know? And especially with like the journey we were on. So it was like what happened for me personally, it was like the results were undeniable. I started getting happy. And then I got to a point where I realized it was at the very first certified facilitators, it was like on the third day. I remember I fell to my knees because my knees just sort of like gave out. And in that moment, like everything just sort of like became one. And I know this sounds very esoteric, but it's kind of what happened. And in that moment is when I realized that access is much more than getting someone through their trauma and their pain and suffering. That what's actually available to us is this ability to create the life that you truly desire and the living. And did it show up like that? No. Did it require me to have to sort of like look at the good, the bad, the ugly, and the great of myself and others without a point of view? Yes, and that wasn't always easy, and I still don't always do that. But little by little, the more I sort of like made a demand in my world and used the tools and actually allowed the tools to kind of come into my world, it's like my life just kept getting undeniably better.
That's so.
And with the kids, God knows where the kids would be today. It's like the oldest, you know, this always seems like the oldest always takes it the hardest, right? And he went through some pretty dark times. So if it wasn't for access, sorry, didn't see that coming. I don't think he'd be here. So.
I think what you said is so beautiful with, you know, with mental health. Like there's all these reports that the statistics are climbing with people who are seeking out therapy, and yet suicide rates are still up, and you know, reports of depression and all this stuff. It's like you can have therapy and you can have all of this, and access consciousness and access bars gives you something totally different. It allows you to start creating your life again, or maybe for the first time ever. Mm-hmm. So can you share, like, when you actually started getting into that generative energy of creating your life and what that started opening up for you and the kids? Like that it's not over. Most people would have given up at that point.
Totally. I mean, well, one of the things, again, for me is all the different things that I was made wrong for throughout my life. You know, there's a saying that we say, it's like your wrongness is your strongness. Sorry, I don't know why this is again here. And I see Grace coming up. Yeah, it's like, wow. It's like you spend all those years just like, you know, feeling like you're damaged and there's something wrong with you and you're never going to be able to thrive. And at best, if you're lucky, you may just be able to survive this reality. And I'll never forget when Gary said to me one day, he's like, look, he's like, access gives you the space for you to be all of you. And so not only has it created the space for me to be all of me, but it actually got me to see where everything that I thought was wrong, everything that everyone else told me that was wrong about me, were actually my gifts and capacities. And I've never had a playground to develop those gifts and capacities in the way that I have been able to over the last 12 years until access. And God knows I tried, but I wasn't able to do it except for through the tools of access. So that was been the biggest thing. And just watching the kids using the tools, watching my son who could be dead right now, my oldest son, and then my second son thriving in the way that he's thriving. And then my daughter, it's like, you know, she came down with, you know, sore throat this weekend, and we've been running bars and body processes, and something that probably would have taken a week for her to get over, 2 days, or not even a day and a half. You know, it's like, it's just, there's nothing else like that, like this in the world. And I've tried a lot of modalities. I've studied a lot of modalities. Balls to the wall, too. I got certified in all these different other modalities, and I have found nothing to be as strong and as powerful as the tools of access consciousness.
Well, Anthony, can you go into, you know, you mentioned before, like, the esoteric, but one of the capacities you really tapped into to change this, for you, the kids, the future is energy. So can you talk a bit about energy and how we use it and how we can move it and how we can use it to really, what you're mentioning, like to really thrive and get past the stuff that we don't have to stay stuck in?
Well, yeah, that's a great question. It's like, I'm going to say it sort of felt like it happened by accident, but it's like I've always had sort of energetic experiences and openings of things that are really not describable, but they never really changed or altered my life in a way. It didn't translate into my everyday life. You know, it certainly didn't save my wife's life. You know, it never seemed to be enough. It didn't change my money situations. And it certainly didn't really make me happy. I was excited because I had these really cool supernatural experiences, but it's like, okay, great. Like, I didn't see how it permeated anywhere else in my everyday life. But then I started having similar things show up with regards to just, no pun intended, accessing more consciousness, like getting access sort of to like these other dimensions and realities. But a lot of times when it would show up, it showed up like, I'm going to say by accident, but there is no accidents in consciousness, right? But it was a result of receiving. And it happened from the bars, the body processes that you guys also mentioned throughout this day so far, the verbal processing. And it would sort of like these occurrences would happen. And as a result of these energetic occurrences, if you will, it started to become part of like every cell in my body. It was weird. It became like this knowing. And then I was able to translate it somehow to my everyday life. Like, even so, just going to the grocery store, getting the kids ready for school, making their lunches, having 3 kids having a hard time getting ready for school. And one's crying, still asking when their mommy's going to come back from heaven. And this one's over here doing their, and it's like, you know, you want to like shoot yourself, right? You're like, ah. But for whatever reason, as a result of these accessing these energies, something started to change in me where I started walking taller. So, you know, I'm not that tall, right? But I felt taller energetically. I felt stronger. I felt more empowered. I had this sense of knowing that I never had before, where I had experiences, but they never translated. These experiences translated into like my everyday life. And it's funny because my kids would be like, Dad, you know, because I'd be walking through the supermarket, like your fingers are kind of wiggling, you know, and it's like, I'm not even thinking about it, but it's like, I've become more sensitive to the world around me, not in a bad way, but in an empowering way, because now I start to use these sensitivities actually to my advantage instead of being like at the effect of it and being tossed around like a ping pong ball in a pinball machine, you know?
Well, one of the classes, you actually, if you guys don't know, Anthony facilitates a class called Opening of the Symphony, and you do sessions that open up this universe that you're speaking about for everybody to have it infuse their lives. Is there like something you'd like to give us a taste of that, or for everybody watching, how can they start to integrate that in their world?
Well, this beautiful work, the Symphony of Possibilities, you know, it came from the universe of energetic synthesis of being that was created by Dr. Dain Heer, you know, and so I'll never forget the first time I took the class. I just did it on video, so I'm like, like, you know, and just not to go into too much of a story, but it's like, I'll never forget the time that Dain worked on me in London. This was 9 years ago, I think, almost to the day. 9 years ago. And wow, I had never had an experience where it's like, where it felt like all those walls and barriers that I had created throughout my life to protect myself were like stripped away. Talk about being like as an open wound in that space of vulnerability. And I was like shaking for like 8 weeks, but I knew, because I remember all the other modalities will all talk about like, oh, you may go through some sort of a detox and whatever. Don't worry about it. That's what's required. None of them ever touched me. Nothing. But this one, it like ripped my heart out open like that. And it was like this whole universe came in, and I got so many awarenesses about how and where I would function, especially with regards to always trying to save people, especially in relationships. So it would be like one download after another. And so, you know, and I was invited to play in this work, and I started working on Gary and Dain, which was a miracle in of itself. I didn't see that coming. And while working on the creators of Access Consciousness, universes and doorways and more doorways would open up onto me. And all I know is that the work and accessing these energies is available to all. And how and when that shows up and how much it shows up for people, that I could never answer. It's all individual, as you all know. But all I know is that like sort of went in my world. And that was also part of the energetic knowing that started to infuse every cell and molecule in my universe. And so what does it ultimately create? My goodness, it just helps people to access more of them. And I know it sounds so vague, but it's like when you spend your whole life making choices through the filters of everyone else's point of view about what you should be when you grow up and how you should be when you grow up, whether it's your religion, your family, or school. You know, oh, you were smart in this area, so you should go be an accountant, or you should be a lawyer. You know, there's no access consciousness at career day at school, right? So for someone who's in remedial classes, you know, it's like, what am I going to be when I grow up? I know I want to help people. So it's like, man, how did I get so lucky to have found this, right? Because it's like, I found it. I found the thing that allows me to be a catalyst to empower you to know what you know. And so that's what started to happen. I just started to see results in me that became part of me, that no one can take away from me, no matter how crazy they think, thought I was. It didn't matter. For the first time in my life, I didn't care where people were judging me. I didn't care that people were exiling me from the church. My name wasn't allowed to be spoken in church anymore because I guess I wasn't miserable enough for everybody. I had people come into my chiropractic clinic 4 years after their mom died, and they're like, I just want to know that you're okay with the Lord. And I'm like, yeah, I'm the happiest I've ever been. Should I be miserable? But are you good with the Lord? And I'm like, I love God more than ever because he brought me the tools of access consciousness. And they're like, oh, okay. I'm like, am I supposed to be wearing the scarlet letter of like widower? Should I have a W on my chest for the rest of my life and dark circles under my eyes? So yeah, no, I was happy. So I don't know if that helps or shares anything, but how do you talk about energy work? Dain has done a wonderful job of putting into words this grand and glorious universe called the Symphony of Possibilities and Energetic Synthesis of Being that we all learn in the SOP classes. And I'm just glad that I get to be a part of it and contribute to it in the ways that I do.
Thank you. Thank you for your story and vulnerability and for being here and for everything you're creating.
That was a beautiful, energetic download. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy Global Access Mars Day from Iran!
If you're cranky, get your bars run. If you're feeling anxious, get your bars run. If you're having trouble sleeping, get your bars run. I started running my husband's bars every day. And he was someone who had years of
anxiety and depression and all kinds of stuff. And basically after 2 months of that, he was ready to go off his antidepressants and his anti-anxiety medication. Now, you know, over the years, he had ups and downs. He had times where he was on medication again. But what I found for me and for him and for my kids is whenever, like whatever's going on, if you have your bars run, or what I love is if you run someone's bars, because both work, like both will help you have more clarity and ease. And when stuff comes up like, oh, this, you know, this problem, this whatever, it's so easy to see it for what it is and to, you know, to be like, oh, I can handle this way. Like I don't get overloaded, and no matter what's going on, like I'm more present and able to just choose what I'm going to do with it rather than being caught up in all the stuff about it. I mean, probably the best example of that is, you know, years later, my husband died, and he died really suddenly of a heart attack. Like nobody saw it coming. And there was like, there is the grief, right? There's someone who was there who's not there. And that is totally part of like a very intense, challenging time. But when I start to go into, oh, this means I'm alone, like this, like all the stuff it means, and how terrible it is for him to die so young. Like there's all these things and everybody and what they're like projecting at me of what this is to have somebody die so suddenly. What I found was the bars really helped me. Also all the other access tools I know, and being able to have facilitation from friends. It's like the intensity and the change and the, like your whole life is up in the air, and the grief were all still there, but I knew I was okay. I knew I would be okay, that the kids would be okay, and I was able to just address what was up in the moment without piling on what I'd say is a huge amount of suffering on top. I had a way of cutting through that to just be with what's actually happening in our lives. Early on, when I learned to run bars, of course, like different friends and things, they would be like, what are you doing? You look so happy. Like, you know, whatever you're doing, I want to know about it. And so, you know, I was doing bars sessions and teaching bars classes. And there was one person I knew who was very agoraphobic, which is where you don't want to leave your house, you're afraid of going out, that kind of stuff. And so I ran her bars, which, you know, was like an hour and a half bar session. And she said she had 4 hours of absolutely no anxiety. And she went to the grocery store, and she said usually to make a decision like to buy an apple, like, you know, she'd be paralyzed with indecision and anxiety and all, if she could even get to the store, right? And she said for 4 hours she could just look at things and make a choice and enact it. And that blew me away. Like, because, you know, I know what bars has been for me in my life, but to hear her talk about that was just amazing. The rule of thumb is, if you're cranky, get your bars run. If you're feeling anxious, get your bars run. If you're having trouble sleeping, get your bars run. Like, whatever it is. Everybody whose bars I've run, they're like lighter, more ease, way less mind chatter, if any. And it just contributes. And it's so simple that you'd think this can't possibly do that much, but it does.
So when I first found out about the access bars, I was an acupuncturist, and I had done a lot of scalp acupuncture on people and found great results. And so I was kind of like, ooh, what are these points that these people use on the head? Maybe I'll use them for acupuncture. And so I took a bars class. And then I was just so amazed because it's like, you don't have to stick needles in people's heads. You can just use your fingers. And it's really so effective. And then I was kind of like, why did I spend all of this money to become an acupuncturist when all I really want to do is run people's bars? And it totally changed my practice. It changed people's bodies. It changed my world running people's bars. It was just such an enormous gift.
Hi, my name is Sarah. I've been running bars for about 5 years, and I've been doing a lot of other things that have completely changed my inner world. And I was still waking up to the same reality, kind of like seeing the same people, following the same schedule. And I was like, how is it possible that my life is not completely changing? And I was introduced to the bars and started running bars. And I would say that everything that I knew that would be possible and even more became possible. And I have changed major parts of my life that I always thought were unchangeable. And that change created so much more life, living, joy, space, stepping into capacities, embracing the world, being in communion with nature. It's been really like getting on a consciousness ride, which I chose to have no stops. Just what else is possible? How does it get any better than this? And the bars are such a contribution in learning how to receive and include my body in my life, which I have not done for like 30 years. So it's never too late. The time is now. And how does it get any better than this? I am so, so grateful. Thank you.
So one of the things that I think that we could change a lot is the drama, this sadness, and this all telenovela stuff that we have. That for me, with bar sessions, this has changed a lot. I mean, I used to be a drama queen, and now it's so easy for me. Many topics that used to be very hard.
So hi, my name is Vivi. I'm from Brazil, and before bars I was like worried all the time, and I was so stiff. I had migraines for like 28 days a month, and I was so cranky because I was in pain all the time. So people not even knew who I really was. So I met the bars and my pain went away, and one day I was just like, whoa, oh my God, I don't have pain anymore. Wait, what? And now I smile and I laugh, and people say, who are you? I thought you were so angry. I thought you were a very mad person. And I would like to be able to take the gift of bars to those that don't know. If they think too much, they can have silence inside their head, and they can have a body. Because before bars, I thought I have a burden, not a body. And now I have a body and I have fun with it. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. I was muted. Thank you for being here. I'm so excited to welcome Grace Douglas to the show. Hello, Grace.
Hi.
How are you?
How are you?
I'm good.
Good. How are you?
This is very strange to talk to you on Zoom like this. Where are you?
I know. I'm in Argentina.
Amazing. So today you are on to talk about possibilities with bodies, the gift of bodies. And if you don't know Grace Douglas, she is one of our advanced facilitators. She facilitates choice of possibilities classes all over the world, advanced body classes, body classes, body classes, body classes. And you're really great at having a body, I must say.
Why, thank you. I enjoy my body.
Yeah, can you talk about that? I know that it's one of those areas where you're like, why doesn't everyone enjoy their body? But have you always had the joy with your body?
That's a good question. I think yes, and I made that wrong for a really, really long time. Like, I didn't realize that it was okay to, like, not judge your body.
Yeah.
And I don't know, eventually it changed, but it was like a long, even growing up, I am also Gary Douglas's daughter. Like, I grew up with access my whole life. It's actually kind of hard to separate what is access and what is, like, just normal for me. And I don't know, one day it just kind of clicked and I was like, oh, I don't have to judge my body.
So I've heard different stories of, like, when you moved to New York City and there was so much intensity of the world around you that it made, like, it was hard on you and your body. Can you, like, share with us some of those tools that you've used when things get hard with your body that people may not know about?
I think the thing for me that has been really the most important is maintaining this, like, sense of energetic space with my body, where when you're in a city and around a bunch of people, you tend to kind of try to keep yourself safe or insulated. I'm not sure how to put it, but I noticed in New York, I kept, like, almost collapsing into myself and being, like, really anxious about people bumping into me, or just the whole thing. And I was, like, suffering, and I talked to my dad and he's like, you need to expand out more. And I was like, but that's, like, seems impossible. There's too many buildings and you can't see the sky, and, like, there's a million people. And so I did, and he just kept saying, expand out more and more and more until you sense your body has space and you feel at peace. So I did that, and then he was like, make sure your body's now solid enough to not be run over. And really it was that, like, just doing that made living in a city, being in a city, even traveling now, easier, because I know that if I'm on a plane or if I start to contract and feel weird, I can, like, give myself more ease with my body.
Yeah.
While being around other people.
Very good advice. So the tagline of Access is empowering you to know that you know. And bodies is one of those areas where I think a lot of us have sort of been entrained to always seek outside help. Like, what do you know about my body? Go to a doctor for the doctor to tell you. And in your classes, oftentimes, my favorite response of yours is, ask your body. So can you talk a little bit about that, like actually empowering you to know that you and your body know, not that somebody else knows more about your body than you do?
Yeah, I can try. I guess the reason I like to do body classes is because it's more like of all the stuff in Access, it's very, I want to say concrete, but that's not the right word but you see this physical change in people and where they get off the table and they look like 10 years younger, or they just have a totally different energy about them. And when I do classes, like this weekend that I'm doing an advanced body class, and people ask me what they should do to get something, I always ask them to include their body in that question, because they have, like, you're moving through this life with your body. So why wouldn't you include it? And it's where Access tends to be very different, because we acknowledge that our body has its own awareness and is giving us messages, and we ignore it most of the time.
And so do you find that the body classes give more awareness of like being able to listen to your body and communicate with your body? Does it start opening that up?
I do. I attribute the body processes to giving, like, the energetic connection I have with my body came from those body processes. I realized, like, a huge shift after my pregnancy with my first son. I was getting worked on once a week and getting my bars run and, like, really made it a priority. And after the birth, my body changed totally. And my point of view about my body changed. Everything really just, like, shifted completely, because it was the first time in my life I didn't actually judge my body at all, and was, like, totally in the question and asked what else was possible with how it was going to happen and change. And it just kind of was really magical what showed up. My whole body changed. Like, I didn't look like the same person after I had a baby. And I think other people experience that too. And I just happened to get, like, even further with it because of all the body work I got.
Would you be willing to talk about your birth stories?
Sure. I had really good birth stories. My first one, I guess when we counted, like, active labor, it was probably like 5 hours. And I had both my kids at home. So no drugs, midwives. My dad was in the room for the first one. My husband helped birth the second one. And Dain was in the first room with the first one, and my brothers. So my midwives were like, "You don't have a woman that you want to come?" And I was like, "No, I have 3 guys." But they all together have been at more births than I will ever be at, probably. So the first one, I just knew that I didn't want to go to a hospital. And so I did whatever. I was like, I'm going to have a home birth. Let's do it. And my dad was leaving, so he wanted me to go into labor like a day early. And he was like, I heard Italian food does it. So we went out to dinner, and he and Dain proceed to drink a bottle of wine together, and my brother as well. And I was like, this isn't going to work. And I started getting really frustrated. And then, like, 3 hours later, I was in active labor. And Dain was like, you need to call your midwife. You're going to have a baby. And I was like, no, she said it would stop. And so finally I called my midwife. And Xander came at like 5:55 a.m., very punctual. With Grayson, my little one, it was kind of the same story. Dain was doing an SOP in New York, where we live, and I had an appointment later that day. It was my due date, and I was like, I'll just go to the class in the morning, and then we'll go home. And while I was at the class, you ran my bars.
I was literally running Grace's bars.
Literally running my bars. And Andrew Gardella was running energy on, like, my sacrum at the same time. And all of a sudden I was like, I have to sit up. And I sat up, and my water broke a little tiny bit. And I went, and my husband starts freaking out. He's like, we got to go now. Like, it's fine. I haven't had a contraction, anything. By the time we got home, my contractions were every 3 minutes, and Grayson came out 2 hours later. Wow. So, very easy birth. I will say my husband looked more tired after Grayson's birth than I did. We had dinner with my family that night. It was really like, it was the beautiful, empowering experience on both times. My sister was outside while I was giving birth to Grayson, manning with phone calls and everything. It was like a whole production.
I just love the ease with which you talk about it, and it's really true. She just sat up in a class and said, my water just broke. I'm going into labor. Can you make sure Xander gets it? Like, it was just like, I was like, I would be freaking out right now. But she was just, I think that's why her name is Grace. She was calm and graceful throughout the entire thing. But part of that connection that you have with your body allows you to have that much ease, I would say, with everything that goes on in your life. So I know that you got your bars run a lot and the body processes. So did you have to think a lot about birth and actively, pock and pod stuff, or was it you just okay?
No, and it came up today in my body class actually, where I was like, you don't actually have to make it hard. Like, it's really pretty easy if you just let it happen. But I guess we're all kind of raised to think that it has to be a lot of work to do something, to change something, to create something. But what if it was really easy, and your body you created with pretty much ease for the most part? It was easy at one point. So if we could all kind of go back to this ease that children have with their bodies, or that I guess we all have intrinsically in us before we learn that we're not supposed to do things easily, and that things are supposed to get harder and harder as you get older, and all of that, I don't know. I guess I think it could be really, really easy.
I love talking with you about body stuff because you're like, I just ease, please. So all you have to do is I'll have the ease that Grace has with her body.
Great.
What about when, if people have pain or a sickness, what kind of questions can they ask their bodies? Or what do you ask your body?
They can, I often ask who it belongs to. And I ask if I can change anything, if I can change whatever I'm aware of, if it's not mine, if I really have decided or perceived that it is mine. I just am open to anything, even if it's not access. I'll try pretty much anything. And I think that's what has been a gift with my dad. As my dad, he was always like, do whatever you have to do. Try everything. I go to acupuncture. I go to a facial acupuncturist. I love it. I've used Chinese medicine and different healing stuff. I don't know. I think it's great to use everything. Yes, I believe that access body processes and bars are probably the most transformational and easy to use. You really don't have to work at it, but you have all this stuff available, so why not use it?
Yes. Sorry, I keep having to mute and unmute myself, which is a big task right now to remember. So do you use this, when you are a healer and you start, you really perceive things through your body, as you said, can you change it? What do you notice with stuff going on with where you live or with the earth or as you travel? What tools do you use to make that ease?
I connect to the earth a lot. if I perceive, I do notice in there's like some places where I notice different things that happen in my body, like my feet will get really swollen, or I can't sleep, or something like that. And I would say bars is like the best. Restoration of communion with earth is amazing. And I run M2VSS on myself a lot. I don't have someone that I like do processes or run bars with consistently enough. So I rely on myself. But it's just even turning on the energies in your body, like when you're on a plane, or asking M2VSS to run when you're on a hike. All of that helps your body change whatever it's being aware of. And I don't know, there's so many things you can do, but it's just like trying one first, and then continuing. And the more aware you become and the less reaction you have to it, the easier it is.
I love that. Well, thank you for sharing the beautiful energy that you be. Thank you for the gift that you are to the world and to all the bodies. And thank you for coming in today from Argentina.
Thank you. I'm sorry I'm not there.
I know, we miss you.
Me too.
Have a great day. Thank you.
Thanks, Megan.
Bye.
Bye.
Happy Global Bars Day from Ras Al Khaimah, the United Arab Emirates.
Me entrecambio en la casa de Nifis. ¡Qué delicia!
Hi! My name is Leah, I'm 10 years old, I live in Mexico City, and I'm a bars facilitator. I first got introduced to the bars when I took my first class of bars and with my mom. I learned that I'm not wrong, and I also learned that I know. I know how to do this, how to run bars, even though in this lifetime I didn't do that, but I know. So I learned how to run bars and how to perceive energy. Before my first bars class, I always thought the adults know more than me, and that when I'm in a space with adults, I'm the wrong one, and I don't know, they know, so they have to teach me. And in the school, I always was in high, and my partners were like this, so the teachers always taught me you have to be here, all in the same place. So with Access, I learned that no, I can be bright and I can shine, even though the others choose what they choose. I know many of my bars run when I have a headache, or I'm stressed with this and with this, and I'm getting in the drama. And my mom said okay, let's calm down. So, do you need your bars to run? And I'm I guess. So she run my bars and I sleep. So that contributes me a lot. In the school, we had to do a project about conflicts and how to solve them. And mine was very different because mine has these balloons where you can talk. like in the comics, and has like inside like questions and like magic and ask and how does it get any better and get your birds run, like that kind of things. And in the center it says like Leah, and it has like so much colors and like an emoji with magic. And the others were like a car crashing, like discussing, shouting, and the teacher like get angry with me because she was like, why, like that's not related to conflict, like why are you like putting that? And I'm like, yeah, you need to communicate and ask to solve conflicts, you know. One of my favorite questions to ask when there is a conflict or a problem, or like in my daily life, it's how does it get any better than this? Because it's like for the bad and for like the good things. It's a very magic question because you can like use it all the times in every ways. So I love that question. I actually be that question like always. What I acknowledge that bars can create with kids in the world was like they would be more color, and it would be like